The Wife Between Us by Greer Hendricks and Sarah Pekkanen. Read for you by Julia Whalen. Part 1. Prologue. She walks briskly down the city sidewalk, her blonde hair bouncing against her shoulders, her cheeks flushed, a gym bag looped over her forearm. When she reaches her apartment building, her hand dips into her purse and pulls out her keys. The street is loud and busy, with yellow cabs racing by, commuters returning from work, and shoppers entering the deli on the corner. But my eyes never stray from her. She pauses in her entryway and briefly glances back over her shoulder. An electrical charge seems to pulse through me. I wonder if she feels my stare. Gaze detection, it's called, our ability to sense when someone is observing us. An entire system of the human brain is devoted to this genetic inheritance from our ancestors, who relied on the trait to avoid becoming an animal's prey. I have cultivated this defense in myself, the sensation of static rising over my skin as my head instinctively lifts to search out a pair of eyes. I've learned the danger of dismissing that warning. But she simply turns in the opposite direction, then opens her door and disappears inside, never looking my way. She is oblivious to what I have done to her. She is unaware of the damage I have wrought, the ruin I have set in motion. To this beautiful young woman with the heart-shaped face and lush body, the woman my husband, Richard, left me for, I'm as invisible as the pigeon scavenging on the sidewalk next to me. She has no idea what will happen to her if she continues like this. None at all. Chapter 1. Nellie couldn't say what woke her, but when she opened her eyes, a woman wearing her white lacy wedding gown stood by the foot of her bed, looking down at her. Nellie's throat closed around a scream, and she lunged for the baseball bat leaning against her nightstand. Then, her vision adjusted to the grainy dawn light, and the pounding of her heart softened. She let out a tight laugh as she realized she was safe. The illusion was merely her wedding dress, ensconced in plastic, hanging on the back of her closet door, where she'd placed it yesterday after picking it up from the bridal shop. The bodice and full skirt were stuffed with crumpled tissue to maintain the shape. Nellie collapsed back onto her pillow. When her breathing steadied, she checked the blocky blue numbers on her nightstand clock. Too early. Again. She stretched her arms overhead and reached with her left hand to turn off the alarm before it could blare, the diamond engagement ring Richard had given her feeling heavy and foreign on her finger. Even as a child, Nellie had never been able to fall asleep easily. Her mother didn't have the patience for drawn-out bedtime rituals, but her father would gently rub her back, spelling out sentences over the fabric of her nightgown. "I love you," or "You're super special," he'd write, and she would try to guess the message. Other times, he'd trace patterns, circles, stars, and triangles, at least until her parents divorced and he moved out when she was 9. Then she'd lie alone in her twin bed under her pink and purple striped comforter and stare at the water stain that marred her ceiling. When she finally dozed off, she usually slept hard for a good 7 or 8 hours, so deeply and dreamlessly that her mother sometimes had to physically shake her to awaken her. But following an October night in her senior year of college, that suddenly changed. Her insomnia worsened sharply, and her sleep became fractured by vivid dreams and abrupt awakenings. Once, she came downstairs to breakfast in her sorority house, and her Chi Omega sister told her she'd been yelling something unintelligible. Nellie had attempted to brush it off. "Just stressed about finals. The psych stat exam is supposed to be a killer." Then she'd left the table to get another cup of coffee. After that, she'd forced herself to visit the college counselor, but despite the woman's gentle coaxing, Nellie couldn't talk about the warm, early fall night that had begun with bottles of vodka and laughter and ended with police sirens and despair. Nellie had met with the therapist twice, but canceled her third appointment and never went back. Nellie had told Richard a few details when she'd awoken from one of her recurring nightmares to feel his arms tightening around her and his deep voice whispering in her ear, "I've got you, baby. You're safe with me." Entwined with him, she felt a security she realized she'd yearned for her entire life, even before the incident. With Richard beside her, Nellie was finally able to succumb again to the vulnerable state of deep sleep. It was as if the unsteady ground beneath her feet had stabilized. Last night, though, Nellie had been alone in her old ground-floor brownstone apartment. Richard was in Chicago on business, and her best friend and roommate, Samantha, had slept over at her latest boyfriend's. The noises of New York City permeated the walls, honking horns, occasional shouts, a barking dog. Even though the Upper East Side crime rate was the lowest in the borough, steel bars secured the windows, and 3 locks reinforced the door, including the thick one Nellie had installed after she'd moved in. Still, she'd needed an extra glass of Chardonnay before she'd been able to drift off. Nellie rubbed her gritty eyes and slowly peeled herself out of bed. She pulled on her terry cloth robe, then looked at her dress again, wondering if she should try to clear space in her tiny closet so it would fit, but the skirt was so full. At the bridal boutique, surrounded by its poofy and sequin-encrusted sisters, it had looked elegantly simple, like a chignon amidst bouffants. But next to the tangle of clothes and flimsy IKEA bookshelf in her cramped bedroom, it seemed to veer dangerously close to a Disney princess ensemble. Too late to change it, though. The wedding was approaching fast, and every detail was in place, down to the cake topper, a blonde bride and her handsome groom frozen in a perfect moment. "Geez, they even look like you two," Samantha had said when Nellie showed her a picture of the vintage china figurines that Richard had emailed. The topper had belonged to his parents, and Richard had retrieved it from the storage room in his apartment building's basement after he proposed. Sam had wrinkled her nose. "Ever think he's too good to be true?" Richard was 36, 9 years older than Nellie, and a successful hedge fund manager. He had a runner's wiry build and an easy smile that belied his intense navy blue eyes. For their first date, he'd taken her to a French restaurant and knowledgeably discussed white burgundies with the sommelier. For their second, on a snowy Saturday, he'd told her to dress warmly and had shown up carrying 2 bright green plastic sleds. "I know the best hill in Central Park," he'd said. He'd worn a pair of faded jeans and had looked just as good in them as he did in his well-cut suits. Nellie hadn't been joking when she replied to Sam's question by saying, "Only every day." Nellie smothered another yawn as she padded the 7 steps into the tiny galley kitchen, the linoleum cold under her bare feet. She flicked on the overhead light, noticing Sam had, again, made a mess of the honey jar after sweetening her tea. The viscous liquid oozed down the side, and a cockroach struggled in the sticky amber pool. Even after years of living in Manhattan, the sight still made her queasy. Nellie grabbed one of Sam's dirty mugs out of the sink and trapped the roach under it. Let her deal with it, she thought. As she waited for her coffee to brew, she flipped open her laptop and began checking email. A coupon from the Gap, her mother, who'd apparently become a vegetarian, asking Nellie to make sure there would be a meat-free option at the wedding dinner, a notice that her credit card payment was due. Nellie poured her coffee into a mug decorated with hearts and the words, "World's #1 teacher." She and Samantha, who also taught at the Learning Ladder preschool, had a dozen nearly identical ones jammed in the cupboard, and took a grateful sip. She had 10 spring parent-teacher conferences scheduled today for her cubs, her class of 3-year-olds. Without caffeine, she'd be in danger of falling asleep in the quiet corner, and she needed to be on her game. First up were the Porters, who'd recently fretted over the lack of Spike Jonze-style creativity being cultivated in her classroom. They'd recommended she replace the big dollhouse with a giant teepee and had followed up by sending her a link to one the Land of Nod sold for $229. She'd missed the porters only slightly less than the cockroaches when she moved in with Richard, Nellie decided. She looked at Samantha's mug, felt a surge of guilt, and used a paper towel to quickly scoop up the bug and flush it down the toilet. Her cell phone rang as Nellie was turning on the shower. She wrapped herself in a towel and hurried into the bedroom to grab her purse. Her phone wasn't there, though. Nellie was forever misplacing it. She eventually dug it out of the folds of her comforter. "Hello?" No answer. Caller ID showed a blocked number. But a moment later, a voicemail alert appeared on her screen. She pressed a button to listen to it, but only heard a faint, rhythmic sound. Breathing. A telemarketer, she told herself as she tossed the phone back on the bed. No big deal. She was overreacting, as she sometimes did. She was just overwhelmed. After all, in the next few weeks, she'd pack up her apartment, move in with Richard, and hold a bouquet of white roses as she walked toward her new life. Change was unnerving, and she was facing a lot of it all at once. Still, it was the third call in as many weeks. She glanced at the front door. The steel deadbolt was engaged. She headed to the bathroom, then turned back and picked up her cell phone, bringing it with her. She placed it on the edge of the sink, locked the door, then slung her towel over the rod and stepped into the shower. She jumped back as the too cold spray hit her, then adjusted the knob and rubbed her hands over her arms. Steam filled the small space, and she let the water course over the knots in her shoulders and down her back. She was changing her last name after the wedding. Maybe she'd change her phone number, too. She'd slipped on a linen dress and was swiping mascara over her blonde eyelashes. The only time she wore much makeup or nice clothes to work was for parent-teacher conferences and graduation day, when her cell phone vibrated, the noise loud and tinny against the porcelain sink. She flinched, and her mascara wand streaked upward, leaving a black mark near her eyebrow. She looked down to see an incoming text from Richard. "Can't wait to see you tonight, beautiful. Counting the minutes. I love you." As she stared at her fiancé's words, the breath that had seemed stuck in her chest all morning loosened. "I love you too," she texted back. She'd tell him about the phone calls tonight. Richard would pour her a glass of wine and lift her feet up onto his lap while they talked. Maybe he'd find a way to trace the hidden number. She finished getting ready, then picked up her heavy shoulder bag and stepped out in the faint spring sunshine. Chapter 2. The shriek of Aunt Charlotte's tea kettle awakens me. Weak sunlight sneaks through the slats of the blinds, casting faint stripes across my body as I lay curled in a fetal position. How can it be morning already? Even after months of sleeping alone in a twin, not the king I once shared with Richard, I still lie only on the left side. The sheets beside me are cool. I am making room for a ghost. Morning is the worst time, because for a brief moment my brain is clear. The reprieve is so cruel. I huddle under the patchwork quilt, feeling as if a heavy weight is pinning me here. Richard is probably with my pretty young replacement right now, his navy blue eyes fixed on her as his fingertips trace the curve of her cheek. Sometimes I can almost hear him saying the sweet things he used to whisper to me. "I adore you. I'm going to make you so happy. You are my world." My heart throbs, each steady beat almost painful. Deep breaths, I remind myself. It doesn't work. It never works. When I've watched the woman Richard left me for, I'm always struck by how soft and innocent she is. So like me when Richard and I first met, and he would cup my face between his palms, as gently as if it were a delicate flower he was afraid of damaging. Even in those early, heady months, it sometimes seemed as if he were a bit scripted. But it didn't matter. Richard was caring, charismatic, and accomplished. I fell in love with him almost immediately. And I never doubted that he loved me, too. He is finished with me now, though. I've moved out of our 4-bedroom colonial home with its arched doorways and rich green sweep of lawn. 3 of those bedrooms remained empty throughout our marriage, but the maid still cleaned them every week. I always found an excuse to leave the house when she opened those doors. The wailing of an ambulance 12 stories below finally prompts me to get out of bed. I shower, then blow dry my hair, noticing my roots are visible. I pull a box of Clairol Caramel Brown from under the sink to remind myself to touch them up tonight. Gone are the days when when Richard paid hundreds of dollars for a cut and color. I open the antique cherry wood armoire that Aunt Charlotte purchased at the Green Flea Market and refurbished herself. I used to have a walk-in closet bigger than the room in which I now stand, racks of dresses organized by color and season, stacks of designer jeans and various states of distressed denim, a rainbow of cashmere lining one wall. Those items never meant much to me. I usually just wore yoga pants and a cozy sweater. Like a reverse commuter, I changed into a more stylish ensemble shortly before Richard came home. Now, though, I am grateful that when Richard asked me to leave our Westchester house, I took a few suitcases of my finer clothes. As a sales associate at Saks on the designer label 3rd floor, I depend on commissions, so it is vital I project an aspirational image. I stare at the dresses lined up in the armoire with an almost military precision and select a robin's egg-colored Chanel. One of the signature buttons is dented, and it hangs more loosely than the last time I wore it, a lifetime ago. I don't need a scale to inform me I've lost too much weight. At 5'6", I have to take in even my size 4s. I enter the kitchen, where Aunt Charlotte is eating Greek yogurt with fresh blueberries, and kiss her, the skin on her cheek feeling as soft as talcum powder. "Vanessa, sleep well?" "Yes," I lie. She stands at her kitchen counter, barefoot and in her loose Tai Chi outfit, peering through her glasses as she scratches out a grocery list on the back of an old envelope between spoonfuls of her breakfast. For Aunt Charlotte, momentum is the key to emotional health. She's always urging me to join her for a stroll through Soho, or an art lecture at the Y, or a film at Lincoln Center. But I've learned activity doesn't help me. After all, obsessive thoughts can follow you anywhere. I nibble a piece of whole grain toast and tuck an apple and a protein bar in my bag for lunch. I can tell Aunt Charlotte is relieved I've landed a job, and not just because it seems as if I am finally getting better. I've disrupted her lifestyle. Normally, she spends mornings in an extra bedroom that doubles as her art studio, spreading rich oils onto canvases, creating dreamy worlds that are so much more beautiful than the one we inhabit. But she'll never complain. When I was a little girl and my mom needed what I thought of as her lights out days, I'd call Aunt Charlotte, my mother's older sister. All it took was the whispered words, "She's resting again," and my aunt would appear, dropping her overnight bag on the floor and reaching out with paint-stained hands, folding me into an embrace that smelled of linseed oil and lavender. Without children of her own, she had the flexibility to design her own life. It was my great fortune that she put me at the center of it when I needed her most. "Brie, pears," Aunt Charlotte murmurs as she jots the items on her list, her handwriting full of loops and swirls. Her steel-gray hair is swept up in a messy bun, and the eclectic place setting before her, a cobalt-blue glass bowl, a chunky purple pottery mug, a silver spoon, looks like the inspiration for a still-life painting. Her 3-bedroom apartment is expansive since Aunt Charlotte and my Uncle Beau, who died years ago, bought in this neighborhood before real estate prices skyrocketed, but it has the feel of a funky old farmhouse. The wood floors slope and creak, and every room is painted a different color: buttercup yellow, sapphire blue, mint green. "Another salon tonight?" I ask, and she nods. Since I've been living with her, I've been as likely to find a group of NYU freshmen as the New York Times art critic, along with a few studio owners gathered in her living room. "Let me get the wine on my way home," I offer. It is important that Aunt Charlotte not see me as a burden. She is all I have left. I stir my coffee, and wonder if Richard is making his new love coffee and bringing it back to bed, where she's drowsy and warm under the fluffy down comforter we used to share. I see her lips curve into a smile as she lifts the covers for him. Richard and I would often make love in the morning. No matter what happens during the rest of the day, at least we had this, he used to say. My stomach tightens, and I push away my toast. I glance down at my Cartier tank watch, a gift from Richard for our 5th anniversary, and trace a fingertip over the smooth gold. I can still feel him lifting my arm to slip it onto my wrist. Sometimes I'm certain I catch on my own clothes, even though they've been cleaned, a whiff of the citrus scent of the L'Occitane soap he washed himself with. He feels linked to me always, as close yet diaphanous as a shadow. I think it would be good for you to join us tonight. It takes a moment for me to reorient myself. Maybe, I say, knowing I won't. Aunt Charlotte's eyes are soft. She must realize I'm thinking about Richard. She isn't privy to the real story of our marriage, though. She thinks he chased youth, casting me aside, following the pattern of so many men before him. She thinks I'm a victim, just another woman cut down by the approach of middle age. The compassion would be erased from her expression if she knew of my role in our demise. I have to run, I say, but text me if you need anything else from the store. I secured my sales job only a month ago, and already I've been given 2 warnings about my tardiness. I need a better way to fall asleep. The pills my doctor prescribed leave me sluggish in the morning. I haven't worked in almost a decade. If I lose this job, who else will hire me? I sling my heavy bag over my shoulder with my nearly pristine Jimmy Choos peeking out of the top, lace up my battered Nikes, and put in my earbuds. I listen to psychology podcasts during my 50-block walk to Saks. Hearing about other people's compulsions sometimes pulls me away from my own. The muted sun that greeted me when I awoke tricked me into thinking it was warming up outside. I brace myself against the slap of a sharp, late-spring wind, then begin the trek from the Upper West Side to Midtown Manhattan. My first customer is an investment banker who introduces herself as Nancy. Her work is consuming, she explains, but her morning meeting was unexpectedly canceled. She's petite, with wide-set eyes and a pixie cut, and her boyish frame makes fitting her a challenge. I'm glad for the distraction. I have to dress powerfully or they won't take me seriously, she says. I mean, look at me. I still get carded. As I gently nudge her away from a structured gray pantsuit, I notice her fingernails are bitten to the quick. She sees where my gaze has landed, and she tucks her hands into the pockets of her blazer. I wonder how long she'll last in her job. Maybe she'll find another one, something service-oriented perhaps, involving the environment or children's rights, before the field breaks her spirit. I reach for a pencil skirt and patterned silk blouse. Maybe something brighter? I suggest. As we walk the floor, she chatters about the 5-borough bike race that she's hoping to compete in next month, despite her lack of training, and the blind date her colleague wants to set her up on. I pull more items, sneaking glances at her to better gauge her shape and skin tone. Then I spot a stunning black and white floral Alexander McQueen knit, and I stop walking. I lift a hand and run it gently down the fabric, my heart beginning to pound. That's pretty, Nancy says. I close my eyes and remember an evening when I wore a dress nearly identical to this one. Richard coming home with a big white box tied with a red bow. Wear it tonight, he'd said as I modeled it. You look gorgeous. We'd sipped champagne at the Alvin Ailey Gala and laughed with his colleagues. His hand had rested on my lower back. Forget dinner, he'd whispered in my ear. Let's head home. Are you okay? Nancy asks. Fine, I reply, but my throat threatens to close up around the words. That dress isn't right for you. Nancy looked surprised, and I realized my words came out too harshly. This one. I reach for a classic tomato red sheath. I walk toward the fitting room, the garments weighing heavily in my arms. I think we have enough to begin with. I hang the clothes on the rod lining one wall, trying to focus on the order I feel she should try them, beginning with a lilac jacket that will complement her olive skin. Jackets are the best place to start, I've learned, because a customer doesn't need to get undressed to evaluate them. I locate a pair of stockings and heels so she can better assess the skirts and dresses, then swap out a few zeros for twos. In the end, Nancy chooses the jacket, 2 dresses, including the red one, and a navy suit. I call a fitter to hem the suit skirt and excuse myself, telling Nancy I'll ring up her purchases. Instead, I'm drawn back to the black and white dress. 3 are on the rack. I scoop them into my arms and take them to the stockroom, hiding them behind a row of damaged clothes. I return with Nancy's credit card and receipt by the time she is slipping into her work clothes. "Thank you," Nancy says. "I never would have picked these, but I'm actually excited to wear them." This is the part of my job I actually enjoy, making my customers feel good. Trying on clothes and spending money causes most women to question themselves. Do I look heavy? Do I deserve this? Is it me? I know those doubts well because I have been on the inside of the dressing room many times, trying to figure out who I should be. I slip a hanging bag over Nancy's new clothes and hand her the garments, and for a moment I wonder if Aunt Charlotte is right. If I keep moving forward, maybe my mind will eventually follow my body's propulsion. After Nancy leaves, I help a few more customers, then head back to the dressing rooms to restock unwanted items. As I smooth clothing on hangers, I overhear 2 women chatting in adjoining booths. "Ugh, this Elia looks awful. I'm so bloated. I knew that waitress was lying when she said the soy sauce was low sodium." I recognize the Southern lilt immediately. Hilary Searles, the wife of George Searles, one of Richard's colleagues. Hilary and I attended numerous dinner parties and business events over the years together. I have listened to her opine on public versus private schools, Atkins versus the Zone, and St. Bart's versus the Amalfi Coast. I can't bear to listen to her today. "Yoo-hoo! Is there a sales girl out there? We need some other sizes," a voice calls. A fitting room door flies open and a woman emerges. She looks so much like Hilary, down to the matching ginger locks, that she can only be her sister. "Miss, can you help us? Our other sales girl seems to have completely vanished." Before I can answer, I see a flash of orange, and the offending Elia is flung over the top of the fitting room door. "Do you have this in a 42? If Hilary spends $3,100 on a dress, the commission is worth enduring the questions she'll throw at me. "Let me check," I reply. "But Elia isn't the most forgiving brand, no matter what you've eaten for lunch. I can bring you a 44 in case it runs small." "Your voice sounds so familiar." Hilary peeks out, hiding her sodium-bloated body behind the door. She shrieks, and it's an effort to keep standing there as she gapes at me. "What are you doing here?" Her sister chimes in. "Hill, who are you talking to?" "Vanessa is an old friend. She's married, she used to be married to one of George's partners. Hang on a sec, girl, let me just throw on some clothes." When she reappears, she smothers me in a hug, simultaneously engulfing me in her floral perfume. "You look different. What's changed?" She puts her hands on her hips, and I force myself to endure her scrutiny. "For starters, you little wench, you've gotten so thin. You would have no trouble wearing the Elia. So, you're working here now?" "I am. It's good to see you." I've never been so thankful to be interrupted by the ring of a cell phone. "Hello," Hilary trills. "What? A fever? Are you sure? Remember the last time when she tricked you by—" Okay. I'll be there right away." She turns to her sister. "That was the school nurse. She thinks Madison is sick. Honestly, they send a kid home if they so much as sniffle." She leans in to give me another hug, and her diamond earring scrapes across my cheek. "Let's make a lunch date and properly catch up. Call me." As Hillary and her sister click-clack off toward the elevator, I spot a platinum bangle on the chair in the dressing room. I scoop it up and hurry to catch Hillary. I'm about to call her name when I hear her voice wafting back toward me. "Poor thing," she says to her sister, and I detect real pity in her tone. "He got the house, the cars, everything." "Really? She didn't lawyer up?" "She turned into a disaster." Hillary shrugs. It's as if I've slammed into an invisible wall. I watch as she recedes in the distance. When she presses the button to summon the elevator, I head back to clean her discarded silks and linens off the dressing room floor. But first, I slip the platinum bracelet onto my wrist. Shortly before our marriage ended, Richard and I hosted a cocktail party at our home. That was the last time I saw Hillary. The evening began on a stressful note when the caterers and their staff failed to show up on time. Richard was irritated, with them, with me for not booking them an hour earlier, with the situation, but he gamely stepped behind a makeshift bar in our living room, mixing martinis and gin and tonics, throwing back his head and laughing as one of his partners tipped him a 20. I circulated among the guests, murmuring apologies for the inadequate wheel of brie and triangle of sharp cheddar I'd set out, promising the real food would soon arrive. "Honey, can you grab a few bottles of the '09 Ravenel from the cellar?" Richard had called to me from across the room. "I ordered a case last week. They're on the middle shelf of the wine fridge." I'd frozen, feeling as if everyone's eyes were on me. Hillary had been at the bar. It was probably she who'd requested that vintage. It was her favorite. I remember moving in what felt like slow motion toward the basement, delaying the moment when I'd have to tell Richard, in front of all of his friends and business associates, what I already knew. There was no Ravenel in our cellar. I passed the next hour or so waiting on a grandmother who requires a new outfit for the christening of her namesake and putting together a wardrobe for a woman who is taking a cruise to Alaska. My body feels like wet sand. The flicker of hope I'd experienced after helping Nancy has been extinguished. This time, I see Hillary before I hear her voice. She approaches as I'm hanging a skirt on a rack. "Vanessa," she calls. "I'm so glad you're still here. Please tell me you found—" Her sentence is severed as her eyes land on my wrist. I quickly slip off the bangle. I was worried about leaving it in the lost and found. I figured you'd return for it, or I was going to call you. The shadow clears from Hillary's eyes. She believes me. Or at least she wants to. "Is your daughter all right?" Hillary nods. "I think the little faker just wanted to skip math class." She giggles and twists the heavy band of platinum onto her wrist. "You saved my life. George only gave it to me a week ago for my birthday. Can you imagine if I had to tell him I lost it? He'd A flush blooms on her cheeks as she averts her eyes. Hillary was never unkind, I remember. Early on, she even used to make me laugh sometimes. "How is George?" Busy. You know how it is." Another tiny pause. "Have you seen Richard lately?" I aim for a light-hearted tone, but I fail. My hunger for information about him is transparent. "Oh, now and then." I wait, but it's clear she doesn't want to reveal more. "Well, did you want to try on that Elia?" "I should get going. I'll come back another time, darling." But I sense Hillary won't. What she sees before her, the dented button on the Chanel that is 2 years old, the hairstyle that could benefit from a professional blowout, is a vision Hillary desperately hopes isn't contagious. She gives me the briefest of hugs, then begins to leave. But she turns back. "If it were me—" Her brow furrows. She is working through something, making a decision. "Well, I guess I'd want to know." What is coming has the feel of an onrushing train. "Richard is engaged." Her voice seems to float toward me from a great distance away. "I'm sorry. I just thought you might not have heard, and it seemed like—" The roaring in my head suffocates the rest of her words. I nod and back away. Richard is engaged. My husband is actually going to marry her. I make it to a dressing room. I lean against a wall and slide down onto the floor, the carpet burning my thighs as my dress rides up. Then I drop my head into my hands and sob. Chapter 3. On one side of the old, steepled church that housed the learning ladder stood 3 turn-of-the-century grave markers, worn by age and hidden amid a canopy of trees. The other side contained a small playground with a sandbox and a blue and yellow climbing structure, symbols of life and death bookending the church that had witnessed countless ceremonies honoring both occasions. One of the headstones was inscribed with the name Elizabeth Knapp. She'd died in her 20s, and her grave was set a bit apart from the others. Nellie took the long way around the block, as she always did, to avoid passing the tiny cemetery. Still, she wondered about the young woman. Her life could have been cut short by disease or childbirth, or an accident. Had she been married? Did she have children? Nellie set down her bag to unlock the child-proof latch on the fence encircling the playground as the wind rustled through the trees. Elizabeth had been 26 or 27. Nellie couldn't remember which. The detail suddenly nagged at her. She began to walk toward the cemetery to check, but the church's bell rang 8 times, the deep, somber chords vibrating through the air and reminding her that her conferences would start in 15 minutes. A cloud drifted in front of the sun, and the temperature abruptly dropped. Nellie turned and stepped through the gate, pulling it closed behind her, then rolled back the protective tarp covering the sandbox so it would be ready when the children came out to play. A sharp gust threatened to yank one end away. She fought back against it, then dragged over a heavy flower pot to secure the edge. She hurried into the building and down the stairs to the basement, where the preschool was. The earthy, rich scent of coffee announced that Linda, the director, had already arrived. Ordinarily, Nellie would have settled her things in her classroom before greeting Linda, but today she bypassed her empty room and continued down the hall, toward the yellow light spilling out of Linda's office, feeling the need to see a familiar face. Nellie stepped in and discovered not just coffee, but a platter of pastries. Fanning paper napkins beside a stack of styrofoam cups was Linda, whose shiny dark bob and taupe pantsuit, cinched by a crocodile belt, wouldn't have been out of place at a board meeting. Linda didn't just dress like this for the parents. Even on field day, she looked camera-ready. "Tell me those aren't chocolate croissants." "From Dean and DeLuca," Linda confirmed. "Help yourself." Nellie groaned. Just this morning, the scale had revealed she still had 8 pounds to lose before her wedding. "Come on," Linda urged. "I got plenty to sweeten up the parents." "These are Upper East Side parents," Nellie joked. "No one's going to eat sugary carbs." Nellie looked at the platter again. "Maybe just half." She divided one with a plastic knife. She took a bite as she walked back to her classroom. The space wasn't fancy, but it was roomy, and high windows allowed in some natural light. The soft rug with an alphabet train pattern running around the edges was where her cubs sat crisscross applesauce for story time. In the kitchen area, they donned tiny chef's hats and clattered pots and pans, and the dress-up corner held everything from doctor's coats to ballerina tutus to an astronaut's helmet. Her mother had once asked why Nellie didn't want to become a real teacher and hadn't understood why Nellie took offense at the question. The feel of those pudgy, trusting hands in hers, that moment when a child deciphered letters on a page to sound out a word for the first time and looked up at Nellie in wonder, the freshness with which children interpreted the world. How could she explain how precious it all felt? She'd always just known she wanted to teach, the way some kids feel destined to become writers or artists. Nellie licked a buttery flake off her fingertip, then took her planner out of her purse along with a stack of report cards she'd be distributing. Parents paid $32,000 a year to send their kids here for a few hours a day. The TP-Link sending porters weren't alone in wanting things done a certain way. Every week, Nellie received emails, such as a recent one from the Levines requesting supplemental worksheets for gifted little Reese. Teachers' cell phone numbers were printed in the school directory in case of emergency, but some parents applied loose definitions to the word. Once, Nellie fielded a call at 5 a.m. because Bennett had thrown up during the night and his mother was curious about what he'd eaten at school the previous day. That sudden shrill ring in the darkness had prompted Nellie to turn on all the lights in her room, even after she realized the call was innocuous. She'd burned off her surge of adrenaline by reorganizing her closet and dresser drawers. "What a diva," her roommate Sam had said when Nellie recounted the call. "Why don't you turn off your phone when you go to sleep?" "Good idea," Nellie had lied, knowing she'd never follow the advice. She didn't listen to loud music while she jogged or commuted to work either, and she never walked home alone late at night. If a threat was approaching, she wanted as much warning as possible. Nellie was scribbling a few final notes at her desk when she heard a knock on the door and looked up to see the porters, he in a navy pinstriped suit and she in a rose-colored dress. They looked as if they were on their way to the symphony. "Welcome," she said as they approached and shook her hand. "Please, sit down." She suppressed a smile as they struggled to balance on the child-sized chairs around the snack table. Nellie was sitting on one too, but by now she was used to it. "So, as you know, Jonah is a wonderful little boy," she began. All of her conferences started with a Lake Wobegon tone, but in Jonah's case it was true. Nellie's bedroom wall was decorated with paintings created by her favorite students, including Jonah's depiction of her as a marshmallow woman. "Have you noticed his pencil grip?" Mrs. Porter asked, taking a notebook and pen out of her purse. I don't—"
"It's pronated," Mr. Porter interrupted. He demonstrated by grasping his wife's pen. "See how his hand curves in like this? What are your thoughts on whether we should sign him up for occupational therapy?"
"Well, he is only 3.5, 3 3/4, Mrs. Porter corrected. "Right," Nellie said. "A lot of kids haven't developed the fine motor skills at that age to—"
"You're from Florida, right?"
Mr. Porter asked. Nellie blinked. I'm sorry, why do you ask?" There was no way she had told the Porters where she was from. She was always careful not to reveal too much about her background. It wasn't difficult to dodge questions once you learned the tricks. When someone asked about your childhood, you told them about the treehouse your father built for you, and your black cat that thought he was a dog and would sit up and beg for a treat. If college came up, you focused on the football team's undefeated season and your part-time job at a campus restaurant, where you once started a small fire while making toast and cleared the cafeteria. Tell colorful, drawn-out stories that deflect attention from the fact that you aren't actually sharing anything. Avoid specifics that will separate you from the crowd. Be vague about the year you graduated. Lie, but only when completely necessary.
"Well, things are different here in New York," Mr. Porter was saying.
Nellie looked at him carefully. He was easily 15 years older than she, and his accent suggested he'd been born in Manhattan. Their paths wouldn't have crossed before now. How could he have known?
"We don't want Jonah to fall behind,"
Mr. Porter said as he leaned back in his chair, then scrambled to keep from overturning it. "What my husband is trying to explain," Mrs. Porter interjected, "is that we'll be applying to kindergarten next fall. We're looking at top-tier schools." "I understand." Nellie pulled her focus back. "Well, it's certainly your decision, but you may want to wait a year." She knew Jonah was already signed up for Mandarin classes, karate, and music lessons. Twice this week she'd seen him yawn and rub his sleepy-looking eyes. At least he had plenty of time to build sandcastles and stack blocks into towers while he was here. "I wanted to let you know about something that happened when one of his classmates forgot to bring lunch," Nellie began. Jonah offered to share his, which showed such empathy and kindness. Her voice trailed off when Mr. Porter's cell phone rang.
"Yep,"
he said. He made eye contact with Nellie, holding her gaze. She'd met him only twice before, at Parents' Night and during the fall conference. He hadn't stared at her or acted peculiarly. Mr. Porter twirled his hand in rapid circles, indicating she should continue. Who was he speaking to? "Do you do regular assessments of the kids?" Mrs. Porter asked. "Sorry?" Mrs. Porter smiled, and Nellie noticed her lipstick matched the exact hue of her dress. "They do at the Smith School, every quarter. Academic readiness, small group pre-reading circles based on ability, early multiplication initiatives." Multiplication? "I do assess the children." Nellie felt her back straighten.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Mr. Porter said into the phone. She felt her gaze being pulled back to him. "Not on multiplication, on, more basic skills like counting and letter recognition," Nellie said. "If you'll look on the back of the report card, you'll see I have categories." There was a moment of silence as Mrs. Porter scanned Nellie's notes.
"Tell Sandy to get on it. Don't lose the account."
Mr. Porter hung up and shook his head.
"Are we done here?"
"Well," Mrs. Porter said to Nellie, "I'm sure you're busy." Nellie smiled, keeping her lips pressed together. "Yes," she wanted to say, "I am busy. Yesterday I scrubbed that rug after a kid spilled chocolate milk on it. I bought a soft blanket for the quiet corner so your overstressed boy can rest. I pulled 3 late-night shifts this week at a restaurant where I waitress because what I earn here won't cover my cost of living, and I still walked through these doors at 8 every morning with energy for your children." She was heading back to Linda's office to claim the other half of her croissant when she heard Mr. Porter's booming voice.
"I forgot my jacket."
He re-entered her classroom and retrieved it from the back of the tiny chair. "Why did you think I was from Florida?" Nellie blurted. He shrugged.
"My niece went to school there too, at Grant University. I thought someone mentioned you did as well."
That information wasn't in her bio on the preschool website. She owned nothing with her college's insignia, not a single sweatshirt or keychain or pennant. Linda must have given her credentials to the Porters. They seemed like the type of parents who would want to know, Nellie told herself. Still, she looked at him more carefully, trying to imagine his features on a young woman. She couldn't recall any with the last name Porter, but that didn't mean the woman hadn't sat behind her in class or tried to rush her sorority. "Well, my next conference is about to begin, so—" He looked at the empty hallway, then back at her.
"Sure. See you at graduation."
He whistled as he walked back down the hallway. Nellie watched until he disappeared through the door. Richard rarely talked about his ex, so Nellie knew only a few things about her. She still lived in New York City. She and Richard had split up shortly before he met Nellie. She was pretty, with long dark hair and a narrow face. Nellie had done a Google search and come across a blurry thumbnail photo of her at a benefit. And she'd been perpetually late, a habit that had irritated Richard. Nellie sprinted the final block to the Italian restaurant, already regretting the 2 glasses of Pinot Grigio she'd had with the 3s and 4s teachers as a reward for surviving their conferences. They'd swapped war stories. Marnie, whose classroom was next to Nellie's, was declared the winner because one set of parents had sent their au pair, whose English wasn't very good, to represent them at the meeting. Nellie had lost track of time until she checked her cell phone on the way to the bathroom. As she'd exited a stall, a woman nearly bumped into her. "Sorry," Nellie had said reflexively. She'd moved to one side but dropped her bag, scattering its contents across the floor. The woman had stepped over the mess without a word and quickly entered a stall. Manners, the preschool teacher in Nellie had longed to chastise as she knelt to retrieve her wallet and cosmetics. She made it to the restaurant 11 minutes late and pulled open the heavy glass door as the maitre d' looked up from his leather reservations book. "I'm meeting my fiancé," she panted. Nellie scanned the dining area, then saw Richard rising from his seat at a corner table. A few fine lines framed his eyes, and at his temples strands of silver were woven through his dark hair. He looked her up and down and gave her a playful wink. She wondered if she'd ever stop feeling a flutter in her stomach at the sight of him. "Sorry," she said as she approached. He kissed her as he pulled out her chair, and she breathed in his clean citrus scent.
"Everything okay?"
Anyone else would have asked almost as a formality, but Richard's gaze stayed fixed on her. Nellie knew he truly cared about her answer. "Crazy day." Nellie sat down with a sigh. "Parent conferences. When we're on the other side of that table for Richard Jr., remind me to say thank you to the teachers." She smoothed her skirt over her legs as Richard reached for the bottle of Verdicchio cooling on ice in a bucket. On the table, a votive candle burned low, casting a golden circle on the heavy cream-colored tablecloth. "Just half a glass for me. I had a quick drink with the other teachers after the conferences. Linda treated. She said it was our combat pay." Richard frowned.
"Wish I'd known. I wouldn't have ordered a bottle."
He motioned to the waiter, a subtle gesture with his index finger, and requested a San Pellegrino.
"You sometimes get a headache when you drink during the day."
She smiled. It was one of the first things she'd ever told him. She'd been sitting next to a soldier on a flight from South Florida after visiting her mother. She'd moved to Manhattan for a fresh start immediately after graduating from college. If her mom didn't still live in Nellie's hometown, she'd never return. Before the plane took off, the attendant had approached. "There's a gentleman in first class who would like to offer you his seat," she'd told the young soldier, who stood up and said, "Awesome." Then Richard had walked down the aisle. The knot of his tie was loosened as if he'd had a long day. He held a drink and a leather briefcase. Those eyes had met Nellie's, and he'd flashed a warm smile. "That was really nice of you."
"No big deal,"
Richard said as he settled down beside her. Then the safety announcements began. A few moments later, the plane lurched upward. Nellie gripped the armrest as they bounced through an air pocket. Richard's deep voice, close to her ear, surprised her.
"It's just like when your car goes over a pothole. It's perfectly safe."
"I know that logically."
"But it doesn't help. Maybe this will."
He passed her his glass, and she noticed his ring finger was bare. She hesitated. "I sometimes get a headache when I drink during the day." The plane rumbled, and she took a big gulp.
"Finish it. I'll order another. Or maybe you'd prefer a glass of wine?"
He raised his eyebrows questioningly, and she noticed the crescent-shaped silver scar by his right temple. She nodded. "Thank you." Never before had a seatmate tried to comfort her on a flight. Usually people looked away or flipped through a magazine while she fought through her panic alone.
"I get it, you know,"
he said.
"I have this thing about the sight of blood."
"You do?" The plane shuddered slightly, the wings tipping to the left. She closed her eyes and swallowed hard.
"I'll tell you about it, but you have to promise not to lose respect for me."
She nodded again, not wanting his soothing voice to stop.
"So a few years ago, one of my colleagues passed out and hit his head on the edge of a conference table in the middle of a meeting. I guess he had low blood pressure. Either that or the meeting bored him into a coma."
Nellie opened her eyes and released a little laugh. She couldn't remember the last time she'd done that on an airplane.
"I tell everyone to step back, and I grab a chair and help the guy into it. I was yelling for someone to get water when I see all this blood, and all of a sudden I start getting lightheaded, like I'm going to faint too. I practically kick the injured guy out of the chair so I can sit down, and suddenly everyone is ignoring him and trying to help me."
The plane leveled off. A soft chime sounded, and a flight attendant walked down the aisle, offering headphones. Nellie let go of the armrest and looked at Richard. He was grinning at her.
"You survived. We're through the clouds. It should be pretty smooth from here on out."
"Thank you. For the drink and the story. You get to keep your man card, even with the fainting." 2 hours later, Richard had told Nellie about his job as a hedge fund manager and revealed he had a soft spot for teachers ever since one had helped him learn how to pronounce his R's.
"It's because of her that I didn't introduce myself to you as Richard."
When she asked him if he had family in New York, he shook his head.
Just an older sister who lives in Boston. My parents died years ago.
He bridged his hands and looked down at them.
A car accident.
My father passed away too. He glanced back up at her. I have this old sweater of his. I still wear it sometimes. They were both silent for a beat. Then the flight attendant instructed the passengers to close their tray tables and tilt their seats fully upright.
Are you okay with landings?
Maybe you can tell me another story to get me through it, Nellie said.
Can't think of one off the top of my head. Why don't you give me your number, in case one comes to me?
He handed her a pen from his suit pocket, and she tilted her head to jot it down on a napkin, her long blonde hair falling forward in front of her shoulders. Richard reached out and gently ran his fingers down the length of it before tucking it back behind her ear.
So beautiful. Don't ever cut it.
Chapter 4. I sit on the floor of the dressing room, the lingering perfume of roses reminding me of a wedding. My replacement will be a beautiful bride. I imagine her gazing up at Richard, promising to love and honor him, just as I did. I can almost hear her voice. I know how she sounds. I call her sometimes, but I use a burner phone with a blocked number. "Hi," her message begins. Her tone is carefree, bright. "I'm sorry I missed you." Is she truly sorry? Or is she triumphant? Her relationship with Richard is now public, though it began when he and I were still married. We had problems. Don't all couples, after the glow of the honeymoon fades? Still, I never expected him to tell me to move out so quickly, to erase the tracks of our relationship. It's as though he wants to pretend we were never married at all, as if I don't exist. Does she ever think about me and feel guilty for what she did? Those questions batter me every night. Sometimes, when I've lain awake for hours, the sheets twisted around me, I shut my eyes, so close to finally succumbing to sleep, and then her face leaps into my mind. I sit bolt upright, fumbling for the pills in my nightstand drawer. I chew one instead of swallowing so it takes effect faster. Her voicemail greeting gives me no clues about her feelings. But when I watched her one night with Richard, she looked incandescent. I'd been walking to our favorite restaurant on the Upper East Side. A self-help book had recommended that I visit painful places from my past to release their power over me and reclaim the city as my own. So I trekked to the cafe where Richard and I had sipped lattes and shared the Sunday New York Times, and I wandered past Richard's office, where his company held a lavish holiday party every December, and passed through the magnolia and lilac trees in Central Park. I felt worse with every step. It was a horrible idea. No wonder that book was languishing on the discount rack. Still, I'd pressed on, planning to round out my tour with a drink at the restaurant bar where Richard and I had celebrated our last few anniversaries. That was when I saw them. Maybe he was trying to reclaim the spot, too. If I'd been walking just a bit faster, we would have reached the entrance at almost the same moment. Instead, I ducked into a storefront and peered around the edge. I caught a glimpse of tanned legs, seductive curves, and the quick smile she flashed at Richard as he opened the door for her. Naturally, my husband wanted her. What man wouldn't? She was as delectable as a ripe peach. I crept closer and stared through the floor-to-ceiling window as Richard ordered his girlfriend a drink. She had champagne tastes, it seemed, and she sipped the golden liquid from a slim flute. I couldn't let Richard see me. He wouldn't believe it was a coincidence. I'd followed him before, of course. Or rather, I'd followed them. Yet my feet refused to move. I greedily drank her in as she crossed her legs so the slit in her dress revealed her thigh. He was pressed close to her, leaning down as his arm curved over the back of her stool. His hair was longer, brushing the collar of his suit in the back. It suited him. He had the same leonine expression I'd come to recognize when he closed a big business deal, one he'd been pursuing for months. She tossed back her head and laughed at something he said. My nails dug into my palms. I'd never been in love with anyone before Richard. At that moment, I realized I'd never hated anyone either. "Vanessa?" The voice outside the dressing room door jars me out of the memory. The British accent belongs to my boss, Lucille, a woman not known for her patience. I run my fingers under my eyes, aware mascara is probably pooled there. "Just straightening up." My voice has grown husky. "A customer needs help in Stella McCartney. Sort out the room later." She is waiting for me to emerge. There is no time to fix my face, to erase the messy signs of grief, and besides, my purse is in the employees' lounge. I open the door, and she takes a step back. "Are you unwell?" Her perfectly arched eyebrows lift. I seize the opportunity. "I'm not sure. I feel a little nauseous." "Can you finish the day?" Lucille's tone holds no sympathy, and I wonder if this transgression will be my last. She answers before I can. "No, you might be contagious. You should leave." I nod and hurry to grab my bag. I don't want her to change her mind. I take the escalators to the main floor and watch pieces of my ravaged reflection flash in the mirrors I ride past. Richard is engaged, my mind whispers. I hurry out the employee's exit, barely pausing for the guard to search my purse, and lean back against the side of the store to slip on my sneakers. I consider a taxi, but what Hillary said is true. Richard got our house in Westchester and the Manhattan apartment he'd kept from his bachelor days, the one he slept in on nights when he had late meetings, the one where he hosted her. He got the cars, the stocks, the savings. I didn't even put up a fight. I'd entered the marriage with nothing. I hadn't worked. I hadn't borne him children. I'd been deceitful. I hadn't been a good wife. Now, though, I wonder why I accepted the small lump sum payment Richard offered me. His new bride will set the table with china I selected. She'll nestle close to him on the suede couch I chose. She'll sit beside him, her hand on his leg, laughing her throaty laugh as he shifts into fourth gear in our Mercedes. A bus lumbers past and spews hot exhaust. The gray plume seems to settle around me. I push away from the building and walk up Fifth Avenue. A pair of women carrying large shopping bags nearly crowd me off the sidewalk. A businessman strides past, cell phone pressed to his ear, his expression intent. I cross the street and a biker whips by, just inches away. He yells something in his wake. The city is tightening around me. I need space. I cross 59th Street and enter Central Park. A little girl with pigtails marvels at a balloon animal tied to her wrist, and I stare after her. She could have been mine. If I'd been able to get pregnant, I might still be with Richard. He might not have wanted me to leave. We could be coming here to meet Daddy for lunch. I'm gasping. I unfold my arms from across my stomach and straighten up. I keep my eyes fixed ahead as I walk north. I focus on the steady rhythm of my sneakers hitting the pavement, counting each step, setting small goals. 100 steps, now 100 more. At last, I exit the park at 86th Street and Central Park West and turn toward Aunt Charlotte's apartment. I crave sleep, oblivion. Only 6 pills are left, and the last time I asked my doctor for a refill, she hesitated. "You don't want to become dependent upon these," she said. "Try to get some exercise every day and avoid caffeine after noon. Take a warm bath before bed and see if that does the trick." But those are remedies for garden variety insomnia. They don't help me. I'm almost at the apartment when I realize I've forgotten Aunt Charlotte's wine. I know I won't want to go back out, so I turn and retrace my steps a block to the liquor store. 4 red and 2 white Aunt Charlotte had requested. I take a basket and fill it with Merlot and Chardonnay. My hands close around the smooth, heavy bottles. I haven't tasted wine since the day Richard asked me to go, but I still crave the velvety fruit awakening my tongue. I hesitate, then add a 7th and 8th bottle to my basket. The handles dig into my forearms as I make my way to the cash register. The young man behind the counter rings them up without comment. Maybe he's used to disheveled women in designer clothes coming in here in the middle of the day to stock up on wine. I used to have it delivered to the house I shared with Richard, at least until he asked me to stop drinking. Then I drove to a gourmet market a half hour away so I wouldn't run into anyone we knew. On recycling day, I took early morning walks and slipped the empty bottles into neighbors' bins.
That all?
The guy asks. Yes. I reach for my debit card, knowing that if I'd gone for expensive wines rather than $15 bottles, the charge wouldn't have cleared my checking account. He packs the bottles 4 to a bag, and I push the door open with my shoulder and head for Aunt Charlotte's, the reassuring heft pulling down my arms. I reach our building and wait for the arthritic elevator's doors to creak open. The journey up 12 flights takes an eternity. My mind is consumed with the thought of the first mouthful sliding down my throat, warming my stomach, blunting the edges of my pain. Luckily, my aunt isn't home. I check the calendar hanging by the refrigerator and see the words D, 3 p.m. Probably a friend she's meeting for tea. Her husband, Beau, a journalist, passed away suddenly after a heart attack years ago. He was the love of her life. As far as I know, she hasn't dated anyone seriously since. I set the bags on the counter and uncork the Merlot. I reach for a goblet, then replace it and grab a coffee mug instead. I fill it halfway, and then, unable to wait a moment longer, I raise it to my lips, and the rich cherry flavor caresses my mouth. Closing my eyes, I swallow and feel it trickle down my throat. Some of the tightness slowly eases out of my body. I'm not sure how long Aunt Charlotte will be gone, so I pour more into my mug and take it and my bottles into my bedroom. I slip off my dress, leaving it crumpled on the floor, and step over it. Then I bend down to pick it up and place it on a hanger. I pull on a soft gray t-shirt and fleecy sweatpants and climb into bed. Aunt Charlotte moved a small television into the room when I first arrived, but I rarely use it. Now, however, I'm desperate for companionship, even of the electronic variety. I reach for the remote and flip through channels until I land on a talk show. I cup my mug in my hands and take another long drink. I try to lose myself in the drama being played out on screen, but the topic of the day is infidelity. It can make a marriage stronger, insists a middle-aged woman who is holding the hand of a man seated beside her. He shifts in his seat and looks down at the floor. It can also destroy it, I think. I stare at the man. Who was she? I wonder. How did you meet her? On a business trip, or maybe in line for a sandwich at the deli? What was it about her that drew you in, that compelled you to cross that devastating line? I'm clutching my mug so tightly my hand aches. I want to hurl it at the screen, but instead I refill it. The man crosses his legs at the ankle, then straightens them. He clears his throat and scratches his head. I'm glad he's uncomfortable. He's beefy and thuggish looking. Not my type, but I can see how he'd appeal to other women. Regaining trust is a long process, but if both parties are committed to it, it's very possible, says a woman identified as a couples therapist on the screen below her image. The drab-looking wife is babbling on about how they've rebuilt trust completely, how their marriage is now their priority, how they lost each other but have found each other again. She sounds as if she's been reading Hallmark cards. Then the therapist looks at the husband. Do you agree trust has been reestablished? He shrugs. Jerk, I think, wondering how he got caught. I'm working on it, but it's hard. I keep picturing her with that... A beep cuts off his last word. So I got it wrong. I thought he was the cheater. The clues were present, but I misread them. Not for the first time. I bang the mug against my front teeth when I go to sip more Merlot. I slide down lower in bed, wishing I'd left the television off. What separates a fling from a marriage proposal? I thought Richard was just having some fun. I expected their affair to blaze hot and extinguish itself quickly. I pretended not to know, to look the other way. Besides, who could blame Richard? I wasn't the woman he'd married a decade ago. I'd gained weight, I rarely left the house, and I'd begun to search for hidden meanings in Richard's actions, seizing upon clues that I thought indicated he was tiring of me. She is everything Richard desires, everything I used to be. Right after the brief, almost clinical scene that officially ended our 7-year marriage, Richard put our house in Westchester on the market and moved into his city apartment. But he loved our quiet neighborhood, the privacy it afforded. He'll probably buy another place in the suburbs for his new bride. I wonder if she plans to quit work and devote herself to Richard, to trying to become pregnant, just as I did. I can't believe I have any tears remaining, but more slide down my cheeks as I refill my mug again. The bottle is nearly empty, and I spill a few drops on my white sheets. They stand out like blood. A familiar haze settles around me, the embrace of an old friend. I experience the sensation of blurring into the mattress. Maybe this is how my mother felt when she had her lights-out days. I wish I'd understood better back then. I felt abandoned, but now I know some pain is too fierce to battle. You can only duck for cover and hope the sandstorm passes. It's too late for me to tell her, though. Both of my parents are gone.
Vanessa?
I hear a gentle knock against my bedroom door, and Aunt Charlotte enters. Behind her thick glasses, her hazel eyes look magnified.
I thought I heard the television.
I got sick at work. You probably shouldn't come any closer. The 2 bottles are on my nightstand. I hope the lamp is blocking them.
Can I get you anything?
Some water would be great, I say, slurring the S slightly. I need to get her out of my room quickly. She leaves the door ajar as she walks toward the kitchen, and I pull myself out of bed, grabbing the bottles and wincing as they clink together. I hurry to my armoire and place them on the floor, righting one when it nearly topples over. I'm back in the same position when Aunt Charlotte returns with a tray.
I brought some saltines and herbal tea, too.
The kindness in her voice ties a knot in my chest. She places the tray by the foot of my bed, then turns to leave. I hope she can't smell the alcohol on my breath. I left the wine in the kitchen for you.
Thank you, honey. Call if you need anything.
I drop my head back to the pillow as the door closes, feeling dizziness engulf me. 6 pills are left. If I let one of the bitter white tablets dissolve on my tongue, I could probably sleep through until morning. But suddenly, I have a better idea. The thought shears through the fog in my mind. They've only just gotten engaged. It isn't too late yet. I fumble for my bag and grab my phone. Richard's numbers are still programmed in. His cell rings twice, then I hear his voice. Its timbre belongs to a bigger, taller man than my ex-husband, a juxtaposition I always found intriguing. "I'll get right back to you," his recorded message promises. Richard always keeps his promises.
"Richard," I blurt out, "it's me. I heard about your engagement and I just need to talk to you."
The clarity I felt a moment ago wiggles away like a fish through my fingertips. I struggle to grasp the right words.
"Please phone me back. It's really important."
My voice breaks on the last word, and I press end call. I hold the phone to my chest and close my eyes. Maybe I could have avoided the regret ravaging my body if only I'd tried harder to see the warning signs, to fix things. It can't be too late. I can't bear the thought of Richard marrying again. I must have dozed off, because an hour later, when my cell vibrates, it jolts me. I look down to see a text. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing more to say. Take care, R." At that moment, a realization seizes me. If Richard had moved on with another woman, I might be able to eventually patch together a life for myself. I could stay with Aunt Charlotte until I'd saved enough to rent my own place, or I could move to a different city, one with no reminders. I could adopt a pet. Maybe, in time, when I saw a dark-haired businessman in a well-cut suit turning a corner, the sun gleaming off his aviator shades, I wouldn't feel my heart stutter before I realized it wasn't him. But as long as he is with her, the woman who blithely stepped up to become the new Mrs. Richard Thompson while I pretended to be oblivious, I will never have peace. Chapter 5. When she took a good look at her life, Nellie felt as if she'd been splintered into several different women during her 27 years. The only child who'd spent hours playing alone in the creek at the end of her block, The teenager who'd tucked her babysitting charges into bed, promising no monsters lurked in the darkness, and the social director of the Chi Omega sorority, who'd sometimes fallen asleep without bothering to lock her door. Then there was the Nellie of today, who'd walked out of a scary movie when the heroine was being cornered, and who made sure she was never the last waitress to close up and leave Gibson's Bistro after the 1 a.m. final call. The preschool also saw a version of Nellie, the teacher in jeans who'd memorized every Elephant and Piggy book written by Mo Willems, who dispensed organic animal crackers and cut up grapes, and who helped children create handprint turkeys for Thanksgiving. Her co-workers at Gibson's knew the waitress who wore black miniskirts and red lipstick, who would join a table full of rowdy businessmen in tossing back shots to earn a bigger tip, and who could effortlessly palm a tray of gourmet burgers. One of those Nellies belonged to the day, the other, the night. Richard had seen her navigate both of her current worlds, though he obviously preferred her preschool teacher persona. She'd planned to resign from her waitressing job right after they married, and her teaching job as soon as she became pregnant, which she and Richard hoped would happen quickly. But not long after they'd gotten engaged, he suggested she give notice at Gibson's. "You mean quit now?" Nellie had looked at him in surprise. She needed the money, but more than that, she liked the people she worked with. They were a vibrant group, a microcosm of the passionate, creative types who flocked to New York from all over the country, drawn like moths to the bright city. Two fellow waitresses, Josie and Margot, were actresses trying to break into theater. Ben, the head waiter, was determined to become the next Jerry Seinfeld and practiced comedy routines during slow shifts. The bartender, Chris, a 6'3" dead ringer for Jason Statham, who was probably single-handedly responsible for drawing female customers into the place, wrote scenes for his novel every day before he came to work. Something about their fearlessness, the way her coworkers exposed their hearts and chased their dreams despite the rejection they continually suffered, spoke to a part of Nellie that had been switched off during her last year in Florida. They were like children in that respect, Nellie realized. They possessed an undaunted optimism, a sense that the world and its possibilities lay open to them. "I only waitress 3 nights a week," Nellie had said to Richard.
"That's 3 more nights you could be with me."
She arched an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're going to stop traveling so much?" They'd been lounging on the couch at his apartment. They'd ordered in sushi for Richard and tempura for her, and had just finished watching Citizen Kane because it was his favorite film, and Richard had joked that he couldn't marry her until she'd seen it.
"It's bad enough that you hate raw fish,"
he teased. Her legs were slung over his, and he was gently massaging her left foot.
"You don't need to worry about money anymore. Everything I have is yours."
"Stop being so wonderful." Nellie leaned over and brushed her lips against his, and though he tried to turn into a deeper kiss, she pulled back. "I like it, though."
"Like what?"
Richard's hands were running up the length of her leg. She could see his expression turn intent and his deep sea eyes darken, the way they always did when he wanted sex. "My job."
"Baby."
His hands stilled.
"I just think of you on your feet all day, then you have to run around and fetch drinks for jackasses all night. Wouldn't you rather come with me on some of my trips? You could have had dinner with me and Maureen last week when I was in Boston."
Maureen was Richard's older sister by 7 years. They'd always been close. After his parents died when he was a teenager, he'd moved in with her while he finished his schooling. Maureen now lived in Cambridge, where she was a professor of women's studies at the university, and she and Richard spoke several times a week.
"She's dying to meet you. She was really disappointed when I said you couldn't come."
"I'd love to travel with you," Nellie had said lightly. "But what about my cubs?"
Okay, but at least think about taking a painting class at night instead of waitressing. You'd mentioned wanting to do that a while ago."
Nellie hesitated. This wasn't about whether she wanted to take a painting class. She repeated, "I really do like working at Gibson's. It's only for a little while longer anyway." They were quiet for a moment. Richard seemed as if he was about to say something, but instead he reached down and pulled off one of her white socks, waving it in the air.
I surrender.
He tickled her foot. She squealed, and he pinned her hands above her head and went for her ribs. "Please don't," she said between gasps.
"Don't what?"
he joked as he continued. "Seriously, Richard, stop it." She tried to wriggle away, but he was on top of her.
"Looks like I found your sweet spot."
She felt as if she couldn't get enough oxygen into her lungs. His strong body covered hers, and the remote control dug into her back. Finally, she wrenched her hands free and pushed him away, much harder than she had when he tried to prolong their kiss. After she caught her breath, she said, "I hate being tickled." Her tone was sharp, sharper than she'd intended. He looked at her closely.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart."
She adjusted her top, then turned to face him. She knew she had overreacted. Richard was only being playful, but the sensation of being trapped had panicked her. She had the same feeling in crowded elevators or going through underground tunnels. Richard was usually sensitive to these issues, but he couldn't be expected to always read her mind. They'd had such a nice night, the dinner, the movie, and he was only trying to be generous and thoughtful. She wanted to get things back on track. "No, I'm sorry. I'm being grumpy. I just feel like I'm always on the go lately, and my street is so noisy that whenever I open my window, it's impossible to sleep. You're right, it would be nice to relax a little more. I'll talk to my manager this week." Richard smiled.
"Think they can find someone soon? One of our new clients funds a lot of good theater on Broadway. I could get you and Sam house seats to anything you want to see."
Nellie had seen just 3 shows since moving to New York. Tickets were exorbitant. She'd sat in the balcony every time, once behind a man with a severe head cold, and the others with a pole partially obscuring her view. "That would be amazing." She nestled closer to him. Someday they'd have an actual fight, but Nellie couldn't imagine being truly mad at Richard. It was more likely her sloppy ways would chafe him. She draped her discarded clothes over her bedroom chair, or sometimes left them on the floor. Richard hung up his suits every night, smoothing the fine fabric before tucking them in his closet. Even his t-shirts were shepherded into soldier-straight rows by some sort of clear plastic device that fit into his dresser drawers. The Container Store probably sold it. More than that, they were sorted by hues, 1 row for black and gray, 1 for colors, and 1 for whites. His job required intense focus and attention to detail. He had to be organized, and while no one could call teaching preschoolers relaxing, the stakes felt far less intense, not to mention that the hours were shorter and the only travel required was the occasional field trip to the zoo. Richard took such good care of his things, and of her. He worried about her commuting to the apartment from Gibson's, and he called or texted every night to make sure she'd arrived home safely. He'd bought her a top-of-the-line cell phone.
"I'd feel better if you took it with you whenever you go out,"
he'd said. He'd offered to buy her mace, too, but she told him she already carried pepper spray.
"Good,"
he said.
"There's so many creeps out there."
Don't I know it, Nellie had thought, suppressing a shudder, so grateful for that flight, that young soldier, even for her anxiety about being airborne, because it had sparked their first conversation. Richard had put an arm around her.
"Did you like the movie?"
"It was sad. He had that big house and all that money, but he was so alone." Richard nodded.
"Exactly. That's what I always think when I watch it, too."
Richard loved to surprise her, she was learning. He had something planned for today. With him, it could be anything from mini-golf to a museum, and had told her he was leaving work early to pick her up. She needed to wear something that could cover a range of possibilities, so she decided on her favorite navy and white striped sundress and flat sandals. Nellie shucked off the t-shirt and cargo pants she'd worn to the learning ladder, tossing them in the direction of her laundry basket, then reached into her closet. She shoved aside clothing, searching for the bold stripes, but it was missing. She went in Samantha's room and spotted it on the bed. She could hardly complain. Nellie had at least 2 of Sam's tops in her closet. They shared books, clothes, food, everything except shoes, because Nellie's feet were a size larger, and makeup because Samantha was biracial, with dark hair and eyes, and Nellie, well, Jonah had chosen a marshmallow to represent her skin tone for a reason. She dabbed Chanel perfume behind her ears. The scent was a gift from Richard for Valentine's Day, along with a Cartier love bracelet, and decided to head outside to wait for him, since he was due to pick her up any minute. She exited her apartment and walked down the small hallway, then pulled open the building's main door just as someone else was entering. Nellie reflexively jumped back. It was only Sam. "Oh, I didn't know you were home. I was just looking for my keys." Sam reached out and squeezed Nellie's arm. "I didn't mean to startle you." When Nellie had first moved in, she and Sam spent an entire weekend painting the worn old apartment. As they rolled a creamy yellow hue onto the kitchen cabinets, working side by side, their conversation skimmed over topics such as the rock climbing group Sam was thinking of joining to meet rugged guys, the father at the preschool who always tried to flirt with the teachers, Sam's therapist mother, who wanted her to go to medical school, and whether Nellie should accept the job at Gibson's or look for weekend shifts at a clothing store. Then, as darkness fell, Sam uncorked the first of 2 bottles of wine, and their conversation turned more personal. They'd talked until 3 a.m. Nellie always thought of that as the night when they'd become best friends. "You look nice," Samantha said now. "Maybe a little overdressed for babysitting, though." "I'm running out first, but I'll be at the Coleman's at 6:30. "'Kay. Thanks again for covering for me. I can't believe I double-booked myself. So unlike me." "Yeah, what a shocker." Nellie laughed, which had probably been Sam's intention. "The parents swore they'd be home by 11, so expect them at midnight. And watch out for Hannibal Lecter when you tell him it's bedtime. Last time he tried to gnaw on my wrist when I took away his Play-Doh." Sam nicknamed all the kids in her class. Hannibal was the biter, Yoda the tiny philosopher, Darth Vader the mouth-breather. But when it came to cajoling a kid out of a tantrum, no one could do it better than Sam. And she'd convinced Linda to spring for rocking chairs so that teachers could soothe kids who suffered from separation anxiety. A horn tooted, and Nellie looked up to see Richard's BMW convertible pulling up. He double-parked next to a white Toyota with a parking ticket on the windshield. "Nice ride," Sam called out.
"Yeah?" Richard shouted back. "Let me know if you want to borrow it someday."
Nellie caught Sam rolling her eyes. More than once, Nellie had wondered if Sam had a nickname for Richard, but Nellie had never asked. "Come on, he's trying." Sam squinted as she looked at Richard again. Nellie hugged her quickly, then hurried down the steps and toward the car as Richard got out to open the passenger side door. He wore aviator sunglasses and a black shirt with jeans, a look Nellie loved.
"Hi, beautiful."
He gave her a long kiss. "Hi yourself." As she got into the car and twisted around to grab her seatbelt, she noticed Samantha hadn't moved from the doorway. Nellie waved, then turned back to Richard. "Are you going to tell me where we're going?"
"Nope."
He started the car and pulled away from the curb, heading east onto the FDR drive. Richard was quiet during the ride, but Nellie kept seeing the edges of his mouth curl up. When they exited the Hutchinson River Parkway, he reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a sleep eye mask. He tossed it onto her lap.
"No peeking until we get there."
"This feels a little kinky," Nellie joked.
"Come on, put it on."
She stretched the elastic band across the back of her head. It was too tight for her to peek out the bottom. Richard made a sharp turn, and she was pressed against the door. Without visual cues, she couldn't brace her body against the vehicle's movements, and Richard was driving fast, as usual. "How much longer?"
5 or 10 minutes.
She felt her pulse quicken. She'd tried to wear a sleep mask on an airplane before, hoping it would help ease her fear, but it had the opposite effect. She'd felt more claustrophobic than ever. Sweat pricked her armpits, and she realized she was clutching the door handle. She almost asked Richard if she could just shut her eyes, but then she remembered the way he'd smiled, that boyish grin, as he tossed the mask on her lap. 5 minutes. 60 times 5 was 300. She tried to distract herself by counting the seconds in her head, visualizing the second hand of a clock sweeping around in a circle. She let out a gasp when Richard squeezed her knee. She knew he'd meant it affectionately, but her muscles were tense and his fingers had dug into sensitive spots right above her kneecap.
"Just another minute,"
he said. The BMW stopped abruptly, and she heard the motor die. She reached to rip off the mask, but Richard's voice stopped her.
"Not yet."
She heard him open his door, then he came around to let her out, taking her arm to guide her as they walked on something that felt hard beneath her shoes. Not grass. Pavement? A sidewalk? Nellie was so accustomed to the noise constantly surrounding her in the city that its absence was jarring. A bird started to trill, then its notes abruptly died. They'd only been driving for 30 minutes or so, but she felt as if they'd traveled to a different planet.
"Almost there."
Richard's breath was warm against her ear.
"Ready?"
She nodded. She'd have agreed to anything to take off the mask. Richard lifted it up, and Nellie blinked as sharp sunlight blinded her. When her eyes adjusted, she found herself staring up at a large brick house with a sold sign staked in the front yard.
"It's your wedding present, Nellie."
She turned to look at him. He was beaming. "You bought this?" She gaped. The house was set back from the street and sprawled across a lot that was at least an acre. Nellie didn't know much about homes. The modest single-floor brick house she'd grown up in South Florida could be described as rectangular, but this one was obviously luxurious. The details, as much as the size, were the giveaways. An enormous wood door with a stained glass window and brass handle, manicured gardens rimming the lawn, tall lanterns flanking the walk like sentries. Everything looked pristine, untouched. "I'm speechless."
"Never thought I'd see that,"
Richard joked.
"I was going to save it until after the wedding, but the settlement went through early, and I couldn't wait."
He handed her the key.
"Shall we?"
Nellie walked up the front steps and fitted into the lock. The door glided open, and she stepped into a 2-story foyer, hearing her footsteps echo against the glossy floor. To her left, she could see a wood-paneled study with a gas fireplace. To her right, an oval-shaped room with a deep window seat.
"There's a lot still to be done. I want you to feel like a part of this, too."
Richard took her hand.
"The best part is the back, the great room. Come on."
He led the way as Nellie followed, trailing her fingertips along the floral wallpaper until she caught herself and yanked them away before she left a smudge. The room's name was an understatement. The kitchen, with its sand-colored granite counters and bar featuring a flush cooktop and wine refrigerator, flowed into a dining area capped with a modern cut-glass chandelier. The sunken living room had a recessed ceiling with wood detail, a stone fireplace, and wainscoting on the walls. Richard unlocked the back door and led her to the second-story deck. In the distance, a double hammock swayed under a tree. Richard was looking at her.
"Do you like it?"
A crease formed between his eyebrows. "It's unbelievable," she managed. "I'm scared to touch anything." She gave a little laugh. "It's so perfect."
"I know you wanted to live in the suburbs. The city is so loud and stressful."
Had she told him that? Nellie wondered. She'd complained about the chaos of Manhattan, but couldn't recall saying she wanted to move. Maybe she had, though, when she'd talked about growing up on a residential street. She'd probably mentioned a desire to replicate that environment for their children.
"My Nellie."
He walked over and enveloped her in his arms.
"Wait till you see the upstairs."
He took her hand and led her up the split staircase, then down a hallway past several smaller bedrooms.
"I thought we could turn this one into a guest room for Maureen."
He pointed. Then he opened the door to the master suite. They stepped through side-by-side walk-in closets, then into the skylight-filled master bathroom. Beneath a row of windows was a jacuzzi for two, and the separate shower was enclosed in glass. 1 hour ago, she'd been inhaling the smell of the onions her neighbor was frying and stubbing her toe on the case of Diet Coke Samantha had left inside their door. She, who was thrilled when she got a 25% tip or discovered a cute pair of Hudson jeans at a second-hand store, had somehow wandered into yet another life. She looked out the bathroom window. A row of thick green hedges blocked the view of the neighbor's house. In New York, she could hear through the radiator the couple who lived 1 floor above arguing about the Giants game. Here, the sound of her own breathing seemed loud. She shivered. "Are you cold?" She shook her head. "Just someone walking over my grave." Creepy expression, right? My father used to say that. "It's so quiet." Richard took in a slow, deep breath. "So peaceful." Then he gently turned her toward him. "The alarm company is coming next week." "Thank you." Of course Richard had thought of that detail. She wrapped her arms around him and felt herself relax against his solid chest. He began to kiss her neck. "You smell so good. Want to test out the jacuzzi?" "Oh, babe." Nellie slowly pulled away. She became aware that she was twisting her engagement ring around on her finger. "I love that idea, but I really need to get going. Remember, Sam asked me to take her babysitting job? I'm so sorry." Richard nodded and put his hands in his pockets. "I guess I'll just have to wait then." "It's amazing. I can't believe this is going to be our home." After a moment, he pulled out his hands and squeezed her close again. His face was tender as he looked down at her. "Don't worry about tonight. We can celebrate every night for the rest of our lives." Chapter 6. My head throbs. A sour taste coats my mouth. I reach for the water glass on my nightstand, but it is empty. As if in defiance of my mood, the sun shines brightly through my open blinds, assaulting my eyes. My clock informs me it is already nearly 9. I need to call in sick again, making it another day of work and of commissions I'll miss. Yesterday I was so hungover that my raspy voice convinced Lucille I really was ill. I stayed in bed and drank my second bottle of wine, then polished off the half bottle left over from Aunt Charlotte's salon, and when the visions of Richard entwined with her refused to be blotted from my mind, I took a pill as well. As I reach for the phone, my stomach heaves and I stumble toward the bathroom instead. I fall to my knees, but can't throw up. My abdomen is so empty it feels concave. I pull myself up and twist the sink tap, gulping the metallic-tasting water greedily. I splash handfuls on my face and look at my reflection. My long, dark hair is tangled, and my eyes are swollen. New hollows have formed beneath my cheekbones, and my collarbone stands out sharply. I brush my teeth, trying to scrub away the taste of old alcohol and pull on a bathrobe. I fall back into bed and reach for the phone. I dial Saks and ask to be put through to Lucille. "It's Vanessa." I'm grateful that my voice sounds gravelly. "I'm sorry, but I'm still pretty sick." "When do you think you might be back in?" "Tomorrow," I venture. "Definitely the day after." "Right." Lucille pauses. "We're starting pre-sales today. It's going to be very busy." She lets the implication hang. Lucille has probably never missed a day of work in her life. I've seen the way she appraises my shoes, my clothes, my watch, the way her mouth tightens when I come into work late. She thinks she knows me, that this job is a lark. She is certain she waits on my type every single day. "I don't have a fever, though," I say quickly. "Maybe I can give it a try?" "Good." I hang up and reread Richard's text, even though every word is branded into my memory, then force myself to get into the shower, turning the knob as far left as possible to make it steaming hot. I stand there while my skin flushes red, then I towel off. I dry my hair and pull it into a twist to hide the roots, promising myself I'll cover them tonight. I slip on a simple gray cashmere sweater set, black trousers, and a pair of black ballerina flats. I pat on extra concealer and blush to camouflage my sallow complexion. When I go into the kitchen, Aunt Charlotte isn't there, but she has set a place for me at the counter. I sip the coffee and nibble the banana bread she left me. I can tell it's homemade. My stomach protests after a few bites, so I wrap the remains of my slice in a paper towel and dump it in the trash, hoping she will think I ate it. The front door closes behind me with a metallic clank. It seems that in the past 2 days the weather has undergone a seismic change. I realize immediately that I am overdressed. It's too late for me to put on another outfit, though. Lucille is waiting. Besides, the subway stop is only 4 blocks away. The air slams into me as I head down the sidewalk, hot, muggy, rank with smells from the waffle vendor on the corner, the garbage that hasn't been picked up, the wisp of cigarette smoke drifting toward my face. Eventually, I reach the entrance to the subway and descend the stairs. The sun is blotted out instantly, and the humidity feels even thicker down here. I swipe my Metro card and push through the turnstile, feeling the hard bar resisting against my waist. A subway car thunders into the station, but it's not my line. The crowd presses forward near the edge, but I remain by the wall, away from the lethal electric rail. Some people fall to their deaths here. Some are shoved. Occasionally, police can't determine which has occurred. A young woman comes to stand beside me by the wall. She is blonde and petite and very pregnant. Tenderly, she rubs her stomach, her hand moving in slow circles. I watch, mesmerized, and it is as if a centrifugal force commands my thoughts, spinning my mind back to the day I sat on the cold tile of my bathroom floor, wondering if 1 blue line or 2 would emerge on the pregnancy test. Richard and I wanted children. A baker's dozen, he liked to joke, though privately we'd agreed on 3. I'd stopped working. We had a maid come every week. This was my only job. At first, I'd worried about the kind of mother I'd be, the unconscious lessons I'd absorbed from my own role model. Some days I'd come home from school to see my mother using a toothpick to excavate crumbs from the cracks in our dining room chairs. Other times, the mail would still be scattered on the floor beneath the slot in the door, and dishes would be piled in the sink. I learned early on to not knock on my mother's bedroom door on her lights-out days. When my mother forgot to pick me up from after-school art classes or play dates, I became adept at making excuses and suggesting that my father be called instead. I started packing my own lunches when I was in the 3rd grade. I'd see other kids dip spoons into thermoses of homemade soup or Tupperware containers of pasta shaped like stars. Some parents even included notes with jokes or loving messages, while I tried to gobble my daily sandwich fast before anyone noticed the bread was torn because I'd spread the peanut butter on while it was still cold. But as the months passed, my yearning for a child surpassed my trepidation. I'd mothered myself. Certainly I could care for a child. As I lay beside Richard at night, I would fantasize about reading Dr. Seuss books to a little boy with those long-lashed eyes, or clinking miniature teacups with a daughter who had his endearing, lopsided smile. I'd watched, feeling numb, as a single blue line emerged on the pregnancy test, as vivid and straight as the slash of a knife. Richard had been in the bedroom that morning, easing one of his charcoal wool suits out of the dry cleaning bag, waiting for me to emerge. I knew he'd read the answer in my eyes, and I'd see the echo of disappointment in his own. He'd stretch out his arms and whisper, "It's okay, baby. I love you." But with this negative test, my 6th in a row, my time was officially up. We had agreed if it didn't happen after 6 months, Richard would go for a test. My OB-GYN had explained it was less invasive to count sperm. All Richard would have to do was stare at a Playboy and reach into his pants. He'd joked that his teenage years had prepared him well. I knew he was trying to make me feel better. If Richard didn't have any issues, and I was certain he didn't, the problem lay within me, then it would be my turn. "Sweetheart?" Richard had knocked on the bathroom door. I stood up and smoothed my sleeveless pale pink nightgown. I opened the door, my face wet. "I'm sorry." I held the stick behind my back as if it were something shameful to hide. He hugged me as tightly as ever and said all the right things, but I felt a subtle shift in the energy between us. I recalled how we took a walk in the park near our home shortly after our wedding and had seen a father playing catch with his son, who looked to be about 8 or 9. They wore matching Yankees baseball caps. Richard had paused, staring at them.
I can't wait to do that with my boy. Hope he has a better arm than I do.
I'd laughed, aware that my breasts were just the tiniest bit tender. It happened before my period, but it was also a sign of pregnancy, I'd read. Already I was taking prenatal vitamins. I filled my mornings with long walks, and I'd bought a beginner's yoga video. I'd stopped eating unpasteurized cheeses and drinking more than a single glass of wine at dinner. I was doing everything the experts recommended. But nothing worked.
We'll just have to keep trying,
Richard had said early on, back when we were still optimistic.
That's not so bad, is it?
I'd thrown the 6th pregnancy test into the bathroom trash can, covering it with a tissue so I wouldn't have to see it.
I was thinking,
Richard had said. He moved away from me to look in the mirror above the dresser as he knotted his tie. On the bed behind him was an open suitcase. Richard traveled frequently, but usually just short trips, for a night or two. Suddenly, I knew what he was going to say. He was going to invite me to come with him. I felt the darkness start to lift as I imagined escaping our beautiful, empty home in a charming neighborhood where I had no friends, of putting distance between me and my latest failure. But what Richard said was,
maybe you should stop drinking altogether.
The pregnant woman moves away from me, and I blink hard, reorienting myself. I watch as she heads toward the tracks and the roar of the approaching subway car. The wheels screech to a halt and the doors slide open with a weary exhale. I wait until the crowds have pushed inside, then I walk forward, feeling a tinge of unease. I step over the threshold and hear the warning chime signaling the doors are closing. "Excuse me," I say to the guy in front of me, but he doesn't move. His head bobs in time to the music blasting over his headphones. I can feel the vibrations of the bass. The doors close, but the train remains still. It is so hot I can feel my trousers sticking to my legs.
"Seat?"
someone offers, and an older man stands up and gives his to the pregnant woman. She flashes a smile as she accepts. She's wearing a plaid dress. It's simple and cheap-looking, and her full breasts strain against the thin fabric as she reaches up to lift her hair off the back of her neck and fan herself with one hand. Her skin is flushed and dewy. She is radiant. Richard's new love can't be pregnant, can she? I don't think it's possible, but suddenly I imagine Richard standing behind her, his hands reaching around to cup her full belly. I suck in shallow breaths. A man in a white undershirt with yellowed armholes is holding on to the pole by my head. I tilt my face away, but I can still smell his pungent sweat. The car lurches, and I fall against a woman reading the Times. She doesn't even look up from her paper. A few more stops, I tell myself, 10 minutes, maybe 15. The train rumbles along the tracks, sounding angry, threading through the dark tunnel. I feel a body press against mine. Too close. Everyone is too close. My sweaty hand slips off the pole as my knees buckle. I collapse against the doors, crouching with my head close to my knees. "Are you okay?" someone asks. The guy in the undershirt leans close to me. "I think I'm sick," I gasp. I begin to rock, counting the rhythmic whirring of the wheels along the track. 1, 2, 10, 20. "Conductor!" a woman calls out.
"Yo, is anyone here a doctor?"
50, 64. The train stops at 79th, and I feel arms around my waist, helping me up. Then I am half carried through the doors, onto the solid platform. Someone leads me to a bench a dozen yards away. "Can I call anyone?" asks a voice. "No, the flu. I just need to get home." I sit there until I can breathe again. Then I walk 14 blocks back to the apartment, counting all 1,848 steps aloud until I can crawl into bed. Chapter 7. Nellie was late. Again. She felt perpetually a beat behind these days, groggy from her relentless insomnia and jittery from the extra coffee she drank to offset it. It seemed as if she was always trying to cram in one more thing. Take this afternoon. Richard had suggested they drive back to their new home as soon as preschool ended to meet the contractor who was building a patio off the English basement.
"You can pick the color of the stones,"
Richard had said. "They come in shades other than gray?" He laughed, not realizing she was serious. She agreed, feeling guilty about cutting short their first trip to see the house. That meant canceling the blowout she'd been planning to splurge on with Samantha in preparation for the bachelorette party Sam was throwing her that evening, though. Her friends from both the Learning Ladder and Gibson's were attending, one of the few times Nellie's divergent worlds would collide. "Sorry," Nellie had texted Sam, hesitated, then added, "last-minute wedding errand." She couldn't think of a way to explain it that wouldn't make it look as if she was choosing her fiancé over her best friend. "I just have to be home by 6 to get ready for the party," she'd told Richard. "We're meeting everyone at the restaurant at 7.
"Always with the curfew, Cinderella,"
he'd said, lightly kissing the tip of her nose.
"Don't worry, you won't be late."
But they had been. Traffic was awful, and Nellie didn't walk into her apartment until close to 6:30. She knocked on Sam's door, but her roommate had already left. She stood there for a moment, taking in the white Christmas lights Samantha had wound through the slats of her bed's headboard and the fuzzy green and blue rug the two of them had found rolled up by the curb of a posh apartment building on Fifth Avenue. "Is someone actually throwing this out?" Samantha had asked. "Rich people are nuts. It still has a price tag on it." They'd lifted it onto their shoulders and carried it home, and when they passed a cute guy waiting to cross the street, Sam winked at Nellie, then deliberately turned so the end of the carpet swung into his chest. Sam ended up dating him for 2 months. It was one of her longer relationships. Nellie had 30 minutes to make it to the restaurant, which meant she'd have to skip a shower. Still, she poured a half glass of wine to sip while she got ready. Not the expensive stuff Richard always ordered for her, but she couldn't really taste the difference anyway, and cranked up Beyoncé. She splashed cold water on her face, then smoothed on tinted moisturizer and began to line her green eyes with a smoky gray pencil. Their bathroom was so small that Nellie was forever banging into the sink or the edge of the door, and every time she opened the medicine cabinet, a tube of Crest or can of hairspray tumbled out. She hadn't taken a bath in years. The apartment had only a tiny shower stall that barely afforded her enough room to bend over to shave her legs. In the new home, the master bath's shower featured a bench and a rainforest spray nozzle. Plus, that jacuzzi. Nellie tried to imagine soaking in it after a long day spent doing what? Gardening in the backyard, maybe, and putting together dinner for Richard. Did Richard realize that she'd drowned the only houseplant she'd ever owned and that her cooking repertoire was limited to heating up lean cuisines? As they headed back to the city, she'd stared out the window of the car, taking in the scenery. There was no denying her new neighborhood's beauty. The grand houses, the blossoming trees, the pristine sidewalks. Not a single piece of litter marred the smoothly paved roads. Even the grass seemed greener than in the city. As they'd exited and passed the guard station, Richard had given the uniformed man a little wave. Nellie had seen the name of the development on an arched sign, the letters thick and ornate. Crosswinds. Of course, she'd still commute into Manhattan every day with Richard. She'd have the best of both worlds. She'd meet Sam for happy hours and drop by Gibson's to grab a burger at the bar and see how Chris's novel was progressing. She'd turned around to peer through the rear windshield. She hadn't seen even one person walking down the sidewalk. No cars had been in motion. She could have been staring at a photograph. But if she got pregnant soon after the wedding, she probably wouldn't return to the Learning Ladder in the fall, she'd thought, as she watched her new neighborhood recede in the distance. It would be irresponsible to leave the children mid-year. With Richard traveling every week or two, she'd be alone in the house so much of the time. Maybe it would make sense to wait a few months before she went off her birth control pills. She could teach for another year. She'd looked at Richard's profile, taking in his straight nose, his strong chin, the slim, silvery scar above his right eye. He'd gotten it when he was 8 and tumbled over the handlebars of his bike, he'd told her. Richard had one hand low on the wheel and the other reaching for the radio's button. She began, just as he turned on WQXR, his favorite classical station.
"This piece by Ravel is wonderful,"
he said, increasing the volume.
"You know, he composed a smaller body of work than most of his contemporaries, but many regard him as one of France's greatest."
She nodded. Her words were lost in the opening notes of the music, but maybe it was just as well. It wasn't the time for this conversation. As the piano reached a crescendo, Richard pulled up at a stoplight and turned to her.
"Do you like it?"
"I do. It's lovely." She needed to learn about classical music and wine, she decided. Richard had strong opinions on both, and she wanted to be able to discuss the subjects knowledgeably with him.
"Ravel believed that music should be emotional first and intellectual second," he said. "What do you think?"
That was the problem, she realized now as she dug through her purse, searching for her favorite Clinique soft pink lip gloss. She gave up. She hadn't been able to find it the last time she'd looked either, and put on a peachy shade instead. Intellectually, she knew the changes ahead were wonderful, enviable even, but emotionally it all felt a little overwhelming. She thought of the dollhouse in her classroom, the one Jonah's parents wanted to replace with a teepee. Her students loved to rearrange the furniture in the darling little home, then move the dolls from room to room, positioning them in front of the fake fireplace, folding them into chairs around the table, and laying them down to sleep in their narrow wooden beds. The idea invaded her mind like a schoolyard taunt from a bully. Dollhouse Nellie. Nellie took a gulp of wine and opened her closet door. Pushing aside the wrap dress she'd been planning to wear and pulling out a pair of fitted black leather pants she'd bought on sale at Bloomingdale's when she'd first come to New York. She winced as she sucked in her stomach to pull up the zipper. They'll stretch, she assured herself. Still, she partnered the pants with a low-cut, loose-fitting tank in case she needed to release the top button later. She wondered if she would wear either of the items ever again. She imagined Dollhouse Nellie with a sensible bob dressed in khakis, a cashmere cable-knit sweater, and brown suede loafers as she held out a tray of cupcakes. Never, she promised herself, digging around for her black high heels and finally finding them under her bed. She and Richard would have a house full of children, and the elegant rooms would be softened by laughter and pillow forts and little shoes piled in baskets by the front door. They'd play Candyland and Monopoly by the fire. They'd take family ski trips. Nellie had never skied, but Richard had promised to teach her. A few decades from now, she and Richard would sit side by side on the porch swing, linked by their happy memories. In the meantime, she'd definitely bring along her own artwork to adorn the walls. She had several original commissions by her preschoolers, including Jonah's marshmallow woman portrait of her and Tyler's cerebral painting, aptly titled Blue on White. She finished getting ready 10 minutes after she should have left. She started to exit the apartment, then turned back and grabbed 2 ropes of colorful beads hanging on a hook by the front door. She and Samantha had each bought a strand at a village street fair a few years ago. They called them their happy beads. She slipped one of them around her neck, then scanned the street for a cab. Sorry, Nellie called as she hurried toward the women sitting at the long rectangular table. Her Learning Ladder colleagues lined one side and her Gibson's co-workers the other, but Nellie could see a cluster of shot glasses, as well as glasses of wine in front of everyone, and all of the women seemed comfortable. She circled the table, giving each of her friends a hug. When she reached Sam, she looped the beads around her roommate's neck. Sam looked gorgeous. She must have gone for the blowout alone. "Drink first, talk second," instructed Josie, one of her waitress pals, handing Nellie a shot of tequila. She tossed it back neatly, earning cheers. And now it's my turn to give you something to put on." Samantha glided a comb fixed to a giant glitter and tulle veil through the crown of Nellie's hair. Nellie laughed. "Subtle." "What do you expect when you ask a preschool teacher to be in charge of the veil?" asked Marnie. "So what did you have to do today?" asked Samantha. Nellie opened her mouth to speak, then looked around. The other women all worked at low-paying jobs, yet they were splurging at a restaurant famous for its wood-burning stove pizzas. Nellie could also see a pile of gifts on the empty chair at the end of the table. She knew Sam was searching for a new roommate because she couldn't afford the rent on her own. Suddenly, the last thing Nellie felt like talking about was her showplace of a house. Besides, it hadn't technically been a wedding errand. Maybe Sam wouldn't understand. "Nothing exciting," Nellie said lightly. "Is it time for another shot?" Samantha laughed and signaled the waiter. "Has he told you where you're going for the honeymoon yet?" Marnie asked. Nellie shook her head, wishing the waiter would hurry up with the fresh round of tequila. The problem was, Richard wanted to keep the destination a surprise. "Buy a new bikini," was all he'd say when she begged for a hint. What if Richard was taking her to a beach in Thailand? She couldn't endure 12 hours on a plane. Even the thought made her heart pound. In the past weeks, in 2 of her unsettling dreams, she'd been trapped aboard turbulent flights. In the latest one, a panicked attendant had raced down the aisle, yelling for everyone to tuck themselves into the crash position. The images were so vivid, the attendant's wide eyes, the bouncing jet, the thick, roiling clouds outside her tiny window, that Nellie had awoken gasping. "A stress dream," Sam had said the next morning as she applied mascara in their tiny bathroom, and Nellie reached over her to grab her body lotion. Sam, always the therapist's daughter, loved analyzing her friends. "What are you anxious about?" "Nothing. Well, flying, obviously." "Not the wedding? Because I'm thinking the flying is a metaphor." "Sorry, Sigmund, but this cigar is just a cigar." A fresh shot of tequila appeared in front of Nellie, and she downed it gratefully. Sam caught her eye across the table and smiled. "Tequila. It's always the answer." The next line in their routine sprang from Nellie's lips instantly. "Even if there isn't a question." "Let me get another look at that rock." Josie grabbed Nellie's hand. "Does Richard have a hot, rich brother? Just, asking for a friend." Nellie pulled her hand back, hiding the 3-carat diamond under the table. She always felt uncomfortable when her friends made a fuss over it, then laughed. "Sorry, only an older sister." Maureen was coming to New York for the summer, as she had in past years, to teach a 6-week course at Columbia. Nellie was finally going to meet her in a couple days. An hour later, the waiter had cleared their plates, and Nellie was opening her presents. "This one's from Marnie and me," said Donna, an assistant fours teacher, handing Nellie a silver box with a bright red bow. Nellie pulled out a black silk teddy as Josie released a wolf whistle. Nellie held it up against her body, hoping it would fit. "Is that for her or Richard?" asked Sam. "It's gorgeous. I'm sensing a sexy night theme here, ladies." Nellie laid it next to the Joe Malone perfume, position of the day playing cards, and body massage candles she'd already unwrapped. Last but not least, Sam handed Nellie a gift bag containing a silver picture frame. Inside was a thick piece of ecru paper and a poem printed in italics. "You can take the paper out and put in a wedding photo." Nellie began to read aloud. "I remember the day I met you, the way you won my affection. You gave me Advil for my hangover at the learning ladder. We had an instant connection. It was your first job in New York City, and your path I did lead, showing you the best spin studios and where to find the closest Duane Reade. I taught you the ropes, like how you stay on Linda's good side, and about the secret supply closet for when you just needed to hide. We soon became roomies in an apartment with bugs, overflowing with makeup, magazines, and kids' decorated mugs. You were late with the rent. Let's face it, you're not good with money, and I'm a bit messy, always leaving out my mugs and honey. Over the years, you've taught kids how to count and to write, and how to use their words, not their hands, when they begin to fight. Every day we worked hard. Couldn't the parents tell we were trying? Still, sometimes we'd get yelled at, and then we'd just start crying. We've been together for an amazing 5 years. We know each other so well, our hopes and our fears. You got engaged, and Linda bought you a fancy cake with many calories. How ironic that it cost more than our combined salaries. You're moving out soon, and I worry I might sink. At the very least, I'm sure it will drive me to drink. More. But when you're walking down the aisle wearing something old and new, please know that you'll always be my best friend. And I really love you. Nellie could barely finish the poem. It brought her back to her early days in the city, when she'd been desperate to put distance between herself and all that had happened in Florida. She'd traded palm trees for pavement and a loud, busy sorority house for an impersonal apartment building. Everything was different, except the memories had followed her across the miles, draping around her like a heavy cloak. If it hadn't been for Sam, she might not have stayed. She could still be running, still trying to find a place that felt safe. Nellie leaned over the table and gave her roommate a tight hug, then wiped her eyes. "Thanks, Sam. I love it." She paused. "Thanks to all of you. I'm going to miss you, and—" "Oh, stop, don't get sappy. You'll only be a train ride away. We'll see you all the time. Only now you'll always pick up the tab," said Josie. Nellie let out a small laugh. "Come on, let's get out of here." Samantha pushed back her chair. "The Killer Angels are playing at Ludlow Street. Let's go dance." Nellie hadn't smoked a cigarette since her last year of college, but now, 3 Marlboro Lights, 3 tequila shots, and 2 glasses of wine later, she had been dancing for hours and could feel a trickle of sweat running down her back. Maybe leather pants hadn't been the wisest choice. Across the room, a cute bartender was wearing Samantha's veil and flirting with Marnie. "I almost forgot how much I love to dance," Nellie shouted over the pulsing music. "And I almost forgot what a terrible dancer you are," shouted back Josie. Nellie laughed. "I'm enthusiastic," she protested. She lifted her arms over her head and did an exaggerated shimmy before spinning around in a circle. Halfway through her spin, she froze. "Hey, Nick," Josie said as a tall, slim guy in a faded Rolling Stones concert circa 1979 t-shirt and dark wash jeans walked up to them. "What are you doing here?" Nellie asked, belatedly realizing her arms were still above her head. She pulled them down and folded them across her chest, aware of how her damp tank top was clinging to her body.
"Josie invited me. I moved back a few weeks ago."
Nellie glared at her friend, and Josie made a mock innocent face and shrugged, then melted away in the crowd. Nick had waited tables alongside Nellie for a year until he moved to Seattle with his band. Slick Nick, they'd all called him, although a few heartbroken women in his wake had modified it to Nick the Prick. He was the hottest guy Nellie had ever dated, although dated wasn't an accurate description of their encounters, since most took place in a bedroom. Nick's black hair was shorter now, emphasizing his sharp cheekbones. Any one of his features, his blunt nose, his heavy eyebrows, his wide mouth, might have been overpowering alone, but together, they all worked. They worked even better than Nellie had remembered.
"I can't believe you're engaged. It seems like we were just hanging out."
He reached over and slowly ran his hand up her bare arm. Her body responded instantly, even though she pulled her arm away and took a step back. How predictable that Nick was interested in her again, now that she was taken. He'd stopped answering her texts about 2 minutes after he left the city. He'd always liked a challenge. "Happily engaged. The wedding is next month." Nick's heavy-lidded eyes appeared amused.
"You don't look like someone who's about to get married."
"What does that mean?" Someone bumped into her from behind, pushing her closer to Nick. He curved an arm around her waist.
"You look hot,"
he said softly. his lips so close to her ear that the dark stubble on his chin tickled her skin.
The girls in Seattle don't compare to you.
She felt a tug in her lower stomach.
I've missed you. Missed us.
His fingers slipped beneath the fabric of her shirt to rest against her lower back.
Remember that rainy Sunday when we stayed in bed all day?
He smelled like whiskey, and she could feel the heat of his taut body through his t-shirt. The pulsing music and heat of the crowded room made her feel dizzy. A strand of her hair fell into her eyes, and Nick smoothed it away. He bent his head slowly, keeping his eyes locked on hers.
One last kiss? For old time's sake.
Nellie arched her back to look up at him and offered him her cheek. He gently cupped her chin, turned her mouth toward his, and kissed her softly. His tongue grazed her lips, and she parted them. He pulled her tightly against him, and she let out an involuntary groan. She hated to admit it, even to herself, but although sex with Richard was always good, with Nick, it had been great. I can't. She pushed him away, breathing harder than when she'd been dancing.
Come on, baby.
She shook her head and walked toward the bar, squeezing between people and flinching as a man's elbow bumped into her right temple. She stumbled over someone's foot. Eventually, she reached Marnie, who flung an arm around her shoulders. Tequila time? Nellie winced. She'd been so busy talking at dinner that she'd only eaten one slice of pizza, and she'd had just a salad for lunch. She felt a little nauseous, and her feet ached from dancing in heels. Water first. Her cheeks were burning, and she fanned herself with one hand. The bartender nodded, his veil bobbing, and began to fill a tall glass from a spigot. Did Richard find you? Marnie asked. What? He's here. I told him you were dancing. Nellie whipped around, scanning the surrounding faces before she finally spotted him across the room. Be right back, she said to Marnie, who was leaning over the bar, clinking a shot glass with the bartender. Richard! Nellie called out. She hurried toward him, slipping on the sticky floor just as she reached him.
Whoa!
He grabbed her arm to steady her.
Someone's had a lot to drink.
What are you doing here? A purple light washed across his face as the band launched into a new song. Nellie couldn't read Richard's expression.
I'm leaving.
He let go of her arm.
Are you coming with me?
He'd seen. She knew by the way he held himself. His body was still, but she could sense energy churning within him. Yes, let me just say goodbye. She'd last noticed Sam and Josie on the dance floor, but now she couldn't spot them anywhere. She glanced back toward Richard and saw he was already headed for the exit. She ran to catch up with him. He didn't speak once they were outside, not even after he'd hailed a cab and given the address of his apartment. That guy, I used to work with him. Richard stared straight ahead so that she was looking at his profile, just as she had on the drive only a few hours earlier. But then his hand had been resting on her thigh. Now he sat with his arms folded rigidly across his chest.
Do you greet all your former colleagues with such enthusiasm?
Richard's tone was so formal it chilled her. Nausea rose in her gut as the cab driver lurched through traffic. She put a hand over her stomach, then pushed the button to roll down her window a few inches. The wind whipped at her hair, slapping it across her cheek. Richard, I pushed him away. I didn't... He turned and faced her.
You didn't what?
He asked, enunciating every word again. Think, she whispered. She'd been wrong. He wasn't furious. He was hurt. I'm so sorry. I walked away from him and I was about to call you. That part was a lie, but Richard would never know. Finally, his face softened.
I could forgive you for just about anything.
She began to reach for his hand. His next words stopped her.
But do not ever cheat on me.
Even when he'd been on contentious business calls, she'd never heard him sound so absolute. I promise, she whispered. Tears sprang to her eyes. Richard had picked out an exquisite home for her. He'd sent her an email earlier that day asking if she thought their guests would like past hors d'oeuvres or a buffet at the cocktail reception between the wedding ceremony and the dinner. Or both, he'd written. He'd worried when she hadn't answered his text. He knew she wouldn't feel secure entering her dark apartment alone late at night, so he'd come to find her and make sure she was safe. And in response, she'd kissed Nick, who dated half the women at Gibson's and who probably couldn't remember her last name. Why had she risked so much? She wanted to marry Richard. This wasn't cold feet. But Nick had been unfinished business. In spite of his practiced charm, Nellie knew Nick had a tender side. She'd heard him at Gibson's talking on the phone to his grandmother. He hadn't known Nellie was rolling silverware into napkins just around the corner. He'd promised to bring his Nana chocolate chip cannoli and watch Wheel of Fortune with her the next night. Nick was also the first man she'd slept with since leaving college. She'd stopped thinking about him even before she met Richard, but when Nick had leaned toward her on the dance floor, she'd relished that glorious moment of knowing how much he wanted her, of feeling the power shift into her hands. She wished it was as simple as blaming it on the shots. The truth wasn't pretty. For a brief, rebellious moment, she'd embraced spontaneity over steadiness. She'd wanted one last taste of the city before she settled into the suburbs. "I'm so glad you came and got me," she said, and at last she felt Richard's arm wrap around her. She drew in a deep breath. She'd always regret certain decisions in her life, but choosing Richard would never be one of them. "Thank you," she said, leaning her head against his chest. She heard his steady heartbeat, the one that lulled her to sleep when nothing else could. She'd had the sense for a while now that a deep pain was in his past, one he held so closely he hadn't yet shared it with her. Perhaps it had to do with his ex, or maybe his heart had been broken even earlier. "I won't ever do anything to hurt you." She knew that even on their wedding day, she'd never make a more sacred vow. Chapter 8. I turn my head to see the silhouette of Aunt Charlotte, backlit by the hallway globe, as she stands in my doorway. I don't know how long she has been there, or if she noticed I've been staring blankly at the ceiling. "Feeling better?" She walks into the room and pulls open the blinds. Sunlight floods in, and I wince and cover my eyes. I told her I had the flu, but Aunt Charlotte understands the intertwining of emotional and physical health, how the former can ensnare the latter, suffocating it like a thick vine. After all, she had taken care not only of me, but of my mother during her episodes. "A little, but I make no move to get up." "Should I be worried?" Her tone navigates the edge between playfulness and sharpness. It is familiar. I remember it from when she'd help my mother out of bed and into the shower. Just for a little while, she'd cajole, her arm around my mom's waist. "I need to change the sheets." She would have been a wonderful parent, Aunt Charlotte, but she never had children. I suspect all those years of nurturing my mother and me had something to do with why. "No, I'm going to work." "I'll be in my studio all day. I've got a commission for a private portrait. This woman wants a nude of herself to give to her husband to hang over her fireplace." "Seriously?" I try to inject energy into my tone as I sit up. Like a throbbing toothache, thoughts of Richard's fiancée dominate every other aspect of my life. "I know. I don't even like the communal dressing area at the Y." I muster a smile as she starts to leave the room, but then she bangs her hip against the edge of the dresser by the doorway and releases a little cry. I leap out of bed, and now it's me with my arm around Aunt Charlotte's waist, guiding her toward a chair. Aunt Charlotte brushes off my arm and my concern. "I'm fine. Old people are clumsy." And suddenly, the realization pierces me. She is getting old. I get her ice for her hip over her protests, then I make us some scrambled eggs, mixing in cheddar cheese and scallions. I wash the dishes and wipe down the counters, and I hug Aunt Charlotte tightly before I leave for work. The thought strikes me again. I have no one in the world but her. I'm dreading seeing Lucille, but to my surprise, she greets me with concern. I shouldn't have encouraged you to come in yesterday. I notice Lucille's eyes linger on my Valentino tote. Richard brought it home for me one night just before he left for a business trip to San Francisco. The leather is slightly worn around the clasp. The bag is 4 years old. Lucille is the type of woman to observe such details. I see her take it in, then look at my old Nikes and my bare ring finger. Her eyes sharpen. It's as if she is really seeing me for the first time. I'd called her after my breakdown on the subway. I can't remember our entire conversation, but I do remember crying. Let me know if you need to leave a bit early, she says now. Thank you. I drop my head, feeling ashamed. It is busy today, especially for a Sunday, but not busy enough. I thought coming into work might distract me, but visions of her crowd my mind. I imagine her hands on her swollen belly, Richard's hands on her swollen belly, him reminding her to take vitamins, urging her to get enough sleep, holding her close at night. If she gets pregnant, he'll probably assemble a crib and perch a teddy bear inside. Even when I was struggling to become pregnant, a soft, smiling teddy bear waited in the room we'd designated for a baby. Early on, Richard had called it our good luck charm. It'll happen, Richard had said, shrugging off my worry. But after those 6 months of failed tests, he went to a doctor to have his sperm analyzed. His semen count was normal. The doctor said I've got Michael Phelps swimmers, he joked, while I tried to smile. So I set up an appointment with a fertility specialist, and Richard said he'd try to reschedule a meeting to attend. You don't have to. I'd attempted to keep my voice light. I can fill you in after. You sure, sweetheart? Maybe if my client leaves early, I can meet you for lunch, as long as you'll be in the city. I'll have Diane book a table at Amaranth. Lunch sounds perfect. But an hour before the appointment, just as I was stepping onto the train, he called to say he'd come to the doctor's office. I put off my client. This is more important. I was grateful he couldn't see my expression. The fertility specialist would ask me questions I didn't want to answer in front of my husband. As my train sped toward Grand Central Terminal, I stared out the window at the bare trees and graffiti-littered buildings with boarded-up windows. I could lie, or I could try to get the doctor alone and explain. The truth was not an option. A sharp pain made me look down. I'd been picking at my cuticles and had torn one below the quick. I put my finger in my mouth, sucking away the blood. The train screeched into the terminal before I'd come up with a plan, and far too soon a taxi delivered me to an elegant Park Avenue building. When Richard met me in the lobby, he didn't seem to notice my agitation. Or maybe he thought I was just anxious about the appointment. I felt as if I were sleepwalking as he pressed the button for the 14th floor in the elevator, then stepped back so I could exit first. Richard's urologist had referred us to Dr. Hoffman, a graceful, slender woman in her mid-50s. She greeted us with a smile shortly after we'd signed in and led us to her consult room. Under her lab coat, I saw a flash of fuchsia. We followed her down the hall, and even though she was wearing 3-inch heels, I struggled to match her pace. Richard and I sat side by side on an upholstered couch facing her uncluttered desk. I twisted my hands in my lap, fidgeting with the slender gold bands on my finger. At first, Dr. Hoffman was hesitant to even indulge our insecurities as she explained that it took many couples more than 6 months to conceive. 85% of couples are pregnant within a year, she assured us. I mustered a smile. Well then. But Richard interjected. We don't care about statistics. He reached for my hand. We want to get pregnant now. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Dr. Hoffman nodded. There's nothing to prevent you from exploring fertility treatments, but they can be time-consuming and expensive. There are also side effects. Again, with all due respect, these are not issues that concern us, Richard said. I caught a glimpse of what he must be like at work, commanding, persuasive. impossible to resist. Why had I ever thought I could hide something so significant from him?
Baby, your hands are icy.
Richard rubbed mine between his. Dr. Hoffman turned her head to look directly at me. Her hair was swept into a fashionably loose twist, and her skin was smooth and unlined. I wished I had worn something more elegant than simple black pants and a cream turtleneck sweater, which I'd just noticed had a small blood stain by the cuff. I tucked the material under the finger I'd injured and tried to curve my lips upward. Okay, then. Let me start by asking Vanessa some questions. Richard, perhaps you'd like to take a seat in the waiting room? Richard looked at me.
Sweetheart, would you like me to go?
I hesitated. I knew what he wanted me to say. He'd taken off work to accompany me. Would it be a bigger betrayal if I asked him to leave and he found out anyway? Maybe Dr. Hoffman would be ethically bound to tell him, or a nurse might glance at my chart and slip up someday. It was so hard to think.
Honey,
Richard prompted. I'm sorry. Of course, it's fine if you stay. The questions began. Dr. Hoffman's voice was low and modulated, but each query felt like a bullet. How frequent are your periods? How long do they last? What methods of birth control have you used? My stomach clenched like a fist. I knew where this was heading. Then Dr. Hoffman asked, Have you ever been pregnant? I stared down at the thick carpet, gray with small pink squares. I started counting the shapes. I could feel the heat of Richard's stare.
You've never been pregnant,
he said. It was a statement. I still thought about that time in my life, but the memories had remained locked inside me. This was so important. I couldn't lie after all. I looked up at Dr. Hoffman. I have been pregnant. My voice sounded squeaky, and I cleared my throat. I was only 21. I recognized the only as a plea directed at Richard.
You had an abortion?
I couldn't read the expression in Richard's voice. I looked up at my husband again. And I knew I couldn't tell the full truth either. I had a miscarriage. I cleared my throat again and avoided his stare. I was only a few weeks along. That part, at least, was true. 6 weeks.
Why didn't you tell me?
Richard leaned back, away from me. Shock flitted across his face, then something else. Anger? Betrayal? I wanted to. I guess I couldn't figure out how. It was such an inadequate response. I'd been so stupid to hope he'd never find out.
Were you ever going to tell me?
Listen, Dr. Hoffman interrupted. These conversations can get emotional. Do you two need a moment? Her tone was calm, the thick silver pen she'd been jotting notes with poised in midair, as if this were a normal interlude. But I couldn't imagine that many other wives had kept the same kind of secrets from their husbands as I had. I knew I'd have to privately tell Dr. Hoffman the full truth at some point.
No, we're fine. Let's keep going,
Richard said. He smiled at me, but a few seconds later he crossed his legs and released my hand. When the questions were finally over, Dr. Hoffman conducted my physical and blood work while Richard sat in the waiting area, thumbing through emails on his BlackBerry. Before she left the room, Dr. Hoffman put a hand on my shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. It felt like a motherly gesture, and my throat convulsed as I tried to hold back tears. I'd hoped Richard and I would still go to lunch, but he said he had postponed the client meeting to 1 o'clock and he needed to get back to the office. We rode the elevator downstairs in silence, along with a few strangers, all of us staring straight ahead. When we stepped outside, I looked up at Richard. I'm sorry, I should have... He'd silenced his phone during our appointment, but now it began to buzz with an incoming call. He checked the number, then kissed me on the cheek.
I need to take this. I'll see you at home, sweetheart.
As he walked down the street, I stared at the back of his head and willed him to turn around and give me a smile or a wave. But he just rounded a corner and disappeared. That wasn't the first time I'd betrayed Richard, and it wouldn't be the last. nor would it be the worst. Not even close. I'd never been the woman he thought he'd married. During a lull in customers at Saks, I duck into the break room for coffee. My stomach has settled, but a dull ache lingers between my temples. Lisa, a salesperson from the shoe department, is sitting on the couch, nibbling a sandwich. She is in her 20s, blonde and pretty in a wholesome way. I pull my gaze away. One of my psychology podcasts featured the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. It's when you become aware of something, the name of an obscure band, say, or a new type of pasta, and it seems to suddenly appear everywhere. Frequency illusion, it's also called. Young blonde women are surrounding me now. When I came into work this morning, one was trying on lipstick at the Laura Mercier counter. Another was touching fabrics in the Ralph Lauren section. Lisa raises her sandwich for a bite, and I see the ring gleaming on her left hand. Richard and his fiancée are getting married so quickly. She can't possibly be pregnant, can she? I wonder again. I feel the familiar hitch in my breath and the cold seep into my body, but I force myself to ward off the panic. I need to see her today. I need to know for certain. She lives not too far away from where I stand right now. Sometimes you can learn a lot about people online. Everything from whether they had sour cream on their lunchtime burrito to their upcoming wedding date. Other people are harder to track, but with almost everyone you can determine a few baseline facts. Their address, their phone number, where they work. You can learn other details by watching. One night, back when we were still married, I followed Richard to her place and stood outside her apartment. He was carrying a bouquet of white roses and a bottle of wine. I could have pounded on the door, pushed my way in behind him, screeched at Richard, and demanded he come home. But I didn't. I returned to our house, and a few hours later, when Richard arrived, I greeted him with a smile. "I left dinner for you. Should I heat it up?" They say the wife is always the last to know, but I wasn't. I just chose to look the other way. I never dreamed it would last. My regret is an open wound. Lisa, the pretty young saleswoman, is gathering up her things quickly, even though some of her sandwich is still left. She tosses the remains in the trash, sneaking glances at me. Her forehead is creased. I have no idea how long I've been staring. I exit the break room, and for the rest of my shift, I greet customers pleasantly. I fetch clothing. I nod and give an opinion when asked about the suitability of dresses and suits. All the while, I bide my time, knowing I'll soon be able to satisfy my growing need. When at last I can leave, I find myself being pulled back to her apartment. To her. Chapter 9. Nellie bent over the toilet, her stomach heaving, then slumped down on the marble floor in Richard's bathroom. Images from the previous night began to surface. The shots, the smoking, the kiss, and the look on Richard's face in the taxi as they made their way back to his apartment. She couldn't believe she'd nearly sabotaged her future with him. Across from her, a full-length mirror reflected her image, mascara smeared under her eyes, silver glitter from the veil dotting her hair, and a crisp New York City Marathon t-shirt, courtesy of Richard. She struggled to her feet and reached for a towel to wipe her mouth, then hesitated. They were all snow white with royal blue trim. Like everything else in Richard's apartment, they were starkly elegant. Everything but her, Nellie thought. She grabbed a Kleenex instead, then tossed it in the toilet. Richard never seemed to have garbage in his trash bins. She wasn't going to leave her soiled tissue behind. She brushed her teeth and washed her face in icy water that left her skin pale and blotchy. Then, even though she craved a retreat back under Richard's luxurious down comforter, she steadied herself to find him and endure whatever he had to say to her. Instead of her fiancé, she discovered a bottle of Avion and a container of Advil on the gleaming granite kitchen counter. Beside them rested a note on thick ecru paper embossed with his initials. "I didn't want to wake you. I'm off to Atlanta. Back tomorrow. Feel better. Love you. R." The clock on the oven read 11:43. How had she slept so late? And how could she have forgotten Richard's travel schedule? She didn't even recall his mentioning Atlanta. As she shook out 2 tablets and downed the still cool water, she studied Richard's neat block letters and tried to gauge his mood. Last night's images were jagged and incomplete, but she recalled him tucking her in, then leaving the room and shutting the door. If he'd eventually returned and climbed into bed beside her, she hadn't noticed. She picked up the cordless phone on his counter and dialed his cell, but it went straight to voicemail.
"I'll get right back to you,"
he promised. Hearing his voice made her feel the ache of missing him. "Hi, honey," she fumbled for words. Just wanted to say I love you." She headed back to the bedroom, passing a few large framed photographs lining the hallway. Her favorite was of Richard as a boy, his small hand clasped in Maureen's as they stood at the ocean's edge. Maureen had towered over him. Richard was 5 feet 11 inches now, but he hadn't had a growth spurt until he was 16, he'd told Nellie. The next photograph was a posed shot of Richard and Maureen with their parents. Nellie could see that Richard had inherited his piercing eyes from his mother and full lips from his father. At the end was a black and white picture of his mom and dad on their wedding day. It said so much about Richard that he decorated his walls with images of family, that these were the faces he wanted to see every day. She wished his parents were still alive, but at least Richard had his sister. Nellie would get to meet Maureen tomorrow at dinner at one of Richard's favorite restaurants. Her reverie was interrupted by the house phone ringing. Richard, she thought, feeling a rush of joy as she ran back into the kitchen and grabbed the receiver. But the voice that greeted her was feminine. "Is Richard there?" No." Nellie hesitated. "Is this Maureen?" Silence. Then the woman replied, "No, I'll call him back." Then came the dull, unbroken note of the dial tone. Who would phone Richard on a Sunday and not want to leave a message? Nellie hesitated, then checked caller ID. The number was blocked. She had come to Richard's apartment on many occasions, but this was the first time she'd ever been here alone. Behind her, in the living room, a wall of windows afforded a stunning view of Central Park, as well as several other residential buildings. She walked over and looked out, her eyes sweeping over the apartments. Many were dark or shuttered by blinds or curtains, but others had nothing covering the panes of clear glass. From certain angles, she thought she could see the shadowy outlines of furniture or figures inside, which meant anyone in those buildings also had a view into Richard's apartment. She'd seen Richard close the blinds before at night. A complicated electronic system on that wall wired his lighting and shades. She jabbed at a button, and the recessed overhead lights turned off. It was so gloomy outside that the apartment was plunged into shadows. She pushed the button again, and the bulbs flashed on. She exhaled slowly, then tried another button. This time she managed to do it correctly, and the blinds glided down. Even though a doorman was stationed in the lobby, Nellie quickly walked to the front door to check the lock. It was engaged. Richard would never leave her unprotected, no matter how annoyed he might be, she thought. Nellie took a shower, washing her body with Richard's citrus-scented L'Occitane soap and shampooing the smell of stale smoke out of her hair. She tilted back her head and closed her eyes to rinse the suds, then shut off the water and wrapped herself in Richard's robe, thinking of the soft voice on the phone. The woman had no accent. It was impossible to discern her age. Nellie opened Richard's medicine cabinet and took out gel, combing a bit through her damp hair and securing it in a ponytail. She changed into the exercise clothes she kept at the apartment since she occasionally used the gym in the building, then found her crumpled top and leather pants neatly folded on top of a small canvas tote by the foot of the bed. She tucked her belongings into the bag and left the apartment, rattling the door to make sure the lock clicked into place. As she walked toward the elevator, the only other neighbor on Richard's floor, Mrs. Keene, stepped out of her apartment, holding the leash of her Bichon Frise. Whenever they bumped into her in the lobby, Richard pretended he needed to collect his mail or came up with another excuse to avoid her. "She'll talk you to death if you let her," Richard had warned. Nellie suspected she was lonely, so she gave the woman a smile as she pressed the call button for the elevator. "I've been wondering why you haven't been around lately, dear." "Oh, I was just here a few days ago," Nellie said. "Well, next time, knock on my door, and I'll have you in for tea." "Your dog is adorable." Nellie gave its puffy white fur a quick stroke. The woman and her dog looked as if they shared a hairstylist, Nellie thought. "Mr. Fluffles likes you. So, where's your paramour?" "Richard had to go to Atlanta for work." "Work? On a Sunday?" The dog sniffed Nellie's shoe. "He's so busy, isn't he? Always racing off to catch a plane. I've offered to keep an eye on his place while he's gone, but he said he'd never impose on me. So, where are you off to now?" Lonely and gossipy, Nellie thought. The elevator arrived, and Nellie held the door open with her forearm until Mrs. Keene and her dog were safely inside. "I'm actually going to work, too. I teach at a preschool, and I need to clean out my classroom for the end of the year." Graduation was tomorrow, and though traditionally teachers sorted through the rooms a few days after the students left, making it something of a party, complete with smuggled-in wine, Nellie needed to do it now because she was leaving for Florida at the end of the week. Mrs. Keene nodded approvingly. "How lovely. I'm glad Richard found himself a nice young lady. That last one wasn't very friendly." "Oh?" Mrs. Keene leaned closer. "I saw her talking to Mike, the doorman, just last week. She was quite agitated." "She was here?" Richard hadn't mentioned this. A glint in Mrs. Keene's eyes told Nellie how much she was enjoying being the conveyor of such news. "Oh, yes, and she handed Mike a bag, Tiffany's. I recognized that distinctive blue, and said he should give it back to Richard." The elevator doors opened again, and Mrs. Keene's dog lunged toward another neighbor who'd just walked into the building with her pug. Nellie stepped out into the lobby, which resembled a small art gallery. A large orchid graced the glass table between two low-backed sofas, and the cream-colored walls were enlivened by abstract paintings. Frank, the Sunday doorman with a thick Bronx accent, greeted her. He was her favorite of the white-gloved men who kept watch over the residents of this Upper East Side building. "Hi, Frank," Nellie said, grateful to see his wide, gap-toothed smile. She glanced back at Mrs. Keene, who was in animated conversation with another neighbor. It sounded as if Richard's ex had simply returned something he'd once given her, and that he hadn't even seen her. Who even knew what was in the bag? Obviously, their split had been acrimonious. Many were, Nellie told herself. Yet she still felt unsettled. Frank winked at her, then pointed outside. "Looks like it's gonna rain. Do you have an umbrella, hun?" "3 of them, back at my apartment." He laughed. "Here, borrow one." He reached into the brass stand by the door. "You're the best." She extended her left hand to accept it. "Promise I'll bring it back." She noticed him glance at her ring and do a quick double-take before he caught himself and looked away. He'd known of their engagement, but Nellie usually twisted the diamond to the inside of her hand so it would be hidden when she walked around the city. Richard had suggested it, reminding her that one couldn't be too careful in the city. "Thanks," she said to Frank, feeling a flush creep over her cheeks. It felt a little ostentatious wearing something that probably cost as much as Frank earned in a year. That cost as much as she made in a year, too. Did Richard's ex live nearby, Nellie wondered? Perhaps she'd even passed her on the street. She didn't realize she was fidgeting with the release button on the umbrella until it sprang open. Her father's voice rang through her mind. "Don't ever open an umbrella inside. It's bad luck." "Stay dry," Frank said as Nellie stepped outside into the swollen gray air. Sam wore her long sleep shirt, the one with "What a Beautiful Mess" written in script across the front. Nellie rustled the paper bag containing poppy seed bagels with egg, cheddar, bacon, and ketchup, their favorite hangover remedy, in the air. "Good afternoon, sunshine." Sam's sandals from last night were kicked off just inside the front door, followed by her purse, then, a few feet later, her miniskirt. The trail of Sam, Nellie joked. Hey, Sam poured coffee into a mug but didn't turn around to look at her. What happened to you last night? I went to Richard's. Too much tequila. Yeah, Marnie said he showed up. Sam's tone was curt. Nice of you to say goodbye. Nellie burst into tears. She'd managed to upset Sam, too. Sam spun around. Whoa, what's going on? Nellie shook her head. Everything. She choked back a sob. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you I was leaving. Thank you for saying that. I have to admit I was pissed, especially since you showed up late to dinner. I didn't want to leave, but Sam... I kissed Nick. I know. I saw. Yeah, Richard saw too. Nellie dried her eyes with a paper napkin. He was really upset. Did you work it out? Sort of. He had to go to Atlanta this morning, so we didn't get to talk much. But Sam, this woman called his apartment this morning when I was there alone. She wouldn't give her name, and then Richard's neighbor told me his ex came by last week. What? He's still seeing her? No, Nellie said quickly. She just came to return something. She left it with the doorman. Sam shrugged. That sounds innocent enough. Nellie hesitated. But it ended between them months ago. Why is she returning it now? She wasn't sure why she hadn't revealed to Sam that she suspected the item was actually a gift Richard had given his ex when they were together, and if it was from Tiffany's, it was likely expensive. Sam took a sip of coffee, then handed the mug to Nellie, who also took a sip. Why don't you ask Richard about it? I guess. I feel like it shouldn't bother me. Huh. Sam took a bite of bagel and chewed. Nellie's stomach clenched when she began to unwrap her own sandwich. Her appetite had vanished. I thought she was completely out of the picture. This is totally random, okay? But those weird phone calls I've been getting, it's her? I don't know, Nellie whispered. But isn't it a coincidence that they started right after I got engaged to Richard? Sam didn't seem to have an answer for that. And there was this moment this morning after I said hello when all I could hear was breathing. It was just like those other calls. Then this woman asked for Richard, so... I sound sort of crazy when I say it aloud. Sam put down her bagel and gave Nellie a quick, hard hug. You're not crazy, but you need to talk to Richard. They were together a long time, right? Don't you deserve to know about that part of his life? I've tried. It isn't fair that he shuts you down like that. He's a guy, Sam. He doesn't feel the need to talk things to death like we do. Like you do, Nellie thought. Sounds like you haven't talked about it at all. Nellie let that go. She and Sam rarely argued. Nellie didn't want to dig into this. He told me they just grew apart. It happens, right? But Richard had said one more thing. It seemed especially significant now. She wasn't who I thought she was. Those had been his exact words. Nellie had been taken aback by the disgust twisting Richard's face when he'd uttered them. Her roommate would certainly have some thoughts on that. But Sam was wearing the same inscrutable expression that had come over her features when Nellie told her about the house Richard had bought. She'd worn that look the day Nellie came home wearing the engagement ring, too. You're right, Nellie said lightly. I'll ask him again. She could tell Sam wasn't through with the conversation, but Nellie felt protective of Richard. She'd wanted Sam to reassure her about Richard's ex, not point out the flaws in Nellie's relationship with him. Nellie grabbed a few shopping bags that were wedged into the narrow slot between the refrigerator and the wall. I need to run to the school. I've got to start packing up my classroom. Want to come? I'm wiped out. Think I'll nap. Things still weren't right between them. Sorry again I bailed on you. It was a really great party. Nellie nudged her best friend with her shoulder. Hey, are you around tonight? We can do face masks and watch Notting Hill. Order in Chinese. My treat. Sam still wore that look, but she accepted the unspoken truce. Sure, sounds fun. What was Richard's ex like? Slim and glamorous, Nellie thought as she approached the learning ladder. Maybe his ex enjoyed classical music and could identify the top notes in a bottle of wine. And Nellie bet his ex was confident about the pronunciation of charcuterie, unlike Nellie, who'd had to point at it on her menu once. Nellie had brought her up soon after she met Richard, curious about the woman he'd shared his life with before her. They'd been trading sections of the Times on a lazy Sunday morning after they'd made love and showered together. Nellie had used the extra toothbrush Richard had bought for her, and she was wearing a t-shirt she'd left behind on an earlier visit. It had made her wonder why there weren't any traces of Richard's ex left in the apartment. They'd been together for years, yet no lone elastic hairband had been forgotten in the cabinet under the bathroom sink, or tin of herbal tea languished in the back of the pantry, or pretty throw cushion softened the severe lines of Richard's suede couch. The apartment was completely masculine. It was as if his ex had never spent time in it at all. I was thinking, we haven't talked much about your ex. Why did it end?
It wasn't any one thing. Richard had shrugged and turned a page of the business section. We grew apart.
That's when he'd spoken the line that Nellie couldn't get out of her head now. She wasn't who I thought she was. Well, how did you guys meet? Nellie playfully batted down the newspaper he was reading.
Come on, sweetheart. I'm with you. The last thing I want to talk about is her.
His words were gentle, but his tone wasn't. Sorry. I was just wondering. She'd never brought her up again. After all, Nellie had topics from her past she didn't want to talk about with him either. Richard would have landed in Atlanta by now, Nellie thought, as she unlatched the gate encircling the playground and walked toward the preschool. He might be in a meeting or alone in his hotel room. Was he consumed by images of Nellie's ex just as she was fixating on his? She couldn't imagine how wrenching it would feel to see Richard kiss another woman. She wondered if Richard thought Nellie might turn out to be a different person from what he thought she was, too. She reached for her cell phone to call him, then stopped. She'd already left a message, and she wasn't going to question him about his ex's visit. He'd earned her trust, but she'd shaken his.
Hey there.
Nellie looked up to see the church's youth leader holding open the door for her. Thanks, she said, hurrying toward him. She gave him a big smile to compensate for not remembering his name.
I was about to lock up. Didn't think anyone from the school would be here on a Sunday.
I was going to start cleaning out my classroom. He nodded, then glanced up at the sky. Thick, shifting clouds blotted out the sun.
Looks like you just beat the rain, he said cheerfully.
Nellie headed into the basement, flicking on the overhead light as she descended the stairs. She wished she'd come here straight from Richard's, when the church would have been full of parishioners. She hadn't expected it to be empty. As she entered her classroom, she nearly stepped on a lone paper crown. She bent over and picked it up, smoothing out the creases. Brianna's name was on the inside, written in the shaky letters Nellie had taught her to form. Remember, the B has 2 big bellies that stick out, Nellie had told her when the little girl kept reversing the direction. Brianna had been so proud when she'd mastered it. The Cubs had made the crowns to wear during the graduation ceremony. They'd stand in a wiggling line behind a curtain until Nellie put her hand on their little shoulders one by one and whispered, "Go." Then they'd march down a makeshift aisle while their parents stood up and cheered and snapped photos. Brianna would be upset she'd lost hers. She'd spent a long time affixing stickers to it and had used a half bottle of glue to attach a different colored pom-pom to each point. Nellie would call Brianna's parents to let them know she'd found it. She tucked the crown in one of her shopping bags, then stood in the atypical quiet. Her classroom was modest, and the toys were basic compared to the ones most of the children had at home, but her students still bounded in every morning, tucking their lunches into cubbies and hanging their little jackets and sweaters on hooks. Nellie's favorite part of the day was show and tell, which was predictably unpredictable. Once, Annie had brought in a miniature frisbee she'd found in the medicine cabinet. Nellie had returned the diaphragm to Annie's mother at pickup. "At least it wasn't my vibrator," the mother had joked, instantly endearing her to Nellie. Another time, Lucas had opened his lunchbox, revealing a live hamster which had immediately seized its chance at freedom and leaped out. Nellie hadn't been able to find it for 2 days. She hadn't thought it would hurt this much to leave. She began to pull off the walls the construction paper butterflies the children had made and tuck them into folders that she would send home with each child. She winced as the edge of one cut into the soft tip of her index finger. Fudge. She hadn't sworn properly in years, ever since she'd shocked little David Connolly and had to scramble to convince him she'd merely been pointing out a toy truck. She put her finger in her mouth and reached into her supply closet, taking out an Elmo Band-Aid. She was wrapping it around her finger when she heard a noise in the hallway. "Hello?" she called. No answer. She walked to the doorway and peeked out. The narrow corridor was empty, the linoleum floors reflecting the gleam of the overhead lights. The other classrooms were dark, and their doors were pulled shut. The church's old bones creaked sometimes. It must have been a floorboard settling. In the absence of the laughter and chaos, the school felt off-kilter. Nellie reached into her purse and pulled out her cell. Richard hadn't phoned yet. She hesitated, then texted him, "I'm at the learning ladder. Call if you can. I'm here alone." Sam knew where she was, but Sam was napping. Nellie would just feel better if Richard knew too. She started to put her cell back in her bag, but tucked it in the waistband of her Lycra pants instead. She peeked out into the hallway again and listened for a long moment. Then Nellie resumed pulling artwork off the walls, working quickly until they were bare. She took down from an easel the activity schedule printed in big letters. She reached up to strip a large calendar from a bulletin board. Velcro cards attached to it listed the day of the week and a symbol for the weather. A smiling sun was still affixed to Friday. Nellie glanced out the window. The first drops of rain had started to softly patter down. She almost didn't notice the woman standing just behind the gate. A tall climbing structure partially obstructed her view. Nellie could only make out a tan raincoat and a green umbrella blocking the person's face, and long brown hair whipping in the wind. Maybe it was someone out walking her dog. Nellie craned her head to see at a different angle. There was no dog. Could it be a prospective parent checking out the school? But it wouldn't make sense for someone to come on a Sunday when the learning ladder was closed. It could be a parishioner, although the service had ended hours ago. Nellie pulled her phone out of her pocket, then pressed her face close to the window. The woman suddenly moved, hurrying away, blending in with the trees. Nellie spotted the woman round the corner by the 3 gravestones, toward the entrance on the opposite side of the church. Sometimes that door was propped open by a heavy brick when nighttime activities, such as an AA meeting, were scheduled. Something about the way the person abruptly turned away, that quick, jerky motion, reminded Nellie of the woman who'd caused her to drop her purse in the bathroom on parent conference day. Nellie couldn't be there for another minute. She grabbed her bags, leaving papers still scattered across her desk, and headed for the door. Her cell phone buzzed in her hand, and she flinched. It was Richard. "I'm so glad it's you," she gasped.
"Are you okay? You sound upset."
"I'm just alone at the school."
"Yeah, you told me in your text. Are the church doors locked?"
"I'm not sure, but I'm leaving now." Nellie hurried up the stairs. "It feels sort of creepy for some reason."
"Don't be scared, baby. I'll stay with you on the phone."
She glanced behind her as she exited the building, then slowed down and caught her breath. She reached the end of the block, opened her umbrella, and began to walk toward the busier cross street. Now that she was outside, she knew she'd overreacted. "I miss you so much, and I feel horrible about last night."
"Look, I've been thinking about it, and I saw you push him away. I know you love me."
He really was too good to be true. "I wish I could have been with you today." She didn't want Richard to know she'd forgotten about his trip. After graduation, I'm all yours."
You have no idea how happy that makes me.
His voice felt like safety. In that moment, she decided she didn't want to continue teaching. She'd travel with Richard in the fall. She'd still be around children. Their children.
I need to get back to my client. Are you feeling better now?
Much. Then Richard spoke the words that would stay with her forever.
Even when I'm not there, I'm always with you.
Chapter 10. She lives on an active street. New York City has dozens of blocks like hers, not ritzy, not poverty-stricken, but falling somewhere in the wide swath of the middle. It reminds me of the neighborhood I lived in when I first met Richard. Despite the torrential burst of rain that has just ended, enough people are around so I don't stand out. A bus stop is on her corner, next to a deli, and 2 doors down from her building is a small hair salon. A father pushing a stroller crosses paths with a couple walking hand in hand. A woman juggles 3 bags of groceries. A Chinese food delivery guy splashes through a puddle and splatters me with a few drops, the aroma of the meals stacked on the back of his bicycle wafting in his wake. In the past, my stomach would have been tempted by the succulent smells of chicken fried rice or sweet and sour shrimp. I wonder how well she knows her neighbors. She might have knocked on the door of the apartment above hers, handing over a UPS delivery box that was mistakenly left by her door. Maybe she picks up fruit and bagels at the deli, where the owner mans the cash register and greets her by name. Who will miss her when she disappears? I'm prepared to wait quite a while. My appetite is non-existent. My body feels neither hot nor cold. There is nothing I need. But before long, at least I think I have not waited very long, I feel a quickening in my pulse, a hitch in my breath as she rounds the corner. She is carrying a bag. I squint and make out the logo of Chopped, the takeout salad place. It swings as she walks, matching the gentle sway of her high ponytail. A cocker spaniel darts in front of her, and she pauses to avoid becoming entangled with the leash. The owner reels in the dog, and I see her nod and say something. Then she bends down to stroke its head. Does she know how Richard feels about dogs? I'm holding my cell phone to my ear, my body half turned away from her, my umbrella tilted to cover my face. She continues walking toward me, and I soak her in. She wears yoga capris and a loose white top, with a windbreaker tied around her waist. Salad and exercise. She must want to look her best in her wedding gown. She pauses in front of her building, reaching into her purse, and a moment later, she vanishes inside. I let my umbrella drop and massage my forehead, trying to focus. I tell myself I'm acting crazy. Even if she were pregnant, which I don't believe is a possibility, she probably wouldn't be showing yet. So why did I come here? I stare at her closed door. What would I even say if I knocked and she answered? I could beg her to call off the wedding. I could warn her that she'll regret it, that he cheated on me and he'll do the same to her, but she'd probably just slam the door and phone Richard. I don't want him to ever know I've followed her. She thinks she's safe now. I imagine her rinsing her plastic salad bowl and putting it into the recycling bin, applying a mud mask, maybe calling her parents to talk about last-minute wedding details. There is still a little time. I cannot be impulsive. I have a long walk home. I round the corner, retracing her steps. A block later, I pass Chopped, and I turn around to go in. I study the menu, trying to guess what she might have craved so I can order the same thing. When the server hands me my salad, in a plastic clamshell and tucked in a white paper bag alongside a fork and napkin, I smile and thank her. Her fingers brush mine, and I wonder if she also waited on my replacement. Before I am even out the door, I'm suddenly overwhelmed by acute hunger pangs. All the dinners I've slept through, the breakfasts I've skipped, the lunches I've tossed in the trash, they converge upon me now, fueling a nearly savage desire to fill the emptiness inside me. I step to one side, where there is a counter and stools, but I can't wait long enough to put down my things and settle into a seat. My fingers tremble as I open the container and begin to fork in mouthful after mouthful, holding the container close to my chin so I don't spill any, devouring the tangy greens, chasing bits of egg and tomato around the slippery container with my fork. I'm queasy as I swallow the final bite, and my stomach feels distended, but I am as hollow as ever. I throw away the empty bowl and begin to walk home. When I enter the apartment, I see Aunt Charlotte splayed on the couch, her head angled against a cushion, a washcloth draped over her eyes. Usually on Sunday nights, she teaches an art therapy class at Bellevue. I haven't known her to ever miss one. I've also never seen her nap before. Worry pierces me. She lifts her head at the thump of the door closing, and the washcloth slips off into her hand. Without her glasses, her features seem softer. "Are you okay?" I recognize the irony. It's an echo of the words she has repeated to me ever since a cab deposited me on the curb outside her building with 3 suitcases stacked behind me. "Just a killer headache." She grips the edge of the sofa and stands. "I overdid it today. Check out the living room. I think I cleared away 20 years of clutter after my subject left." She is still wearing her painting uniform, jeans topped by one of her late husband's blue Oxford shirts. By now the shirt is soft and worn, decorated with layers of drips and splatters. It's a work of art in itself, a visual history of her creative life. "You're sick." The words seem to propel themselves out of me. My voice is high and panicky. Aunt Charlotte walks over and puts her hands on my shoulders. We are nearly the same height, but she looks directly into my eyes. Her hazel eyes are faded by age, but they are as alert as ever. I am not ill. Aunt Charlotte has never shied away from difficult conversations. When I was younger, she explained my mother's mental health issues to me in simple, honest terms, ones I could understand. Even though I believe my aunt, I ask, "Promise?" My throat thickens with tears. I cannot lose Aunt Charlotte. Not her, too. "I promise. I'm not going anywhere, Vanessa." She hugs me, and I inhale the scents that grounded me as a girl. Linseed oil from her paints, the lavender she dabs on her pulse points. "Have you eaten? I was going to throw something together." "I haven't," I lie, "but let me make dinner. I'm in the mood to cook." Maybe it's my fault she is exhausted. Maybe I've taken too much from her. She rubs her eyes. "That would be great." She follows me to the kitchen and sits on a stool. I find chicken and butter and mushrooms in the refrigerator and begin to pan-sear the meat. "How did the portrait go?" I pour us each a glass of sparkling water. "She fell asleep during our session." "Really? Naked?" "You'd be surprised. Overprogrammed New Yorkers often find the process relaxing." As I whisk together a simple lemon sauce, Aunt Charlotte leans over and inhales. "It smells delicious. You're a much neater cook than your mother." I pause in rinsing off the chopping board. I am so used to masking what I feel that it's easy to slip on a smile and chat with Aunt Charlotte. But the reminders are everywhere, as always. In the white wine I dash into my sauce, and the salad greens I push aside to reach the mushrooms in the refrigerator's vegetable bin. I fall into light conversation with my aunt, gliding above the thoughts roiling through my mind, like a swan whose churning feet are hidden as he floats across the water. "Mom was a tornado," I say, even conjuring a smile. "Remember how the sink was always overflowing with pots and pans, the counters coated with olive oil or breadcrumbs, and the floor? My socks would practically stick to it. She didn't exactly subscribe to the belief that you should tidy up as you went along." I reach into the big ceramic bowl on the counter and pull out a Vidalia onion. Her food was great, though. On her good days, my mother would create elaborate 3-course meals. Worn volumes by Julia Child, Marcella Hazan, and Pierre Freinet lined our bookshelves, and I would often find her reading one the same way that I might devour Judy Blume. You were probably the only fifth grader who would get homemade beef bourguignon and a lemon tort on an ordinary Tuesday night, Aunt Charlotte says. I flip the chicken breasts, the uncooked side crackling against the hot pan. I can see my mother now, her hair wild from the heat seeping from the oven, clattering pots onto burners and mincing garlic and singing loudly. "Come on, Vanessa," she'd say when she caught sight of me. She'd twirl me around, then shake salt into her hand and throw it into a pot. "Never follow a recipe exactly," my mother always said. "Give it your own flair." I knew a crash would come soon after those nights, when my mother's energy had burned itself out. But something in her freedom was glorious, her unfiltered, storm-like joy, even though it frightened me as a child. "She was something else," Aunt Charlotte says. She leans an elbow on the blue tile countertop and rests her chin in her hand. She was. I'm glad my mother was still alive when I married, and in a way, I'm grateful she isn't around to see how I've ended up. "Do you like cooking now, too?" Aunt Charlotte is watching me carefully, almost studying me, it seems. "You look so much like her, and your voice is so similar sometimes I think it's her in the other room." I wonder if another unspoken question is in her mind. My mother's episodes grew more severe in her 30s, around the same age I am now. I lost touch with Aunt Charlotte during my marriage. That was my fault. I was even more of a mess than my mother, and I knew Aunt Charlotte couldn't just swoop in to help me. I was too far gone for that. The hopeful, buoyant young woman I was when I married Richard is almost unrecognizable to me now. She turned into a disaster, Hillary had said. She was right. I wonder if my mother also suffered from obsessive thoughts during her episodes. I'd always imagined her mind was blank, numb, when she took to her bed. But I'll never know. I choose to answer the simpler question. I don't mind cooking. I hate it, I think, as my knife comes down and severs the onion cleanly. When Richard and I first married, I didn't know my way around a kitchen at all. My single-girl dinners consisted of Chinese takeout, or, if the scale was mistreating me, a microwaved lean cuisine. Some nights I skipped dinner altogether and munched on wheat thins and cheese as I sipped a glass of wine. Still, the unspoken arrangement was that once Richard and I married, I would cook for him every weeknight. I'd quit working, so it seemed more than reasonable. I rotated between chicken, steak, lamb, and fish. They weren't fancy meals, a protein, a carb, and a vegetable, but Richard seemed appreciative of my efforts. The day we first visited Dr. Hoffman, the day Richard learned I'd been pregnant in college, was my first attempt at making something special for him. I wanted to try to ease the tension between us, and I knew Richard loved Indian food. So after I left Dr. Hoffman's office, I looked up a recipe for lamb vindaloo, searching for the one that seemed the least complicated. It's funny how certain details stick in the memory, such as how the wheel of my shopping cart needed to be adjusted, causing it to squeak every time I turned down a new aisle. I wandered through the market, searching for cumin and coriander, trying to forget how Richard's face had looked when he learned I'd gotten pregnant by another man. I'd called Richard to tell him I loved him, but he hadn't replied. His disappointment, worse, the thought of his disillusionment, upset me more than any argument could. Richard didn't yell. When angry, he seemed to coil into himself until he regained control over his emotions. It didn't usually take him long, but I worried I'd pushed him too far this time. I remember driving home on the quiet streets, the new Mercedes sedan Richard had purchased for me purring past the stately colonials constructed by the same builder who'd sold Richard our house. Occasionally, I saw a nanny out with a young child, but I'd yet to make a friend in our neighborhood. I was hopeful when I began to cook dinner. I cut the lamb into even chunks, following the recipe carefully. I remember how sunlight glowed through the large bay windows in our living room, as it did toward the end of every day. I'd found my iPod and scrolled down to the Beatles. Back in the USSR twanged through the speakers. The Beatles always lifted my spirits because my father used to blast John, Paul, George, and Ringo in our old sedan when he took me out for ice cream or to the movies during my mom's lighter episodes, the ones that only lasted a day or two and didn't require Aunt Charlotte's assistance. I'd allowed myself to imagine that after I served Richard his favorite meal, we would cuddle in bed and talk. I wouldn't tell him everything, but I could admit a few of the details. Maybe my revelation would even bring us closer. I'd let him know how terribly sorry I was, how I wished I could erase what had happened and start again. So there I was, in my exquisite kitchen, stocked with Wusthof knives and Calphalon pots and pans, cooking dinner for my new husband. I was happy, I think, but I wonder now if my memory is playing tricks on me, if it is giving me the gift of an illusion. We all layer them over our remembrances, the filters through which we want to see our lives. I'd tried to follow the recipe exactly, but I'd neglected to buy the fenugreek because I had no idea what it was, and when it came time to add the fennel, I couldn't find it, even though I swore I'd put it in the cart. The fragile emotional peace I'd tried to build began to crumble. I, who had been given everything, couldn't even manage to make a proper meal. When I opened the refrigerator door to put back the coconut milk and saw a half-full bottle of Chablis, I hesitated, staring at it. Richard and I had agreed that I'd stopped drinking, but surely a few sips wouldn't hurt. I poured myself a half glass. I'd forgotten how good the crisp minerality tasted on my tongue. I retrieved our pressed blue linen placemats and matching napkins from the big oak armoire in the dining room. I laid out the nice china Hillary and George had given us as a wedding gift. When we first got married, I'd had to consult an online etiquette site to learn how to set a formal table. Despite my mother's extravagant meals, she was uninterested in the dining ambiance. Sometimes, when all the dishes were dirty, we'd eat off paper plates. I set candlesticks in the middle of the table and switched the music to classical, selecting Wagner, one of Richard's favorite composers. Then I retreated to the couch, wineglass by my side. By now, our house had more furniture, sofas in the living room, splashes of artwork on the walls, including the portrait Aunt Charlotte had done of me as a child, and an oriental rug in vivid blues and reds in front of the fireplace. But the room still felt a bit characterless to me. If only we'd had a high chair in the dining room, a few soft toys scattered on the rug. I stilled my hand when I realized I was tapping my fingernails against my glass and making little chiming sounds. Richard usually arrived home around 8:30, but it wasn't until after 9 that I finally heard his key turn in the lock and the thunk of his briefcase on the floor. "Honey?" I called. No answer. "Sweetie?"
"Give me a second."
I could hear his footsteps climbing the stairs. I didn't know if I should follow him, so I stayed on the couch. When I heard him begin to descend, I caught sight of my wineglass. I ran to the sink, rinsing it out quickly and putting it back in the cabinet still wet before he could see. It was impossible to decipher his mood. He could have been upset with me, or he could have just had a tough day at work. Richard had seemed tense all week. I knew he was dealing with a difficult client. During dinner, I tried to make conversation, my light-hearted tone masking the worry underneath.
"This is good."
"I remembered you told me once lamb vindaloo was your favorite dish."
"I said that?"
Richard bent his head to take a forkful of rice. I'd felt puzzled. Hadn't he? "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about my—" My voice trailed off. I couldn't say the word. Richard nodded.
"It's forgotten,"
he said quietly. I'd steeled myself for questions. His words came almost as a letdown. Maybe I'd wanted to share that part of my life with him after all. "Okay," was all I said. As I cleared the table, I noticed half his plate was still full. By the time I'd finished cleaning, Richard was already asleep. I curled up next to him, listening to his steady breaths until I drifted off too. The next morning, Richard left early for the office. Midway through the day, as I was in the hair salon getting highlights, my phone pinged with an incoming email from the local French Culinary Institute. The note read, "Ma chérie, je t'aime, Richard." When I opened the attachment, I saw a gift certificate for 10 cooking lessons. "Honey?" Aunt Charlotte's voice is concerned. I wipe my eyes and gesture to the cutting board. "Just the onion." I can't tell if she believes me. After dinner, Aunt Charlotte goes to bed early, and I clean the kitchen. Then I retreat to my room and listen to the sounds of the old apartment settling in for the night, the sudden hum of the refrigerator, a door slamming in the unit below. Sleep is elusive now, as if I've stockpiled enough of it over my lost months to suppress my natural circadian rhythm. My mind wanders to the topic of a recent podcast, obsession. "Our genes are not our destiny," insisted the speaker, but he acknowledged that addiction is hereditary. I think of the way my mother left a trail of destruction. I think of the way my mother dug her nails into her palms when she was agitated. And I think, as always, of her. A plan begins to form in my mind. Or maybe it has been there all along, waiting for me to catch up to it, to become strong enough to carry it out. I see her again, bending down to stroke the head of the little dog in her path. I see her crossing her shapely legs and leaning close to Richard at the bar, our bar. And I see her on the day I came to his office to surprise him for lunch, back when we were still married. The two of them were walking out of the building. She wore a blush-colored dress. His hand gently touched the small of her back as he allowed her to exit the door first. "She's mine," the gesture seemed to say. He used to touch me that way. I told him once I loved the subtle, sexy feel of his fingers there. I get up, moving quietly in the darkness, and retrieve my burner phone and my laptop from the bottom dresser drawer. Richard cannot marry again. I begin to make preparations. The next time I see her, I will be ready. Chapter 11. Nellie lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the city waft through the bars of her open window. A honk, the shouted lyrics to YMCA, a car alarm wailed in the distance. The suburbs were going to seem so quiet. Sam had left a few hours earlier, but Nellie had decided to stay in. If Richard called, she wanted to be at the apartment. Besides, the tumult of the past 24 hours had left her feeling depleted. When she'd gotten home from the learning ladder, she and Sam had plastered on cobalt blue algae masks while they waited for their Chinese food to arrive. Spare ribs, pork dumplings, sweet and sour chicken, and, in a token nod to Nellie's wedding diet, brown rice. "You look like a Blue Man Group reject," Sam had said as she smoothed the paste over Nellie's cheeks. "You look like Sexy Smurf." After the morning's tension and the inexplicable menace she'd felt at the school, it was so good to laugh with Sam. Nellie had grabbed plastic forks from the drawer beside the sink, the one that was also crammed with packets of hot sauce and mustard and mismatched paper napkins. "I'm using the good silver tonight," she joked. It hit her that this would likely be the last meal they shared before the wedding. When the food arrived, they washed off their masks. $10 wasted," Sam proclaimed as she examined her skin. Then they flopped on the couch and dug in, chatting about everything except what was really on Nellie's mind. "Last year, the Straubs gave Barbara a Coach bag after graduation," Sam said. "Think I'll score something good?"
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of music. Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
Hope so. Richard had presented Nellie with a Valentino bag the previous week after he noticed an ink stain on the one she usually carried. It was still under her bed in its protective dust cover. No way was she going to risk a kid finger-painting it. She hadn't mentioned the purse to Sam. "Sure you don't want to join me?" Sam had asked as she shimmied into Nellie's AG jeans. "I haven't recovered from last night." Nellie had wanted Sam to stay in and watch a movie with her, but she knew Sam had to maintain her other friendships. After all, Nellie would be gone in a week. Nellie had thought about calling her mother, but their conversations often left Nellie feeling a bit on edge. Her mother had met Richard only once, and she'd immediately honed in on the age difference. "He's had time to sow his oats and travel and live," she'd told Nellie. "Don't you want to do the same before you settle down?" When Nellie responded that she wanted to travel and live with Richard, her mother shrugged. "Okay, lovey," she said, but she didn't sound completely convinced. It was now after midnight, but Sam was still out, maybe with a new boyfriend, or maybe with an old one. Despite Nellie's exhaustion and the rituals she'd tried, chamomile tea and her favorite meditation music, she kept listening for the scrape of Sam's key in the lock. She wondered why it was always on the nights one most craved sleep that it was elusive. She found her thoughts returning to Richard's ex. When she was in Duane Reade earlier picking up the face masks, she'd stood in line behind a woman who was talking on her cell phone, making plans to meet someone for dinner. The woman was petite and yoga-toned, and her laughter spilled out like bright coins during the call. Would she be Richard's type? Nellie's own cell phone waited within reach on her nightstand. She kept looking at it, steeling herself in case it erupted with another unsettling hang-up. As the night stretched on, its silence began to feel more ominous, as if it were mocking her. Eventually, she got up and walked over to her dresser. Moogie, her childhood stuffed dog, was perched atop it, listening to one side, his brown and white fuzz worn but still soft. Even though she felt silly, she lifted him up and brought him back into bed with her. She managed to doze off at some point, but at 6 a.m., a jackhammer erupted just outside her apartment. She staggered out of bed and closed her window, but the insistent sputtering continued. "Shut that fucking thing off!" Nellie's neighbor bellowed, his words carrying through the radiator. She pulled her pillow over her head, but it was futile. She took a long shower, rolling her head around in circles to try to ease the ache in her neck, then put on her robe and rifled through her closet searching for her light blue dress with the little yellow flowers. It would be perfect for graduation, only to remember that it was still at the dry cleaners, along with a half a dozen other items. Picking them up had been on the to-do list she'd scribbled on the back of a spin class schedule, along with move books to Richard's storage bin and buy bikini, and after change mailing address at post office. She'd yet to make it to a spin class this month either. Her phone rang at 7 on the dot. "I got a deodorant commercial. I'm Sweaty Girl 3. Josie? I'm sorry, I didn't want to call so early, but I've tried everyone else. Margot can do the first half of my shift. I just need someone to take over at 2. Oh, I'll have a line. I can get my SAG card after this." Nellie should have said no for so many reasons. Graduation wouldn't end until 1. She still had to finish packing her things, and tonight was the dinner with Richard and Maureen. But Josie was such a good friend, and she'd been trying to get her SAG card for 2 years. Okay, break a leg. Or is it break a sweat? Josie laughed. "Love you," she shouted. Nellie rubbed her temples. A faint headache began to pulse between them. She opened her laptop and typed herself an email with the subject line, "To do. Dry cleaner. Pack up books. Gibson's at 2. Maureen at 7. A ding announced she had new messages waiting. Linda, reminding the teachers to come in early to set up for graduation. An old sorority sister, Leslie, who still lived in Florida, congratulating her on her engagement. Nellie paused, then deleted that email without replying. Her aunt asking if Nellie needed any last-minute wedding help. a notification that her automatic monthly charity donation was being deducted from her checking account. Then an email from the wedding photographer. "Should I refund your deposit, or do you think you'll reschedule?" Nellie frowned, the words making no sense. She reached for her cell phone and dialed the number at the bottom of his note. The photographer picked up on the third ring, sounding sleepy. "Hang on," he said when she asked about the email. "Let me go to my office." She could hear his footsteps, then papers shuffling. "Yeah, here's the message. We got a call last week that the wedding was being postponed." "What?" Nellie began to pace in her small bedroom, passing her wedding gown with every few steps. "Who called?" "My assistant took the message. She told me it was you." "I didn't call, and we haven't ever changed the date," Nellie protested, sinking down on the bed. "I'm sorry, but she's worked with me for almost 2 years, and nothing like this has ever happened before." She and Richard had both wanted an intimate wedding with a small guest list. "If we do it in New York, I'd have to invite all my colleagues," Richard had said. He'd found a breathtaking resort in Florida not far from her mother's home, a white-columned building facing the ocean, encircled by palm trees and red and orange hibiscus, and was paying for the entire bill, including the guest rooms, the food, and the wine. He was even picking up the airfare for Sam and Josie and Marnie. When they viewed the photographer's website, Richard had admired the journalistic-style images. "Everyone else goes for the stiff, posed shots. This guy captures emotion." She'd been saving money for weeks, wanting the photographs to be her wedding gift to him. "Look." Her voice lilted the way it always did when she was on the verge of tears. Maybe the resort could find another photographer, but it wouldn't be the same. "I don't mean to be difficult, but this was clearly your mistake." "I'm staring at the message right now. But hang on, let me check something. What time is your ceremony again?" 4 o'clock. We were going to do pictures before, too." "Well, I've already booked another shoot for 3, but I'll work something out. It's an engagement portrait, so I bet they won't mind being bumped an hour or so." "Thank you," Nellie breathed. "Hey, I get it. It's your wedding day. Everything should be perfect." Her hands shook as she hung up the phone. The assistant must have messed up, and the photographer was covering for her, Nellie decided. She'd probably confused their ceremony with another couple's. But if the photographer hadn't emailed, blurry shots from her mother's cheap camera would have been the only pictures they would have had. The photographer was right, she thought. Everything should be perfect. Everything would be perfect. Except... She went to her top dresser drawer and pulled out a small satin pouch that held a light blue monogrammed handkerchief. It had been her father's, and since her dad wouldn't be able to walk her down the aisle, Nellie planned to wrap it around her bouquet. She wanted to feel his presence on that symbolic journey. Her dad had been stoic. He hadn't cried even as he told her about his diagnosis of colon cancer. But when Nellie graduated from junior high school, she'd seen his eyes grow damp. "Thinking about all the things I'll miss," he'd said. He'd kissed the top of her head, and then the mist disappeared from his eyes like a morning fog evaporating in the sun. 6 months later, he was gone too. Nellie smoothed out the soft handkerchief, winding it through her fingers. She wished her father could have met Richard. Her dad would have approved, she was certain. "You done good," he would have said. "You done good." She touched the handkerchief to her cheek, then put it back in the pouch. She checked the clock on the kitchen stove. The dry cleaner would open at 8. Graduation was at 9. If she left right now, she'd have just enough time to pick up the flowered dress, change, and make it to school to set up. Nellie leaned against the bar, waiting for Chris to finish making the dirty martinis destined for table 31, a group of lawyers celebrating a birthday. She fidgeted with the new bracelet on her wrist. The beads were thick and bright, fastened with a clumsy knot. Jonah had given it to her at graduation. It was her table's 3rd round, and it was almost 6, the time she'd planned to leave. Nellie hadn't told Richard she was covering Josie's shift and couldn't be late to meet Maureen. It had been slow at the restaurant initially. She'd chatted with a white-haired couple visiting from Ohio, recommending a great bagel place and suggesting they check out a new exhibit at the Met. They'd pulled out pictures of their 5 grandchildren and mentioned that the youngest was having trouble learning to read, so Nellie jotted down a list of books that might help. "You're a doll," the woman had said, tucking the sheet of paper into her purse. Nellie had noticed the gold band on her left hand and wondered how it would feel, decades from now, to have photographs of her own grandchildren to show to new acquaintances. By then, her engagement ring would surely feel as if it were a part of her, ingrained into her very skin, rather than the weighty, new object on her finger. But toward the end of her shift, the restaurant was full of clusters of 20 and 30-somethings. "Can you close out my tables?" Nellie asked Jim, another waiter, as he passed by the bar.
"How many do you have left?"
4. They don't want to eat, they're just parking.
"Damn, I'm in the weeds right now. Give me a few."
She looked at her watch again. She'd been hoping to get home to take a shower and put on her black eyelet dress. She always smelled like French fries when she left Gibson's, but now she'd have to change back into the flowered sundress she'd worn for graduation. She was about to lift up the tray of dirty martinis destined for the lawyers when someone draped an arm over her shoulders. She turned to see a tall guy who'd probably just turned 21 crowding in next to her. He was accompanied by a few friends who emanated the rowdy energy of athletes before a big game. Normally, groups of guys were her favorite customers. Unlike women, they never asked for separate checks, and they tipped her well.
"How do we get in your section?"
The guy was wearing a Sigma Chi t-shirt, the Greek letters close to her face. She wrenched her eyes away. "Sorry, but I'm leaving in a few minutes." She ducked out from beneath his arm. As she grabbed the drinks and spun away, she heard one of the guys say,
"If I can't get in her section, how do I get in her pants?"
She fumbled the tray and it flipped, soaking her in gin and olive juice. Glasses shattered against the floor and the guys burst into applause. "Damn it!" Nellie cried, wiping her face with her sleeve.
"Wet t-shirt contest!"
one of the guys hooted.
"Settle down, boys,"
Jim said to the guys.
"You okay? I was just coming to say I could cover for you."
"I'm fine." A busboy approached with a broom as she hurried to the back office, holding her soaked shirt away from her chest. She grabbed her gym bag and went into the bathroom, peeling off her clothes and mopping her skin with a handful of paper towels. She wet another paper towel and rubbed herself down as best she could, then reached into her bag for her flowered dress. It was a little rumpled, but at least it was clean. She stared at her image in the mirror, not seeing her flushed cheeks or messy hair. She saw herself at the age of 21, waking up in the sorority house the morning after everything had changed, her throat raw from crying, her body shivering despite her warm pajamas and quilt. She exited the bathroom, planning to cut a wide berth around those assholes. They were clustered in a circle by the bar, holding bottles of beer, laughing raucously.
"Aw, we didn't want to make you leave," one of the guys said.
"Kiss and make up?" He held out his arms. His back was to the bar, as were the other guys, probably so they could ogle the women in the room. Nellie glared at him, wanting to throw a drink in his face. Why not? It wasn't as if she'd get fired. But as she moved closer, she noticed something on the bar, just behind him. "Sure," she said sweetly. "I'll give you a hug." Nellie plopped her gym bag on the bar, then leaned in and endured the feel of his body pressing against hers. "Have a fun night, boys," she said, picking up her things. She quickly hailed a cab. Once she was ensconced in the back, she opened the slim leather check holder she'd scooped up when she took her gym bag off the bar. The one with the edge of the credit card poking out of the top. A block later, when the cab had stopped at a red light, she casually dropped it out the window, into a busy intersection. Chapter 12. "Were you at Saks?" Aunt Charlotte asks when I arrive home. "For some reason, I thought you had the day off. Anyway, a package came from FedEx. I put it in your room." "Really?" I say, feigning interest as I skim past her question. I wasn't at work today. "I didn't order anything." Aunt Charlotte is standing on a stool in the kitchen, reorganizing the cabinets. She steps down, leaving the bowls and mugs she had been sorting through lined up on the counter. "It's from Richard. I saw his name on the return address when I signed for it." She is staring at me, waiting for my reaction. I keep my expression calm. "Probably just some things I left behind." She can't know how I feel about Richard and his engagement. I don't want her to blame herself later for not doing more to help me. "I picked up some salads for dinner." I hold up a white paper bag decorated with black letters and dancing greens. I vowed to pitch in more. Besides, Chopped was a convenient stop. "I'll just stick these in the fridge and then go change." I'm desperate to open the box. The package is waiting on my bed. My hands begin to tremble when I see the neatly printed numbers and letters written in all capitals. Richard used to leave me notes in that handwriting nearly every day before he left for work. "You are so beautiful when you're asleep," or "I can't wait to make love to you tonight." The tenor of the notes changed as time passed. "Try to get some exercise today, sweetheart. It'll make you feel better." And near the end of our marriage, the notes were replaced by emails. "I just phoned and you didn't answer. Are you sleeping again? We need to talk about this tonight." I use scissors to slice through the masking tape and open up my past. Our wedding album is on top. I lift the heavy satin keepsake. Beneath it, I see some of my clothes, neatly folded. When I left, I took mostly cold weather outfits. Richard has sent ensembles suitable for summertime. He has selected the pieces that always looked the best on me. At the bottom is a padded black jewelry box. I open it and see a diamond choker. It's the necklace I could never bear to wear because Richard gave it to me after one of our worst fights. This isn't all I've left behind, of course. Richard probably donated the rest of my things to charity. He knows I never cared much about clothes. What he really wanted me to have is the album and the necklace. But why? There's no note in the box. But he is sending me a message with its contents, I realize. I open the album and stare at a young woman in a lacy gown with a full skirt, smiling up at Richard. I barely recognize myself. It's like looking at an image of a different person. I wonder if his new fiancée will take his last name, Thompson. It is still my name, too. I see her turning her face up to Richard as the minister unites them. She is beaming. Will he think of me briefly and remember how I looked in that moment before he pushes the memory away? Does he ever call her my name by accident? Do they talk about me, the two of them, when they're cuddling in bed? I pick up the album and hurl it across the room. It leaves a mark on the wall before it falls to the floor with a thud. My entire body is shaking now. I've been putting on an act for Aunt Charlotte, but my costume can no longer camouflage what I've become. I think of the liquor store down the street. I could buy a bottle or two. A drink might help douse the rage inside me. I shove the box into my wardrobe, but now I'm imagining Richard lifting her chin and clasping a diamond choker around her neck, then leaning in to kiss her. I can't bear the image of his lips on her mouth, of his hands on her. My time is running out. I need to see her. I waited outside of her apartment for hours today, but she never appeared. Is she scared? I wonder. Does she sense what is coming? I elect to allow myself a final bottle of wine. I'll drink it and go over my plan again. But I choose to do one thing before going to the liquor store, and miraculously, because of that simple act, an unexpected chance drops into my lap. I decide to call Maureen. Even after all of these years, she is the person with whom Richard is the closest. We haven't talked in a while. Our relationship began pleasantly enough, but during my marriage to her brother, her feelings toward me seemed to shift. She grew distant. I'm sure Richard confided in her. No wonder she was wary of me. But early on, I tried to form an independent relationship with her. It seemed important to Richard that we be close, so I called her every week or two. But we quickly ran out of things to talk about. Maureen had a PhD and ran the Boston Marathon each spring. She rarely drank, other than a single glass of champagne on special occasions, and she rose at 5 a.m. to practice the piano, an instrument she'd taken up as an adult. Shortly after my wedding, I accompanied Maureen and Richard on the annual ski trip they took for her birthday. They whipped down black diamonds with ease, and I only held them up. I ended up leaving the slopes at lunchtime and curling up by the fireplace with a hot toddy until they returned, pink-cheeked and exhilarated, to collect me for dinner. They always invited me to come, but I never joined them after that first trip, staying home while they went to Aspen or Vail and on their week-long trip to Switzerland. Now, I dial her cell number. She answers on the third ring. "Hang on a sec." Then I hear a muffled, 92nd and Lexington, please. So she is in town already. She comes here in the summer to teach a course at Columbia. "Vanessa? How are you?" Her tone is measured, neutral. "I'm okay," I lie. "How about you?" "Fine." One of my podcasts recounted a psychology experiment in which a researcher flashed different faces from a projector and students had to quickly identify the emotions portrayed. It was astonishing. In less than a second, with no clues but a subtle shifting of features, almost everyone could accurately differentiate between disgust and fear and surprise and joy. But I've always thought voices reveal just as much expression, that our brains are capable of deciphering and categorizing almost imperceptible nuances in tone. Maureen wants nothing to do with me. She is going to end the call quickly. "I was just wondering, could we meet for lunch tomorrow, or coffee?" Maureen exhales. "I'm a little busy now." "I can come to you. I was wondering, the wedding, is Richard—" "Vanessa, Richard has moved on. You need to do the same." I try again. "I just need to—" "Please, stop. Just stop. Richard told me you've been calling all the time. Look, you're upset things ended between you two, but he's my brother." "Have you met her?" I blurt. "He can't marry her. He doesn't love her. He can't—" "I agree, it's very sudden." Maureen's voice is kinder when she speaks again. "And I know it's hard to see him with another woman, to think of him with anyone but you, but Richard has moved on." Then the last frayed thread tying me to Richard is severed with the click of the phone. I stand there, feeling numb. Maureen was always protective of Richard. I wonder if she'll befriend his new bride, if the two of them will go to lunch. Then, clarity sweeps through my cloudy brain like an arcing windshield wiper. 92nd and Lexington. That's where Sfolia is. Richard used to love that restaurant. It's almost 7 o'clock. Dinner time. Maureen must have been giving the address to a cab driver. The restaurant is a long way from Columbia, but it's close to Richard's apartment. Could she be going to meet him, them, there? I have to get her alone, where Richard can't see. If I leave now, maybe I can be waiting on the corner when she arrives. If not, I can ask for a table by the ladies' room and follow her if she uses it. 2 minutes is all I require. I glance at my reflection in the beveled glass mirror beside my armoire. Although I must get there quickly, I need to appear presentable, so I blend in. I take a moment to brush my hair and apply my lipstick, belatedly realizing the shade is too dark for my chalky complexion. I dab concealer under my eyes and smooth on blush. As I locate my keys, I call out to tell Aunt Charlotte that I need to dash out for an errand. I don't wait for her response before I hurry out the door. The elevator is too slow, so I spiral down the stairs, my purse banging against my side. Inside it is everything I need. The streets are clogged with traffic. It's rush hour. No buses are in sight. Maybe a cab? As I head toward the east side, I scan the yellow vehicles, but they all seem full. It's a 20-minute walk. So I break into a run. Chapter 13. By the end of the taxi ride, Nellie had pushed away the oppressive sensation of the frat guys touching her. It wasn't too difficult. She'd long ago learned to compartmentalize the sorts of feelings they'd conjured in her. Still, she wanted to take a moment alone in the restaurant bathroom. She suspected she could use a fresh swipe of lip gloss, not to mention a spritz of perfume. However, when she arrived, the maitre d' informed her another woman was waiting at her table. "Shall I take your bag?" Nellie relinquished the electric blue and yellow Nike satchel containing her damp uniform, feeling like a rube. She wondered if she was supposed to tip him. She'd have to ask Richard. She was far more familiar with restaurants that featured a hostess offering oversized menus along with crayon packets for children. Nellie was led through the bar area, past a silver-haired man in a tuxedo playing a grand piano, then through the high-ceilinged dining room. Her stomach clenched. Maureen was 16 years her senior and a college professor, and here was Nellie, a slightly disheveled preschool teacher who smelled like a deep fryer. This introduction couldn't have come on a worse night. But the moment Nellie saw Maureen, she exhaled. Richard's sister looked like the photo negative of him. Her hair was cut in a classic bob, and she wore a simple pantsuit. She was peering at The Economist through reading glasses, biting her lower lip the way Richard always did when he was concentrating. "Hi," Nellie said, leaning over to give Maureen a hug. "Was that weird? I just feel like we are going to be sisters, and I've never had a sister." Maureen smiled and tucked her magazine into her purse. "It's wonderful to meet you." "I'm sorry I look like a mess." Nellie slid into the chair across from Maureen, feeling chatty, a side effect of the tension that had been brewing inside her. "I just came from work." "At the preschool?" Nellie shook her head. "I waitress too, or I did. I actually quit. I was just covering for a friend. I'm a little frazzled because I was worried I'd be late." "Well, you look just fine to me." Maureen was still smiling, but her next words caught Nellie off guard. "And you're totally Richard's type." Hadn't Richard's ex been a brunette? "What do you mean?" Nellie reached for the breadbasket. The last thing she'd consumed was a banana on the way to graduation more than 10 hours ago. On the table rested a shallow bowl of olive oil, topped with a floating purple flourish of vinegar and a sprig of thyme. She tore off a small piece of a roll and tried to delicately dip it without ruining the ornamentation. "Oh, you know, sweet, pretty." Maureen folded her hands and leaned forward. Richard had said Maureen was honest almost to a fault. It was one of the things he most appreciated about her. Maureen's remark wasn't intended to sound demeaning, Nellie told herself. No one would consider being called sweet and pretty an insult. "Tell me all about yourself," Maureen said. "Richard mentioned you're from Florida?" "Uh-huh. But I should be asking you questions, like what Richard was like when he was younger. Share a story he wouldn't have told me." The roll was warm and studded with herbs, and Nellie gobbled another bite. "Oh, where to begin?" Before Maureen could say anything more, Nellie caught sight of Richard heading to their table, his eyes fixed on her. She hadn't seen him since he tucked her into bed after her bachelorette party. Without hesitating, he bent down and gave her a kiss on the lips. It's really okay, she thought. He has forgiven me. Sorry. He gave his sister a quick peck on the cheek. Flight was delayed. Actually, you're too early. Maureen was just about to tell me all of your deep, dark secrets, Nellie joked. As soon as Nellie spoke, she saw Richard's features briefly tighten. Then he smiled. She expected him to come back around the table to sit next to her, but he took the chair to Maureen's right, diagonally across from Nellie. Right, all those controversial summers at the golf course at the club. Richard shook out his napkin and placed it in his lap. And there was that incident when I was elected vice president of the debating team. Shameful, Maureen joined in. She brushed a piece of lint off Richard's lapel. It struck Nellie as a maternal gesture. Even though Richard was an orphan, at least he had a big sister who clearly adored him. I bet you looked cute in your preppy golf outfits, Nellie said. Instead of replying, Richard gestured for the waiter. I'm starving, but first we need drinks. Sparkling water with lemon, please, Maureen told the waiter. Could I get the wine list for my fiancé? Richard winked at Nellie. I've never known you to turn down a drink. Nellie laughed, but was aware of how this might sound to Maureen. Nellie had been concerned about the odor of grease, but had she smelled like gin when she greeted Richard's sister? "Just a glass of Pinot Grigio, thanks." Nellie tried to cover her embarrassment by dipping the last bite of her bread into the tangy olive oil.
"I'll have a Highland Park on the rocks," Richard said.
There was a little pause after the waiter left. Then Nellie blurted, "I came here straight from Gibson's. Some idiot spilled a drink on me. My wet uniform is in my gym bag, so—" Was she babbling again?
"I thought you quit," Richard said.
"I did. I was just covering for Josie. She landed her first commercial and couldn't find anyone else." Nellie let her words trail off, unsure of why she felt the need to explain. When the waiter brought their beverages, Richard lifted his toward Maureen.
"How's your hamstring?"
"Getting better. A few more physical therapy sessions, and I should be able to get back to my longer runs." "Were you injured?" Nellie asked. "Just a pulled muscle. It's been bothering me off and on since the marathon." "I could never run a marathon," Nellie said. 3 miles and I'm done. That's really impressive." "It's not for everyone," Maureen joked. "Just us type A's." Nellie reached into the breadbasket and pulled out another roll, then put it back, realizing no one else was eating any. She tried to discreetly brush away the crumbs around her plate.
"I enjoyed your article on gender stratification and intersection theory," Richard said to Maureen. "Interesting angle. What's the reaction been like?"
As they talked, Nellie nodded and smiled and fiddled with the beads on Jonah's bracelet, but couldn't find a way to contribute to the conversation. She glanced at the surrounding tables and saw a flash of green as a waiter scooped up a credit card sitting atop a silver tray. It made her think of the Amex she'd dropped out the taxi window. By now, that card was hopefully in the hands of a thief making the rounds at Best Buy and P.C. Richard, or better yet, a poor mother stocking up on food for her children. She was relieved when their server delivered their entrees so she could pretend to focus on her chicken and couscous. Maureen seemed to notice and turned to Nellie.
"Early education is so important. What drew you to it?"
Maureen elegantly twirled her tagliatelle on her spoon and took a bite. "I've always loved children." Nellie felt Richard's leg touch hers beneath the table.
"Ready to be an aunt?"
he asked Maureen. "Absolutely." Nellie wondered why Maureen had never married or had children. Richard had told Nellie he thought she intimidated men because she was so intelligent, and Nellie supposed she'd been a mother to Richard already. Maureen looked at Nellie.
"Richard was an adorable baby. He learned to read when he was barely 4. I can't take all the credit for that. She's the one who taught me."
"Well, we've already picked out your guest room," Nellie said. "You'll have to come visit all the time. And likewise, I'll show you around my town. Have you ever been to Boston?" Nellie had just taken a forkful of couscous, so she shook her head and swallowed as quickly as possible. "I haven't traveled much, only to a few states in the South." She didn't elaborate or explain that she'd only driven through them when she left Florida for New York. The 1,000-mile trip had taken 2 days. She'd wanted to put her hometown behind her as quickly as possible. Maureen spoke fluent French, Nellie recalled, and guest taught at the Sorbonne a few years ago.
"Nellie just got her first passport," Richard said. "I can't wait to show her Europe."
Nellie smiled at him gratefully. They chatted a bit about the wedding. Maureen mentioned that she loved to swim and couldn't wait to take a dip in the ocean. Then, after the waiter cleared their plates, Maureen and Richard declined dessert, so Nellie pretended she was too full for the blood-orange mousse she secretly craved. Richard had just stood up to pull back Nellie's chair when she exclaimed, "Oh, Maureen, I nearly forgot. I have something for you." It had been an impulse buy. Nellie had been walking through the Union Square Market the previous week when she saw a vendor displaying jewelry. A necklace had caught her eye. Its light purple and blue glass beads were suspended by gossamer-thin silver wire, so they appeared to be floating. The clasp was fashioned to look like a butterfly. She couldn't imagine anyone not feeling joy when it was fastened around her neck. Richard had asked if Maureen could be Nellie's maid of honor, And even though she would have preferred Samantha, she'd said yes. Because the wedding was so small, Maureen was going to be their only attendant. Maureen was planning to wear a violet dress. The necklace would look perfect against it. The artist had nestled the necklace into a fluffy cotton bed in a brown cardboard box, recycled, she'd explained, and tied a bow around it with a ropey string. Nellie hoped Maureen would like it, and also hoped Richard would understand it was more than a necklace. It was a gesture that meant Nellie wanted to be close to his sister, too. She reached into her purse for the small box. 2 of the corners were slightly bent, and the bow had wilted. Maureen carefully unwrapped the present. "It's charming." She lifted it up to show Richard. "I thought you could wear it at the wedding," Nellie said. Maureen immediately put it on, despite that it clashed with her gold earrings. "How thoughtful." Richard squeezed Nellie's hand. "Sweet." But Nellie dipped her head so they wouldn't see the blush staining her cheeks. She knew the truth. The necklace that had looked craftsy and pretty just last week suddenly appeared flimsy and a little childish around Maureen's neck. Chapter 14. I hurry across town, ignoring the man who tries to shove a flyer into my hand. My legs feel shaky, but I press on toward the entrance to Central Park. I make it to the next crosswalk just as the light blinks red, and I stand on the corner, breathing hard. Maureen is probably at the restaurant by now. Richard would have ordered a nice wine. Savory bread would be placed on the table. Perhaps the 3 of them are clinking glasses, toasting to the future. Under the table, Richard's hand might be squeezing his fiancée's. His hands always felt so strong when they were on me. The light turns, and I bolt across the street. We went to Sfolia many times together, until one night when we abruptly stopped. I remember that evening so vividly. It was snowing, and I'd marveled at the way the fat white flakes had transformed the city, dusting the streets, erasing the rough edges and grime. Richard would be coming from the office and had asked me to meet him at the restaurant. I'd stared out the taxi window, smiling as I caught sight of a little boy in a striped hat sticking out his tongue to catch a taste of winter. I'd felt a yearning tug in my chest. Dr. Hoffman still couldn't pinpoint why I hadn't been able to get pregnant, and I had just scheduled another round of tests. Richard had called as my taxi pulled up in front of the restaurant.
"I'm running a few minutes late."
"Okay, I guess you're worth waiting for." I heard his deep chuckle, then I paid the driver and exited the cab. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, absorbing the energy. I always looked forward to meeting Richard in the city. I made my way to the bar, where there was one open stool. I ordered a mineral water and eavesdropped on the conversations around me. "He's going to call," the young woman to my right reassured her friend. "What if he doesn't?" her friend asked. "Well, you know what they say. The best way to get over one guy is to get under another." The women burst into laughter. I hadn't seen my girlfriends much lately. It had made me miss them. They still worked full-time, and on the weekends, when they went out and commiserated about the men they were seeing, I was always with Richard. After a few minutes, the bartender set a glass of white wine down in front of me. "Compliments of the gentleman at the end of the bar." I looked over and saw a man lift his cocktail in my direction. I remember raising the wine glass with my left hand, hoping he'd see my wedding ring, and taking a tiny sip before pushing it away.
"Not a fan of Pinot Grigio?"
a voice asked a few moments later. The guy was short but muscular, with curly hair, the opposite of Richard. "No, it's good. Thanks, I'm just waiting for my husband." I took another sip to remove any potential sting from my rebuff.
"If you were my wife, I wouldn't keep you waiting in a bar. You never know who might hit on you."
I laughed, still holding on to the glass of wine. I glanced at the door and locked eyes with Richard. I saw him take it all in, the man, the wine, my high-pitched, nervous giggle. Then he came toward me. "Honey," I cried, standing up.
"I thought you'd be at the table. I hope they're still holding it for us."
The curly-haired man melted away as Richard signaled the hostess. "Do you want to take your glass of wine with you?" she asked. I shook my head mutely. I wasn't really drinking it, I whispered to Richard as we walked to the table. His jaw tightened. He didn't respond. I'm so lost in the memory that I don't even realize I've stepped into traffic until someone grabs my arm and yanks me back. A second later, a delivery truck speeds past, blaring its horn. I wait on the corner for another moment until the light turns green. I imagine Richard ordering the squid ink pasta for his new love, telling her she has to try it. I see him half rise when she excuses herself to go to the restroom. I wonder if Maureen will lean toward Richard with an approving nod that says, she's better than your last one. On the night when the stranger bought me a glass of wine and I'd taken a few sips to avoid being rude, our meal had been ruined. The restaurant was so charming with its exposed brick wall and intimate rooms, but Richard barely talked to me. I tried to make conversation, to comment on the food, to ask him about his day, but after a while I stopped. When he finally spoke, after I'd pushed away my plate of half-eaten pasta, his words felt like a hard pinch.
That guy in college, the one who got you pregnant, are you still in touch with him?
What? I gasped. Richard, no. I haven't talked to him in years.
What else haven't you told me?
Nothing. I stuttered. His tone was incongruous with our elegant surroundings and the smiling server approaching with the dessert menu.
Who was that guy you were flirting with at the bar?
My cheeks heated up at the fresh accusation. I realized his words had been taken in by the couple at the next table, and they were now looking at us. I don't know who he was. He bought me a drink, that was it.
And you drank it?
Richard's lips tightened, and his eyes narrowed.
Even though it might hurt our baby.
There is no baby. Richard, why are you so angry with me?
Anything else you want to reveal while we're learning more about each other, sweetheart?
I blinked against the sharp sting of tears. Then I abruptly pushed back my chair, the wooden legs scraping against the floor. I grabbed my coat and fled into the still falling snow. I stood outside, tears streaming down my cheeks, wondering where I could go. Then he appeared.
I'm sorry, honey.
I knew he truly meant it.
I had a horrible day. I should never have taken it out on you.
He reached out his arms, and after a moment, I leaned into them. He stroked my hair, and my sobs dissolved into a loud hiccup. He laughed quietly then.
My love.
All the venom had disappeared from his tone, replaced by a velvety tenderness. I'm sorry, too. My voice was muffled because my head was pressed against his chest. After that night, we never went back to Sfolia. I'm almost there now. I've crossed the park and have just 3 more blocks to travel. My chest feels tight. I'm gasping. I yearn to sit down just for a minute, but I can't miss my chance to see her. I force myself to run faster, to avoid the subway grates that want to snag at my heels, to weave around the hunched-over man with the cane. Then I reach the restaurant. I throw open the door and hurry down the narrow entranceway, past the hostess stand. Hello? The young woman holding menus calls after me, but I ignore her. I scan the bar area and the people sitting at tables. They aren't here. But there's another room, and it's where Richard prefers to sit because it's quieter. Can I help you? The hostess has followed me. I rush toward the back room, stumbling down a step and grabbing at the wall to steady myself. I look at each table, then check again. Was a dark-haired man here with a young blonde woman? I'm panting. There might have been a second woman with them, too. The hostess blinks and takes a step back, away from me. We've had a lot of people come through tonight. The reservations! I almost shout. Please check. Richard Thompson. Or it might be under his sister's name, Maureen Thompson. Someone else approaches. A heavy-set man in a navy suit, his brow furrowed. I see the hostess exchange a look with him. He takes me by the arm.
Why don't we go outside? We don't want to disturb the other diners.
Please, I have to know where they are. The man walks me toward the exit, his grip firm. I feel myself start to shake. Richard, please don't marry her. Have I said it aloud? The restaurant is suddenly silent. People are staring. I'm too late. But how is that possible? There wouldn't have been time for them to eat. I try to recall Maureen's instructions to the cab driver. Could she have said something else entirely, or did my mind betray me by telling me what I wanted to hear? The man in the suit deposits me on the street corner. I'm crying again, my sobs raw and uncontrollable. But this time, no arms are around me, no gentle hand stroking my hair away from my face. I'm completely alone. Chapter 15. Nellie thought she'd been in love once before, back in college. In the evening, he'd drive up around the corner from her sorority house, and she'd run across the quad to meet him, the grass spongy under her feet, the air warm against her bare legs. He'd pull a soft cotton blanket out of the back of his old Alfa Romeo and shake it out onto the beach, then pass her a flask of bourbon. She'd put her mouth where his had been moments earlier, as the amber liquid heated a trail down her throat and into her belly. After the sun sank, they'd pull off their clothes and race into the ocean, then wrap up in the blanket. She loved the taste of salt on his skin. He quoted poetry and pointed out constellations in the night sky. He was addictively inconsistent, phoning her 3 times in a day, then ignoring her for a weekend. None of it had been real. It didn't bother her when he disappeared for a day or 2 at a time, until that night in October when she needed him. She'd called him over and over, leaving increasingly urgent messages, but he never answered. Days later, he showed up holding a cheap bouquet of carnations, and she let him comfort her. She hated him for failing her. She hated herself more for crying when he said he had to go. She'd be smarter the next time, she'd vowed. She'd never again be with a man who'd look away when she started to fall. But Richard did more than that. Somehow, he caught her before she even realized she was about to stumble. "Maureen's terrific," Nellie told Richard as they strolled hand in hand toward his apartment. "I can tell she liked you a lot." Richard squeezed her hand. They chattered a while longer, then Richard pointed at the gelato shop across the street. "I know you secretly wanted dessert." "My heart says yes, but my diet says no," Nellie moaned. "It was your last day of work, right? You deserve to celebrate. How was graduation?" "Linda asked me to give a little talk. I got choked up at the end of it, and Jonah thought I was having trouble reading my notes. So he shouted, 'Just sound it out! You can do it!'" Richard laughed and leaned in to kiss her, just as her cell phone erupted with "When the Sun Shines, We'll Shine Together," Rihanna's Umbrella, the ringtone she'd assigned to Sam. "Aren't you going to answer?" Richard didn't seem irritated the moment had been interrupted, so Nellie did. "Hey, are you coming back here tonight?" Sam asked. "I wasn't planning on it. What's up?" "Some woman came to check out the apartment. She said she heard I was looking for a new roommate. After she left, I couldn't find my keys." "You left them inside a grocery bag a few weeks ago and almost threw them away." "But I've looked everywhere. She was outside the apartment when I came home, and I swear I put them right back in my purse." Not until Richard whispered, "Everything okay?" did Nellie realize she'd stopped walking. "What did she look like?" she blurted. "Totally normal. Thin, dark hair, a little older than us, but she said she was newly single and was starting over. It was so dumb, but I had to pee desperately and she kept asking all these questions, like she really wanted it. She was only alone in the kitchen for 2 seconds. Nellie cut her off. "Are you by yourself now?" "Yeah, but I'm going to have Cooper come over and stay the night just in case. I'll have him drag something over to block the door. Shit, it's going to cost a fortune to get a locksmith here." "What is it?" Richard whispered. "Hang on," Nellie told Sam. Richard pulled out his cell phone before Nellie had even finished recounting the story. "Diane?" Nellie recognized the name of his longtime secretary, a competent woman in her 60s whom she'd met on several occasions. "I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. I know, you always tell me that. Yeah, a personal one. Can you get an emergency locksmith over to rekey an apartment as soon as possible tonight?" "No, not mine."
Sure, let me give you the address. Whatever it costs. Thank you. Come in late tomorrow if you'd like.
He hung up and tucked the phone back into his pocket. Sam? Nellie said into her receiver. I heard him. Wow, that was really nice. Please tell him thanks. I will. Call me when the locksmith comes. Nellie hung up.
There are a lot of crazy people in New York, Richard said.
I know, Nellie whispered.
But odds are Sam misplaced them again.
Richard's voice had the same soothing cadence as when they'd first met on the airplane.
Why would she have taken the keys and not Sam's wallet?
You're right. Nellie hesitated. But Richard, all those hang-ups I've been getting...
Only 3.
There was another one. Not exactly the same, but a woman called your apartment after you left for Atlanta. I thought it was you, so I answered without thinking. She wouldn't leave her name, and I...
Sweetheart, that was just Ellen from the office. She reached me on my cell phone.
Oh. Nellie's body sagged with the release of tension. It was a Sunday, so... Richard kissed the top of her nose.
Gelato. Then Sam will probably call to say she found her keys in the refrigerator.
You're right. Nellie laughed. Richard moved to take the side next to the curb, between her and traffic, as he always did. He wrapped his arm around her, and they continued walking. After Sam had called to say the locksmith had come and gone, Nellie went to the bathroom to change into her gauzy, sleeveless nightgown and brush her teeth. Richard was already in bed, wearing his boxer briefs. As she climbed in next to him, she noticed the silver-framed photograph on his nightstand was tilted away so it faced the wall. It was a picture of her sitting on a bench in Central Park, wearing jean shorts and a tank top. Richard always said he liked to see her when he woke up on mornings when she wasn't there. Richard noticed, too, and reached to turn it back around.
The maid was here.
He picked up the remote and turned off the television, then pressed his body against hers. At first, she thought his touch meant what it usually meant when he reached for her under the sheets. But then he released her and rolled onto his back.
I need to tell you something.
His tone was serious. Okay, Nellie said slowly.
I didn't play golf until I was in my 20s.
She couldn't see his face in the darkness. So, those summers at the club? He exhaled.
I was a caddy, a waiter, a lifeguard. I carried clubs. I picked up wet towels. When kids ordered hot dogs that cost as much as I made in an hour, I served them. I hated that fucking club.
Nellie traced her fingers down his arm, smoothing the dark hairs under her fingertips. She'd never heard him sound so vulnerable before. I'd always assumed you'd grown up with money.
I told you my dad was in finance. He was an accountant. He did the taxes for the neighborhood plumbers and handymen.
She remained silent, not wanting to interrupt.
Maureen got a college scholarship, then helped pay for me to go.
Richard's body felt rigid under her touch.
I lived with her to save money, and I took out a lot of loans, and I worked my ass off.
She sensed Richard hadn't shared this part of himself with many people. They lay together in silence for a few minutes as Nellie slowly became aware that Richard's revelation pieced together something for her. His manners were so flawless they seemed almost choreographed. Dropped into any conversation, he could hold his own, whether he was talking to a cab driver or a Philharmonic violinist at a charity event. He knew how to wield silverware gracefully and change the oil in his car. His nightstand held magazines ranging from ESPN to The New Yorker, as well as a stack of biographies. She'd thought he was a chameleon, the sort of person who could effortlessly fit in anywhere. But he must have taught himself those skills, or perhaps Maureen had taught him some of them. Your mother? Nellie asked. I know she was a homemaker.
Yeah. Well, a Virginia Slim smoker and a soap opera watcher, too.
It could have been a joke, except no humor was in his tone.
My mom never went to college. Maureen was the one who helped me with homework. She pushed me. She told me I was smart enough to do anything I put my mind to. I owe her everything.
But your parents, they loved you. Nellie thought of the photographs on Richard's wall. She knew his parents had died in the car crash when he was just 15 and that he'd gone to live with Maureen then, but she hadn't realized how deeply formative a role his big sister had played in his life.
Sure,
he said. Nellie was about to ask more about his parents, but Richard's voice stopped her.
I'm beat. Let's drop this, okay?
Nellie laid her head on his chest. Thank you for telling me. Knowing he'd struggled, that he'd been a waiter too, and hadn't always been sure of himself, conjured feelings of tenderness in her. He was so quiet she thought he'd fallen asleep, but then he flipped over on top of her and began to kiss her, his tongue slipping between her lips as his knees spread apart her legs. She wasn't ready for him and sucked in a breath as he entered her, but didn't ask him to stop. He pressed his face into her neck, his arms on either side of her head. He finished quickly and lay on top of her, breathing hard. I love you, Nellie said softly. She wasn't sure if he'd heard, but then he lifted his head and kissed her gently on the lips.
Do you know what I thought the first time I saw you, my Nellie?
He smoothed back her hair. She shook her head.
You were smiling down at a little boy in the airport. You looked like an angel. And I thought you could save me.
Save you? She echoed. His words were a whisper.
From myself.
Chapter 16. Years ago, shortly after I'd first moved to New York, I was walking to work, taking in the sights, towering buildings, snatches of conversations in multiple languages, yellow taxis darting through the streets, and calls from vendors hawking everything from pretzels to fake Gucci purses. Then the flow of foot traffic abruptly stopped. Through the crowd, I could see a few police officers gathered ahead, near a gray blanket someone had left crumpled on the sidewalk. An ambulance idled at the curb. A jumper, someone said, must have just happened. I realized then that the blanket covered a shattered body. I'd stood there for a minute, feeling as if it was somehow disrespectful to cross the street and walk past the scene, even though the police were directing us to do so. Then I saw a shoe by the curb. A low-heeled, sensible blue pump lying on its side, its sole slightly worn. The kind of shoe a woman might reach for to wear to a job that required her to dress professionally, but also be on her feet for long stretches. A bank teller, maybe, or a desk clerk at a hotel. A police officer was bending down to place the shoe in a plastic bag. I couldn't stop thinking about that shoe, or the woman it belonged to. She must have gotten up that morning, gotten dressed, and stepped out of a window into the air. I searched the newspapers the following day, but there was only a tiny mention of the incident. I never knew what had made her commit such a desperate act, if she'd been planning it, or if something inside her had suddenly snapped. I think I've figured out the answer, all these years later. It was both. Because something inside me has finally cracked open, but I've come to realize I've also been heading toward this moment all along. The phone calls, the watching, the other things I've done. I've been circling around my replacement, drawing closer to her, assessing her, preparing. Her life with Richard is beginning. My life feels as if it is ending. Soon she will step into her white dress. She will smooth makeup over her clear, young skin. She will wear something borrowed and something blue. The musicians will lift their instruments to serenade her as she slowly makes her way down the aisle toward the only man I ever truly loved. Once she and Richard look into each other's eyes and say I do, there will be no point of return. I must stop the wedding. It is now 4 a.m. I haven't slept. I've been staring at the clock, going over what I need to do, playing out the various scenarios. She hasn't moved out of her apartment yet. I've checked. I will be waiting to intercept her today.
I imagine her eyes widening, her hands flying up to protect herself. "It's too late," I yearn to scream at her. "You should have stayed away from my husband." When it's finally light outside, I rise and go to my armoire, and without hesitation, I select Richard's favorite emerald silk dress. He loved the way it brought out the green in my eyes. Once it hugged my body, but now it is so loose I clasp a slim gold chain-link belt around my waist to cinch it. With a precision I have not attempted in years, I apply my makeup, taking time to blend my foundation, curl my lashes, and apply 2 coats of mascara. Then I remove the tube of Clinique lip gloss from my purse and run the sticky, soft pink wand over my lips. I slip on my highest pair of nude heels so my legs look long and lean. I text Lucille that I will be out today, aware that her response will almost certainly be that I should not come in ever again. I have one stop to make before I go to her apartment. I've booked an early appointment at the Serge Normand Salon on the Upper East Side. I will be finished and at her place in plenty of time. It wasn't difficult to find her schedule. I know what her plans are for today. I slip out quietly, without leaving a note for Aunt Charlotte. When I arrive at the salon, the colorist greets me. I see her eyes go to my roots, which I never did touch up. "What are you looking for today?" I hand her a picture of a beautiful young woman and tell her to match the warm, buttery shade. The colorist looks from the photo to me and back again. "Is this you?" "Yes," I say. Chapter 17. Soon the musicians would play Pachelbel's canon as she walked down the aisle with her father's handkerchief, something blue, wrapped around a bouquet of white roses. "Have and hold, honor and cherish, till death do you part," the minister would say. Nellie was leaving for the airport in a few hours. She tucked her new red bikini into one of her 2 suitcases and checked her to-do list. Her wedding gown had been shipped ahead to the resort by FedEx, and the concierge had confirmed its arrival. Her toiletries were all that remained to pack. Faint white rectangles showed on the walls where her pictures had hung. She was leaving behind her bed, dresser, and a lamp. Sam had a lead on a new roommate, a Pilates instructor who was coming by tomorrow. If the new roommate didn't want Nellie's furniture, she had promised she'd arrange to have the items hauled away. "I'm going to pay rent until someone else moves in, too," she'd insisted. She could tell Sam didn't want to accept the offer, especially since Richard was paying for her trip to Florida and had just covered the cost of the locksmith. Nellie knew Sam couldn't afford the apartment on her own. "Come on," Nellie had said as Sam sat on Nellie's bed watching her finish packing. "It's only fair." "Thanks." Sam had given Nellie a quick, hard squeeze. "I hate goodbyes." "I'll see you in a few days," Nellie protested. "That's not what I mean." Nellie nodded. "I know." A moment later, Sam was gone. As Nellie wrote out that month's rent check, the phone rang. She'd been staring at her signature, realizing she might never again sign her old last name. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, she thought. It sounded so dignified. Nellie checked caller ID before answering. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, lovey. Just wanted to double-check on your flight number. It's American, right?" "Yeah, hang on." Nellie opened her laptop and scrolled down through her emails to find the airline's confirmation, then read the information aloud. "It gets in at 7:15. Will you have had dinner?" "Only if you consider a package of peanuts a meal. I can cook for you. Let's keep it simple. Why don't we just pick up something on the way home? By the way, did you pick out your spa treatments yet? Richard booked us massages and facials, but you need to let them know if you want a deep tissue or Swedish or whatever. Did you see the brochure he emailed you?" "He doesn't need to do that for me. You know I have trouble sitting still for those kinds of things." It was true. Nellie's mom's preferred form of relaxation would be taking a walk on the beach at sunset rather than lying face down on a masseuse's table. But Richard hadn't known that. He'd wanted to do something special. How could Nellie tell him her mother had rejected his gesture? "Try it. I bet you'll like it more than you think. Just sign me up for whatever you're getting."
Nellie knew she was far from the only daughter who chafed at what seemed to be veiled maternal barbs. So much processed sugar, her mother had murmured the last time Nellie ate a bag of Skittles in front of her, and she'd asked more than once how Nellie could stand the claustrophobia of Manhattan. Please at least act excited about it in front of Richard. Lovey, you seem so concerned by what he thinks all the time. I'm not concerned, I'm appreciative. He's so good to me. Did he ask if you wanted to spend the day before your wedding getting a facial? What? Why does that even matter? Only Nellie's mother could get her so riled up about a stupid spa treatment. No, not stupid. It was Richard's gift. Let me just say something. You've told me that facials make you break out. Why wouldn't you tell that to Richard? And he bought a house you hadn't even seen. Do you want to live in the suburbs? Nellie exhaled through her teeth, but her mother continued. I'm sorry, but he seems like he has such a strong personality. You've only met him once, Nellie protested. You're still so young, though. I'm worried you might fade away. I know you love him, but please stay true to yourself, too. Nellie was not going to do this. She'd walk away from the fight her mother seemed determined to pick. I have to finish packing, but I'll see you in a few hours. After some wine on the plane has fortified me. Nellie hung up the phone and went into the bathroom to gather up her toiletries. She arranged her cosmetics, toothpaste, and lotions in her travel kit, then glanced in the mirror above the sink. Despite the fact that she hadn't been sleeping, her skin looked perfect. She strode back into the bedroom, picked up the phone, and called the resort's salon to cancel her facial. Can I get a seaweed body wrap instead? She was only spending a few days with her mother before Richard would fly down and they headed to the resort for the wedding. She'd be able to get through it. Plus, Sam and her aunt would be flying in a day early and could help serve as buffers. She laid the toiletry kit in the still open suitcase and tried to close it, but she could barely zip it halfway. Damn it! She tried to force down the lid. The problem was, she still had no idea where they'd be going for the honeymoon. She'd guessed someplace tropical because of Richard's comment about the bikini, but even warm-weather islands could turn chilly at night. She'd packed casual dresses, beach cover-ups, athletic wear, a few evening outfits in case there was a dress code, as well as heels and flip-flops. She'd have to start over. She began pulling out of her suitcase all the items she'd carefully folded. 3 fancy outfits instead of 4, she decided, also tossing one of the pairs of heels into the brown packing box by her closet, and the floppy beach hat that had looked so cute in the J. Crew catalog might not make the cut. She should have figured this out sooner. Her plane was leaving in 3 hours, and Richard was on his way to pick her up and drive her to the airport. She refolded her clothes and managed to fit everything but the floppy hat in her bag. She stuck it on top of the dresser. She'd leave it for Sam. Now she just needed to double-check that she hadn't forgotten anything, since she wouldn't be returning to her apartment again, and her father's handkerchief. A few mesh pockets lined the inside of her suitcase, and she was certain she'd tucked it into one, but she hadn't seen it when she'd unpacked the bag. She unzipped her suitcase again and felt around for the soft pouch, her movements growing frantic. All of her clothes were getting wrinkled, but she shoved them aside to grope inside the mesh pockets. She couldn't find the pouch. Her socks and bras and panties were still there, but nothing else. She sat on the edge of her bed and dropped her head into her hands. She'd packed most of her things a few nights ago. She'd been so conscious of that blue square of fabric. It was the one irreplaceable item she was bringing for the wedding. A knock on her open bedroom door made her gasp. Her head jerked up. Nellie? It was only Richard. She hadn't heard him come in. He must have used the new key she'd given him. I can't find my dad's handkerchief, she cried. Where did you last see it? In my suitcase, but it isn't there anymore. I tore everything apart and we have to leave for the airport, and if I can't... Richard looked around the room, then lifted up the suitcase. She saw the square of blue and closed her eyes. Thank you. Did I really not see it? I thought I looked there, but I was so frazzled, It's okay now, and you have a plane to catch. Then Richard walked over to the dresser and picked up her new beach hat, spinning it around on his index finger. He placed it on her head.
Are you wearing this on the flight? You look adorable.
I am now. It even went with her jeans and striped t-shirt and the slip-on Converse sneakers she always wore when she flew to save time during the security check. Her mother didn't get it. Richard fixed everything. She'd be safe with him no matter where they lived. He lifted up her suitcases and headed for the door.
I know you had some good memories in this place. We'll make new ones, though. Better ones. Ready?
She was stressed and tired. Her mother's comments still stung, and she'd never lost those damn 8 pounds. But Nellie nodded and followed him out the door. Richard was sending a mover to pick up the brown packing boxes she'd left stacked in her closet, as well as the things she'd put in his apartment building's storage unit, and deliver them to the new house.
I parked a couple of blocks away.
Richard set her bags down near the curb.
Be back in 2 minutes, babe.
He strode off, and Nellie looked around her street. A delivery van idled a few doors down, and a couple of men were wrestling an oversized chair out of its back. But other than for those guys and a woman waiting at the bus stop with her back to Nellie, the street was quiet. Nellie closed her eyes and tilted back her head, feeling the early afternoon sun against her cheeks, waiting for the sound of her name to tell her it was time to go. Chapter 18. My replacement doesn't see me coming. By the time she senses my approach and shock fills her eyes, I am very close. She looks around wildly, probably trying to find an escape. Vanessa? Her voice is incredulous. I am surprised she recognizes me so swiftly. Hello. She's younger than me, and her curves are more generous, but now that my hair is back to its natural hue, we could be sisters. I've anticipated this moment for so long. Remarkably, I don't feel any panic. My palms are dry. My breathing is steady. I am finally doing it. I am a very different woman today than when Richard and I fell in love all those years ago. Everything about me has transformed. At the age of 27, I was a buoyant, chatty preschool teacher who hated sushi and loved the movie Notting Hill. I palmed trays of burgers at my part-time waitressing job and rummaged through second-hand clothing stores and went out dancing with my friends. I had no idea how lovely I was, how lucky I was. I had so many friends. I've lost every one of them. Even Samantha. Now all I have left is Aunt Charlotte. In my old life, I even had another name. The first time we met, Richard nicknamed me Nellie. That was all he ever called me. But to everyone else, I was always, and am still, Vanessa. I can still hear Richard's deep voice as he would tell the story, our story, whenever people asked how we met.
I spotted her in the airport lounge, he'd say, trying to roll her suitcase with one hand and holding her purse and a bottle of water and a chocolate chip cookie in the other.
I was returning to New York from visiting my mother in Florida. The trip had been a good one, despite that going home always conjured painful memories for me. I missed my father more than ever when I went back to my old house, and I could never escape the recollections of my time at college. But at least my mother's erratic moods had somewhat stabilized thanks to a new medicine. Still, I hated to fly, and I felt especially anxious about being in the air that day, even though the sky was a swath of azure dotted with only a few cottony clouds. I noticed him right away. He wore a dark suit and a crisp white shirt and was frowning at his laptop while he typed.
This little kid started pitching a tantrum, Richard would continue. His poor mom had a baby in a car seat and was at her wit's end.
I had that cookie, so I gestured to the mother, asking if I could give it to the crying boy. She nodded gratefully. I was a preschool teacher. I knew the power of a well-timed bribe. I bent down and gave the child his treat, and his tears evaporated. When I glanced in Richard's direction a minute later, he'd disappeared. As I boarded the plane, I passed him, seated in first class. Naturally. He sipped a clear liquid from a glass. His tie was loose around his neck. He'd spread a newspaper open on his tray but was watching the passengers file in. I felt a magnetic pull when his gaze stopped on me.
"I watched her thumping that suitcase down the aisle," Richard would say, drawing out the story. "Not a bad view at all."
I wheeled my blue suitcase to row 20. I settled into my seat and performed my usual pre-flight superstitious rituals. I slipped off my Converse sneakers, closed the window shade, and wrapped a cozy scarf around myself.
"She was sitting next to a young army private," Richard would continue, winking at me. "And suddenly I felt quite patriotic."
The attendant approached to say a first-class passenger had offered to trade seats with the soldier sitting next to me.
"Awesome,"
the soldier had said. Somehow I'd known it was him. When the plane lumbered into the sky, I gripped the armrest and swallowed hard. He offered me his drink. His ring finger was bare. I was surprised he wasn't married. He was 36. But later I'd learn he had an ex, a dark-haired woman he'd lived with. She'd been upset when they broke up. After Richard proposed, her existence haunted me. I felt her presence everywhere. And I was right. Someone was following me. It just wasn't Richard's ex.
"I got her tipsy," Richard would tell his enthralled listener. "Figured that way I'd have a better chance of getting her number."
I'd sipped the vodka tonic he'd passed me, very aware of the heat of his body.
"I'm Richard."
"Vanessa." Here was the part of the story where Richard would turn away from our audience and glance at me tenderly.
"She doesn't look like a Vanessa, does she?"
Richard had smiled at me that day on the plane.
"You're much too sweet and soft for such a serious name."
"What sort of name should I have, then?" The plane bumped through another air pocket, and I gasped.
"It's just like going over a pothole. You're perfectly safe."
I took a big gulp of his drink, and he laughed.
"You're a nervous Nellie."
His voice was unexpectedly gentle.
"That's what I'm going to call you, Nellie."
The truth is, I always disliked the nickname. I thought it sounded old-fashioned, but I never told that to Richard. He was the only one who ever called me Nellie. We talked for the rest of the flight. I couldn't believe someone like Richard was so interested in me. When he took off his jacket, I caught a citrus scent that I'd forever associate with him. As we began our descent, he asked for my phone number. While I jotted it down, he reached out to stroke the length of my hair. A shiver ran down my spine. The gesture felt as intimate as a kiss.
"So beautiful,"
he said.
"Don't ever cut it."
From that day on, all through our whirlwind courtship in New York City, our wedding at the resort in Florida, and our years spent living in the new house Richard had bought for us in Westchester, I was always his Nellie. I'd expected my life to unfurl gracefully. I thought he would always keep me safe. I'd become a mother and would resume teaching when our children were grown. I dreamed of dancing at our silver wedding anniversary. But of course, none of that happened. And now Nellie is gone forever. I am only Vanessa. "Why are you here?" my replacement asks. I can tell she is gauging whether she can be quick enough to duck around me and run down the street. But she is wearing strappy, high-heeled sandals and a fitted skirt. I know she is heading to her bridal fitting today. Her schedule was easy to obtain. "All I want is 2 minutes." I spread open my empty hands to convince her I mean no physical harm. She hesitates and looks up and down the block again. A few people mill past, but no one stops. What is there to see? We're just two well-dressed women standing in front of an apartment building on a busy street near a deli and down the block from a bus stop. "Richard will be here any second. He's just locking up my apartment." "Richard left 20 minutes ago." I was worried he might drop her off at the fitting, but I watched him flag down a cab. "Please, just listen," I say to the beautiful young woman with the heart-shaped face and lush body that Richard left me for. She needs to know the story of how I transformed from buoyant, chatty Nellie into the shattered woman I am today. I need to tell you the truth about him. Part 2. Chapter 19. Her name is Emma. I used to be you, I begin as I look at the young woman before me. Her blue eyes widen as she takes in my appearance. She examines my changed hair, then the dress draped over my too thin frame. It is clear my reflection is not an image she can imagine superimposed on herself. I've lain in bed so many nights rehearsing what I'll say to her. She was Richard's assistant. That is how they met. Less than a year after she was hired to replace his secretary, Diane, he left me for her. I don't need to reach for the printed copy of my speech in my bag, my backup in case words failed me. If you marry Richard, you will regret it. He will hurt you. Emma frowns. Vanessa. Her voice is even and measured. It's as if she is talking to a small child. It's the tone I used when I told my cubs it was time to put away their toys or finish up their snacks. I realize the divorce was hard on you. It was hard on Richard, too. I saw him every day. He really tried to make it work. I know you've had your troubles, but he did everything he could. I sense some accusation in her gaze. She believes I'm to blame. You think you know him, I interrupt. I'm going off script, but I press on. But what did you see? The Richard you work for isn't the real man. He's careful, Emma. He doesn't let people in. If you go through with the wedding... She interrupts me now. I feel horribly about everything. I want you to know he started opening up to me as a colleague, as a friend. I'm not the kind of woman who ever thought she'd have an affair with a married man. We didn't expect to fall in love. I believe this. I saw their attraction spark shortly after Richard hired Emma to manage his calls, proofread his correspondence, and keep his schedule. It just happened. I'm sorry. Emma's round eyes are earnest. She reaches out and touches my arm gently. I flinch as her fingertips gently graze my skin. I do know him. I'm with him 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. I've seen him with his clients and our co-workers. I've seen him with the other assistants, and I saw him with you back when you were married. He's a good man. Emma pauses for a moment, as if debating whether to go on. She is still staring at my lighter hair color. My naturally blonde roots finally blend in well. Maybe it's you who never knew him. Her tone has an edge. You have to listen to me. I am shaking now, desperate to convince her. Richard does this. He confuses things so we can't see the truth. He said you might try something like this. Contempt has replaced the sympathy in her voice. She folds her arms, and I know I am losing her. He told me you were jealous, but this has gotten out of control. I saw you outside my building last week. Richard said if you pull something like that again, we'll file a restraining order. Beads of sweat run down my back, and more gather on my upper lip. My long-sleeved dress is too warm for the weather. I imagined I'd planned everything out so carefully, but I've stumbled, and now my thoughts are as thick and muggy as this June day. Are you trying to get pregnant? I blurt. Did he tell you he wants to have children? Emma takes a step back, then moves to the side and passes me. She walks to the curb and lifts up her hand to signal a cab. Enough, she says, without turning to look back at me. Ask him about our last cocktail party. Distress makes my voice shrill. You were there. Remember how the caterers showed up late and there wasn't any Ravenel? That was Richard's fault. He didn't order it. It was never delivered. A taxi slows. Emma turns to me. I was there, and I know the wine was delivered. I'm Richard's assistant. Who do you think placed the order? This I never expected. She opens the door of the cab before I can recover. He blamed me! I shout. After the party, it got bad. You really need help. Emma slams shut the door. I watch as the cab pulls Emma away from me. I stand on the sidewalk outside her apartment, as I've done so many times before, but for the first time, I truly wonder if everything Richard said about me is true. Am I crazy? Like my mother, who battled mental illness her entire life, at times more successfully than others? My nails are digging into my palms. I cannot stand the thought of them together tonight. She will tell him everything I've said. He'll lift her legs over his and massage her feet and promise he will keep her safe. From me. I hope she will listen, that she will believe me. But Richard suspected I would try this after all. He told her so. I know my ex-husband better than anyone else. I should have remembered. He also knows me. It rained the morning of our wedding. That's good luck, my father would have said. By the time I walked down the royal blue silk runner spread on the grand patio of the resort, flanked by my mother and Aunt Charlotte, the sky had cleared. The sun caressed my bare arms. Waves provided a gentle melody. I passed Sam and Josie and Marnie seated in chairs tied with white silk bows, then Hillary and George and a few of Richard's other partners. And up front, by the rose-draped archway, Maureen stood next to Richard in her capacity as maid of honor. She wore the glass bead necklace I'd given her. Richard watched me approach, and I couldn't stop beaming. His expression was intent. His eyes looked nearly black. After we joined hands and the minister pronounced us man and wife, I saw his lips tremble with emotion before he leaned down to kiss me. The photographer captured the enchantment of the evening, Richard slipping a ring onto my finger, our embrace at the end of the ceremony, and our slow dance to It Had to Be You. The album I ordered contains a shot of Maureen straightening Richard's bow tie, Sam raising her glass of champagne, my mother walking barefoot on the beach at sunset, and Aunt Charlotte hugging me goodbye at the end of the evening. My life had been so filled with uncertainty and turmoil, with my parents' divorce, my mother's struggles, my father's death, and of course, the reason I'd fled my hometown, but on that night, my future seemed as straight and seamless as the blue silk runner that had led me to Richard. The next day, we flew to Antigua. We reclined in first class, and Richard ordered us both mimosas before the wheels ever left the ground. The nightmares I'd experienced never came to fruition. It wasn't flying I needed to fear. Our honeymoon wasn't documented in an album, but when I think back, that's how I remember it, too, as a series of snapshots. Richard cracking open my lobster and grinning suggestively as I sucked the sweet meat out of a claw. The two of us getting a couple's massage as we lay side by side on the beach. Richard standing behind me, his hands on mine, as I helped release the sail on a catamaran we'd rented for the day. Each night, our private butler drew us a bath perfumed with rose petals and rimmed with lit candles around the curved edge. Once, we crept down in the moonlight to the beach and, hidden amid the billowing curtains designed to block out the sun, we made love in a cabana. We soaked in our private jacuzzi, sipped rum-spiked drinks by the infinity pool, and napped in a double hammock. On our last full day, Richard signed us up for scuba diving. We weren't certified, but the resort staff told us that if we took a private lesson in the pool, we could do a shallow dive with an instructor. I didn't enjoy swimming, but I was all right in the placid, chlorinated water. Other guests splashed nearby. Sunlight illuminated the surface just a few feet above my head, and the edge of the pool was merely a few strokes away. I took a deep breath as we climbed into the motorboat and tried to make my voice sound calm and carefree. "How long will we be down?" I asked the instructor, Eric, a young guy on a summer break from UC Santa Barbara. 45 minutes. Your tank has more oxygen than that, so we can push it a little if you want. I gave him a thumbs up, but as we sped away from land toward a hidden coral reef, pressure built in my chest. The heavy oxygen tank was strapped to my back, and fins pinched my feet. I looked at the plastic face mask atop Richard's head, feeling an identical one tugging the sensitive hairs at my temples. Eric cut the motor, and the silence felt as vast and absolute as the water surrounding us. Eric jumped off the edge of the boat, pushing his shaggy hair out of his face after he surfaced in the water. "The reef's about 20 yards away. Follow my fins." "Ready, baby?" Richard seemed so excited to see the blue and yellow angelfish, the rainbow-colored parrotfish, and the harmless sand sharks. He pulled down his mask. I tried to smile as I did the same, feeling the rubber seal tightening the skin around my eyes. I can come back up any time, I told myself as I began to climb down the ladder where the heavy equipment would help drag me beneath the surface. I won't be trapped. Moments after I sank into the cool, salty ocean, everything was blotted out. All I could hear was breathing. I couldn't see. Eric had said that if fog formed on the inside of our masks, we should simply tilt them just enough to allow a stream of water to clear the condensation.
Hold up one hand if something's wrong. That'll be our emergency signal,
he'd said, but all I could do was kick and flail, trying to maneuver to the surface. The straps of my equipment compressed my body, binding my chest. I tried to suck in oxygen as my mask grew cloudier. The noise was awful. Even now, I can hear jagged, tortured gasps filling my ears and feel the tightness in my chest. I couldn't spot Eric or Richard. I spun alone in the ocean, my limbs churning, a scream building in my lungs. Then someone gripped my arm, and I felt myself being pulled. I went limp. I broke the surface and spit out my mouthpiece, then yanked off my mask, feeling a burst of pain as it ripped away a few strands of my hair. Gasping and coughing, I tried to draw more air into my lungs.
"The boat's right here," Eric said. "I've got you. Just float."
I reached out and grabbed a rung of the ladder. I was too weak to climb it, but Eric hauled himself up onto the boat, then leaned down for my hand. I collapsed on a bench, so dizzy I had to put my head between my legs. I heard Richard's voice from below.
"You're safe. Look at me."
The pressure in my ears made him sound like a stranger. I tried to do as he said, but he was still bobbing in the water. Seeing the blue ripples made me nauseous. Eric knelt next to me, unhooking the straps from around my body.
"You'll be okay. You panicked, right? This happens sometimes. You're not the only one."
"I just couldn't see," I whispered. Richard climbed up the ladder and hoisted himself over the side, his equipment clanging as he landed.
"I'm here. Oh, sweetheart, you're shaking. I'm so sorry, Nellie. I should have known."
The mask had left a red imprint encircling his eyes.
"I've got her,"
he said to Eric, who finished unstrapping my tank, then moved aside.
"We'd better head in."
Richard held me close as the speedboat skipped over the waves. We returned to the resort in silence. After Eric docked, he reached into a cooler and handed me a bottle of water.
"How do you feel now?"
"Much better," I lied. I was still trembling, and the bottle of water in my hand shook. "Richard, you can go back out." He shook his head.
"No way." "Let's get you onto land," Eric said. He jumped onto the dock, and Richard followed him. Eric reached down for my hand again. "Here."
My legs were unsteady, but I managed to stretch out my arm for him to take. But Richard said,
"I've got her."
He gripped my upper left arm and pulled me out of the boat. I winced at the feel of his fingers pressing into my soft flesh as he held me tightly to stabilize me.
"I'm going to take her to the room," Richard told Eric. "You'll return our equipment?" "No problem." Eric looked worried, maybe because Richard's voice was a little clipped. I knew Richard was only concerned about me, but perhaps Eric thought we'd make a complaint.
"Thanks for helping me," I told him. "Sorry I freaked out." Richard wrapped a fresh towel around my shoulders, and we walked off the dock, through the soft sand, toward our room. I felt better after I'd changed out of my wet bikini and wrapped myself in a fluffy white robe. When Richard suggested we return to the beach, I pleaded a headache, but insisted that he go. "I'll just rest for a little while," I said. My temples did throb mildly, a side effect of the dive, or maybe just residual tension. As soon as I heard the door close behind Richard, I walked into the bathroom. I reached for the Advil in my toiletries bag, then hesitated. Next to it was the orange plastic prescription bottle of Xanax I'd obtained in case of a long flight. I hesitated, thinking of my mother as I always did when I swallowed a pill, then shook out one of the oval white tablets and gulped it down with some of the bottled Fiji water the maid replenished twice a day. I closed the heavy drapes, blotting out the sun, then crawled into bed and waited for the drug to take effect. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a knock on the door. Thinking it was the maid, I called, "Can you come back later?"
"It's Eric. I've got your sunglasses. I'll just leave them out here."
I knew I should have gotten up to thank him, but my body felt so heavy it was weighing me down. "Okay, I appreciate it." My cell phone rang a moment later. I reached for it on the nightstand. "Hello?" No answer. "Richard?" My tongue already felt thick from the sedative. Again, no response. I knew what I'd see even before I looked down at my phone. Blocked number. I bolted upright, my hand gripping the receiver, suddenly wide awake. All I could hear was the rush of cold air whirling through the vent in our room. I was 1,000 miles away from home, yet someone was still tracking me. I pressed end call and pulled myself out of bed. I yanked aside the blinds and peered out the sliding glass doors to our balcony. No one was there. I looked across the room at the closed door of our closet. Had it been open when we'd left? I walked over and reached for the handle, tugging it toward me. Nothing. I looked at my cell phone on my bed, the blue screen glowing. I grabbed it and threw it against the tile floor. A piece snapped off, but the display was still illuminated. I picked it up and plunged it into our ice bucket, reaching down until I felt the shock of the freezing water. But I couldn't leave it there. The maid would certainly find it when she refilled the bucket. I dug through the ice again and pulled it out, then looked frantically around the room until I saw the wastebasket containing that morning's newspaper and a few tissues. I wrapped my phone in the sports section and crammed the papers back into the bin. The cleaning crew would whisk it all away. The phone would end up in a giant dumpster along with the trash of 100 other guests. I'd tell Richard I'd lost it, that it must have fallen out of my beach bag. He'd bought it for me right after we got engaged, saying he wanted me to have the best quality device, and I knew he'd simply bring home a new one for me. I'd already disrupted our vacation enough. There was no need to worry him more. My breathing slowed down. The pill was conquering my fear. Our suite was airy and spacious, with purple orchids in a low vase on the glass table, blue tile floors, and whitewashed walls. I walked to the closet again and selected my flowing orange sundress and gold high-heeled sandals. I hung the dress on the back of the closet door and placed the shoes neatly beneath it. I'd wear the outfit tonight. Our mini refrigerator held a bottle of champagne. I pulled it out and nestled it in the ice bucket, then arranged 2 delicate flutes beside it. My eyelids were heavy now. I took a last glance around. Everything looked lovely. Everything was in place. I slipped back under the covers. I curled onto my left side and winced. When I looked at my upper arm, I saw a red mark that was the beginning of a bruise forming where Richard had gripped me to pull me out of the boat. I had a light sweater that would go with my sundress. I'd wear it to cover the mark. I turned onto my other side. A short nap, I told myself, and then, when Richard came back, I'd suggest that we open the champagne and get ready for dinner together. We were flying back to New York tomorrow. Our honeymoon was almost over. I needed to erase the memory of this afternoon. I wanted one more perfect night before we went home. Chapter 20. I watched the bartender pour a clear stream of vodka into my glass and top it with a foamy spritz of tonic. She wedges a lime on the edge and slides it across the smooth wood, then removes the empty glass from in front of me. "Do you want some water, too?" I shake my head. Damp strands of hair stick to my neck, and my thighs feel sweaty against the vinyl chair. My shoes rest on the floor beneath me. After Emma dismissed me and disappeared into the taxi, I stood on the street corner for a long moment, not knowing where to go. There was simply no one I could turn to. No one who would understand how spectacularly I had failed. Then, because I couldn't think of an alternative, I began to walk. With each step, my anguish grew wider, like a yawn I could not contain. A few blocks later, I found the Robertson Hotel bar. The bartender silently pushes yet another glass in front of me. Water. I look up, wondering if I did actually shake my head or just imagined doing so, but she avoids my gaze. She moves away, straightening the stack of newspapers on a corner of the countertop. I catch sight of myself in the large mirror behind her, the one that reflects the rows of Absolute, Johnny Walker, Hendrick's Gin, and Reposado tequila. Now I see what Emma saw. I'm looking into a funhouse mirror. The image I wanted to project, the old me, Richard's Nellie, is distorted. My hair is brittle from overprocessing, more straw than butter. My eyes look sunken in my gaunt face. The makeup I'd so carefully applied is smudged. No wonder the bartender wants me to stay sober. I'm in the lobby of a fine hotel. One that hosts international business people and offers $200 snifters of scotch. I feel the vibration of my phone again. I force myself to pull it out of my purse and see 5 missed calls. 3 from Saks, beginning at 10 a.m., 2 from Aunt Charlotte in the past 30 minutes. Only one thing can break through the dull ache engulfing me, the thought of Aunt Charlotte worrying. So I answer. Vanessa, are you okay? I have no idea how to respond. Where are you? At work. Lucille called me when you didn't show up. My aunt is my emergency contact. I put her home number down on my application. I'm going in late. Where are you? My aunt repeats, her tone firm. I should tell her that I'm on my way home, that my flu has returned. I should make excuses to ease her worry. But the sound of her voice, the only safe thing I know, unravels me. So I give her the name of the hotel. Don't move, she says, and hangs up. By now, Emma has arrived at her dress fitting. I wonder if she called Richard to tell him I intercepted her. I think of how the pity in her eyes transformed into scorn. I'm not sure which made me feel worse. I recall her shapely legs folding up into the cab, the door shutting, her image receding as I stared after her. I wonder if Richard will reach out to me now. Before I can even order another drink, I hear Aunt Charlotte's Birkenstocks slap against the floor as she approaches. I see her absorb my new hair color, my empty cocktail glass, and my bare feet. I wait for her to speak, but she just takes the stool next to me. Can I get you anything? The bartender asks. Aunt Charlotte peers at the cocktail menu. A sidecar, please. Sure, that's not on the menu, but I can whip one up. My aunt waits while the woman pours the cognac and orange liqueur over ice and squeezes in a lemon. Aunt Charlotte swallows a sip, then puts down her frosted glass. I brace myself for more questions, but they never come. I can't make you tell me what is going on, but please stop lying to me. A bit of yellow paint stains the knuckle of her index finger, just a small dot, and I stare at it. Who was I after I got married? I ask after a moment. What did you see? Aunt Charlotte leans back and crosses her legs. You changed. I missed you. I missed her too. Aunt Charlotte didn't meet Richard until just before our wedding, since she was doing a year-long apartment swap with a Parisian artist friend. After she returned to New York, we saw each other, more frequently in the beginning, and then much less often as the years passed. I first noticed something the night of your birthday. You just didn't seem like your old self. I know exactly which night she is talking about. It was August, shortly after our first anniversary. I nod. I just turned 29. A couple of years older than Emma is now. You brought me a bouquet of pink snapdragons. She'd given me a small painting, too, about the size of a hardcover book. It was of me on my wedding day. Instead of a portrait, Aunt Charlotte had captured me from behind as I began to walk toward Richard. The bell shape of my dress and my gauzy veil stood out against the vivid blue Floridian sky. It was almost as if I were walking off into infinity. We'd invited Aunt Charlotte to Westchester for a drink, followed by dinner at our club. I'd already started taking fertility pills, and I remember I couldn't zip up the skirt I was planning to wear. The silk A-line was one of the many new items filling my enormous closet. I'd napped that afternoon. The Clomid left me woozy and was running late. By the time I'd changed into a more forgiving dress, Richard had greeted Aunt Charlotte and poured her a glass of wine. I'd heard their conversation as I approached the library. They were always her favorite flowers, Aunt Charlotte was saying. Really? Richard said. They were? When I entered, Aunt Charlotte set the cellophane-wrapped snapdragons down on a side table so she could hug me.
I'll put these in a vase.
Richard discreetly took one of our linen cocktail napkins and wiped away a drop of water from the black-washed mango wood. The piece had been delivered just the previous month.
There's mineral water for you, sweetheart,
he said to me. Now I reach for the glass of water on the bar in front of me and take a long sip. Aunt Charlotte had known I was trying to get pregnant, and when she smiled at Richard's remark, I'd realized she might have drawn the wrong impression from my thickening waistline and the non-alcoholic beverage. I'd shaken my head slightly, not wanting to say the words to correct her. At least, not then, in front of Richard. Beautiful place, Aunt Charlotte says now, but I'm not tracking the conversation. Is she talking about our old house or the club? Everything in my life looked beautiful back then. The new furnishings I'd picked out with the help of an interior decorator, the sapphire earrings Richard had presented to me earlier that day, the long driveway winding through lush golf greens and past a duck-filled pond as we approached the club, the explosion of crepe myrtles and creamy dogwood surrounding the white-columned entrance. The other people at the club all seemed so... She hesitates. Settled, I guess. It's just that your friends in the city were so energetic and young. Aunt Charlotte's words are gentle, but I know what she means. The men wore jackets in the dining room, a club rule, and the women seemed to have unspoken edicts of their own governing how to look and to act. Most of the couples were much older than me, too, but that wasn't the only reason why I felt I didn't fit in. We sat at a booth in the corner. Aunt Charlotte continues. Richard and I attended lots of events at the club. The 4th of July fireworks, the Labor Day barbecue, the December holiday dance. The corner booth was Richard's favorite because it afforded him a view of the room and was quiet. I was surprised by the golf lessons, Aunt Charlotte says. I nod. They'd been a surprise to me, too. Richard had given them to me, of course. He wanted to play together and had mentioned a trip to Pebble Beach once I'd mastered my fairway drive. I'd talked about the way I'd learned to tell my 7 from my 9-iron, how I always shanked my shot when I didn't spend enough time taking practice swings, and what fun it was to drive the golf cart. I should have known Aunt Charlotte would see through my lively chatter. When the waiter appeared, you asked for a glass of Chardonnay, Aunt Charlotte says. But I saw Richard touch your hand. Then you changed your order to water. I was trying to get pregnant. I didn't want to drink. I understand that, but then something else happened. Aunt Charlotte takes a sip of her sidecar, holding the thick glass with both hands, then sets it carefully back onto the bar. I wonder if she is reluctant to continue, but I need to know what I did. The server brought you a Caesar salad. Aunt Charlotte's voice is soft. You told him you'd wanted the dressing on the side. It wasn't a big deal, but you insisted you'd ordered it that way. I just thought it was strange because you'd been a waitress, honey. You know how easy it is for mistakes to happen. She pauses. The thing is, you were wrong. I ordered a Caesar salad too, and you just said you'd have the same. You didn't say anything about the dressing. I feel my brow crease. That was all? I misordered? Aunt Charlotte shakes her head. I know she will be honest with me. I also know I may not like what I hear next. It was the way you said it. You sounded agitated. He apologized, but you made it into a bigger deal than it needed to be. You blamed the waiter for something that wasn't his fault. What did Richard do? He was finally the one to tell you not to worry, that you'd have a new salad in a minute. I don't remember my exact exchange with the waiter, although I do recall other, more fraught restaurant meals during my marriage, but I'm certain of one thing. My aunt has an excellent memory. She has spent her entire life cataloging details. I wonder how many other unpleasant moments Aunt Charlotte witnessed during those years and has held close out of love for me. Although we were still newlyweds, my transformation had already begun. Chapter 21. I always knew my life with Richard wouldn't resemble my old one. I imagined my changes would be external, though, additions to who I already was and what I already had. I'd become a wife, a mother, I'd create a home, I'd find new friends in our neighborhood. But in the absence of the daily scramble that composed my existence in Manhattan, it was too easy to focus on what was missing. I should have been waking 3 times a night to breastfeed and scheduling Mommy and Me classes. I should have been steaming carrots into mush and reading Goodnight Moon. I should have been washing onesies in Dreft and icing teething rings to soothe little swollen gums. My life was on hold. I felt suspended between my past and my future. I used to agonize over the balance in my checking account, the sound of footsteps behind me at night, and whether I would make it onto the subway car before the doors closed so I could get to Gibson's on time. I worried about the little girl in my class who bit her nails even though she was only 3, about whether the cute guy I'd given my number to would ever call, and if Sam had remembered to unplug her flat iron after straightening her hair. I guess I thought marrying Richard would erase my concerns. But my old anxieties simply yielded to new ones. The whirl and noise of the city was replaced by the incessant churning of my thoughts. My peaceful new surroundings didn't soothe my interior world. If anything, the constant stillness, the empty hours seemed to taunt me. My insomnia returned. I also found myself circling back home to make sure I'd locked the door when I went on an errand, even though I could see myself pulling it shut and turning the key. I left a dental appointment before I'd gotten my teeth cleaned, convinced I'd left on the oven. I double-checked closets to make sure the lights were off. Our weekly housekeeper left everything spotless, and Richard was incredibly tidy by nature, but I still wandered through the rooms, seeking a brown leaf to pinch off a potted plant, a book jutting out a bit farther than the others on our shelves to tuck back into alignment, towels to refold into perfect thirds in our linen closet. I learned to stretch out a simple chore like taffy. I could orient my entire day around a meeting at the club for the Junior Volunteer Committee. I was constantly checking the clock, counting down the hours until Richard would come home. Shortly after my 29th birthday and the night at the club with Aunt Charlotte, I went to the grocery store to get chicken breasts for dinner. It was almost Halloween, which had always been my favorite holiday when I'd taught the Cubs. I doubted we'd get many trick-or-treaters. We hadn't the previous year since the houses in our neighborhood were so spread out. Still, at the market, I picked up a few bags of mini Kit Kats and M&Ms, hoping I wouldn't eat more than I'd distribute. I also added a box of Tampax to my cart. When I accidentally turned down the aisle that held Pampers and baby food, I abruptly retreated, taking the longer route to the cash registers. As I set the table for dinner, just 2 plates in a corner of the wide stretch of mahogany, loneliness pierced me. I poured myself a glass of wine and dialed Sam's number. Richard still didn't like it when I drank, but on a few days every month I needed the consolation, so I made sure to brush my teeth and bury the empty bottle in the bottom of our recycling bin. Sam told me she was getting ready to go on a 3rd date with a guy, and she actually seemed excited about him. I could picture her wiggling into her favorite jeans, the ones I no longer borrowed, and applying cherry-red lip stain. I sipped my Chablis as I soaked in her happy chatter and suggested we get together in the city soon. Sam had only come out to see me once since the wedding. I didn't blame her. Westchester was boring to a single woman. I made it to Manhattan more often, and I would try to meet Sam near the Learning Ladder for a late lunch. But I'd had to postpone our last lunch because I'd caught a stomach bug, and Sam had canceled the dinner we'd scheduled before that because she'd forgotten her grandmother's 90th birthday party was on the same evening. We hadn't seen each other in ages. I'd vowed to stay in close contact with Sam after the wedding, but nights and weekends, Sam's free times, were also my only chances to be with Richard. Richard never put constraints on my schedule. Once, when he picked me up at the train station after I'd met Sam for Sunday brunch at Balthazar, he asked if I'd had fun. Sam is always fun. I'd said, laughing as I told him how after we left the restaurant, we'd come across a movie scene being filmed a few blocks away, and Sam had grabbed my hand and pulled me into the crowd of extras. We'd been asked to leave, but not before she managed to grab a big bag of trail mix from the craft services table. Richard had laughed with me. But at dinner that night, he mentioned that he would be working late almost every evening that week. Before we got off the phone, Sam told me to pick a time for us to get together. "Let's drink tequila and go dancing like we used to." I hesitated. Let me just check Richard's calendar. It might be easier if I come in when he's out of town." "You planning to bring a boy home?" Sam joked. "Why only one?" I bantered, trying to change the focus, and she laughed. I was in the kitchen a few minutes later, chopping tomatoes for a salad, when our burglar alarm began to shriek. As promised, Richard had a sophisticated alarm system installed right before we moved into the Westchester home. It was a comfort during the days when he was at work, and especially on the nights when he traveled. "Hello?" I called. I went into the hallway, flinching as the high-pitched warning pulsed through the air. But our heavy oak door remained shut. Our house had 4 vulnerable areas, the alarm company contractor had said, holding up an equal number of fingers to emphasize his point. The front door, the basement entrance, the big bay window in the eat-in kitchen area, and especially the double glass doors off the living room that overlooked our garden. All of those entrances were wired. I ran to the double glass doors and glanced out. I couldn't see anything, but it didn't mean no one was there, wasn't hiding in the shadows. If someone was breaking in, I'd never hear the noise over the blaring alarm. Instinctively, I bolted upstairs, still holding the butcher knife I'd been using to cut the tomatoes. I grabbed my cell phone from the nightstand, grateful I'd put it back in its charger. As I burrowed into the back of my closet, behind a row of slacks, I dialed Richard.
"Nellie, what's wrong?"
I clutched the phone tightly as I huddled on the floor of my closet. "I think someone's trying to break in," I whispered.
"I can hear the alarm."
Richard's voice was tense and urgent.
"Where are you?"
"My closet," I whispered.
"I'll call the police. Hang on."
I imagined him on the other line, giving our address and insisting that they should hurry, that his wife was alone in the house. I knew the alarm company would alert the police, too. Our home phone was ringing now as well. My heart pounded, the frantic throbbing filling my ears. So many sounds. How could I know if someone stood on the other side of the closet door, twisting the knob?
"The police will be there any second," Richard said. "And I'm already on the train, at Mount Kisco. I'll be at the house in 15 minutes.
Those 15 minutes lasted an eternity. I curled into a tighter ball and began to count, forcing myself to slowly mouth the numbers. Surely the police would come by the time I reached 200, I thought, remaining motionless and taking shallow breaths so that if someone came through the closet door, they might not detect my presence. Time slowed down. I was acutely aware of every detail of my surroundings, my senses intensely heightened. I saw individual flecks of dust on the baseboards, the slight variation in the hue of the wood floor, and the tiny ripple my exhalations made in the fabric of the black slacks hanging an inch from my face.
"Hang on, baby,"
Richard said as I reached 287.
"I'm just getting off the train."
That was when the police finally arrived. The officers searched, but found no sign of an intruder. Nothing taken, no doors jimmied, no windows broken. I cuddled next to Richard on the sofa, sipping chamomile tea. False alarms weren't uncommon, the police told us. Faulty wiring, animals triggering a sensor, a glitch in the system. It was probably one of those things, an officer said.
"I'm sure it was nothing,"
Richard agreed. But then he hesitated and looked at the 2 officers.
"This probably isn't related, but when I left this morning, there was an unfamiliar truck parked at the end of our street. I figured it belonged to a landscaper or something."
I felt my heart skip a beat.
"Did you get the license plate number?"
The older officer, the one who did most of the talking, asked.
"I didn't, but I'll keep an eye out for it."
Richard drew me in closer.
"Oh, sweetheart, you're trembling. I promise I will never let anything happen to you, Nellie." You're sure you didn't see anyone, though, right? The officer asked me again. Through the windows, I watched the flashing blue and red lights revolve atop the cruisers. I closed my eyes, but I could still visualize those frantic colors spinning through the darkness, pulling me back into that long-ago night when I was a senior in college. No, I didn't see anyone. But that wasn't completely true. I had seen a face, but not in one of our windows. It was visible only in my memory. It belongs to someone I last encountered in Florida, someone who blames me, who wants me punished for the cataclysmic events of that fall evening. I had a new name, a new address. I'd even changed my phone number. I'd always feared it wouldn't be enough. The tragedy began to unfold during a beautiful day, also in October. I was so young then. I'd just started my senior year in college. The blistering heat of the Florida summer had yielded to a mellow warmth. The girls in my sorority wore light sundresses or tank tops and shorts with Chi Omega stamped across the butt. Our house was filled with a happy energy. The new pledges would be initiated after sunset. As social director, I'd planned the jello shots, the blindfolding, the candles, and the surprise plunge into the ocean. But I woke up exhausted and feeling queasy. I nibbled on a granola bar as I dragged myself to my early child development seminar. When I pulled out my spiral-bound planner to write down the next week's assignment, a realization stilled my pencil on the page. My period was late. I wasn't ill. I was pregnant. When I looked up again, all the other students had packed up and were leaving the classroom. Shock had stolen minutes from me. I cut my next class and walked to a pharmacy on the edge of campus, buying a pack of gum, a People magazine, some pens, and an EPT test as if it were just another casual item on my shopping list. A McDonald's was next door, and I huddled in a stall, listening as two preteen girls brushed their hair in the mirror and talked about the Britney Spears concert they were dying to attend. The plus sign confirmed what I already suspected. I was only 21, I thought wildly. I hadn't even finished school. My boyfriend Daniel and I had been together for just a few months. I stepped out of the stall and went to the row of sinks, running cold water over my wrists. I glanced up, and the two girls fell silent when they caught sight of my face. Daniel was in a sociology class that let out at 12:30. I'd memorized his schedule. I hurried to his building and paced the stretch of sidewalk in front of it. Some students sat on the steps, smoking, while others sprawled on the green, a few eating lunch, others forming a triangle and throwing a frisbee. A girl rested with her head on a guy's lap, her long hair draped over his thigh like a blanket. The Grateful Dead blared from a boombox. 2 hours earlier, I would have been one of them. Students began to trickle out the door, and I scanned their faces, frantically searching for Daniel. He wouldn't be the guy wearing flip-flops and a Grant University t-shirt, or the one burdened by a cumbersome saxophone case, or even the one with a backpack shrugged onto a shoulder. He didn't look like any of them. After the crowd had thinned, he appeared at the top of the stairs, folding his glasses into the pocket of his Oxford shirt, a messenger bag slung crosswise over his chest. I lifted my hand and waved. When he saw me, he faltered, then continued down the steps to where I stood. "Professor Barton!" A girl intercepted him, probably with a question about his class, or maybe she was flirting. Daniel Barton was in his mid-30s, and he made the frisbee-throwing jocks, with their leaps and hoots when they caught the disc, look like puppies. He kept glancing at me while he talked to the other girl. His anxiety was palpable. I'd violated our rule: don't acknowledge each other on campus. He could be fired, after all. He'd given me an A during my junior year, a few weeks before our affair began. I'd earned it. We'd never shared a personal conversation, let alone a kiss, until I bumped into him after being separated from my friends at a Dave Matthews Beach concert. But who would believe us? When at long last he drew close to me, he whispered, "Not now. I'll call you later. Pick me up at the usual spot in 15. He shook his head. "Today won't work. Tomorrow." His brusque tone stung me.
It's really important. But he was already moving past me, hands in his jeans pockets, toward the old Alfa Romeo that had taken us to the beach on so many moonlit nights. I watched him go, feeling stunned and deeply betrayed. I'd stuck to our agreement. He should have realized this was urgent. He tossed his bag onto the passenger's seat, my seat, and sped off. I clutched my arms around my stomach and watched as his car turned a corner and disappeared. Then I slowly made my way back to the sorority house, where everybody was busy preparing. I just had to get through the rest of the day, I told myself, blinking hard at the tears that filled my eyes. Then I could talk to Daniel. We'd come up with a plan together. "Where were you?" asked our chapter's president as I walked through the door, but she didn't wait for an answer. 20 new pledges would officially join our house tonight. The evening would start out with dinner and rituals, the house song, and a sorority trivia game about our founders and important dates. Each girl would then take a candle and repeat sacred vows. I'd stand behind my little sister, Maggie, whom I'd been paired with for the year. The hazing would begin around 10 p.m. Although it would last several hours, nothing bad would be done to the girls, nothing dangerous. Certainly no one would be hurt. I knew this because I was the one to plan it. Bottles of vodka for the Jell-O shots lined the dining room table, along with grain alcohol for the dirty hunch punch. Did we need so much liquor? I wondered. I remember because of everything that happened afterward. Those flashing blue and red police lights, the high-pitched screaming that sounded like an alarm. But as I climbed the steps to my room, it was just a fleeting thought, winging past like a moth, quickly replaced by my worry over the pregnancy. The feeling of sickness radiated out from my core, encompassing my entire being. Daniel hadn't even glanced back at me as he'd driven off. I kept remembering the way he'd walked right past me, whispering, "Not now." He'd treated me with less respect than the student who'd intercepted him before he reached me. I slipped into my room and quietly shut the door, then pulled out my cell phone. I lay down on my bed, hugging my knees to my chest, and called him. After 4 rings, I heard his outgoing message. The second time I dialed, it went directly to voicemail. I could see Daniel glancing down at his phone as the code name he'd given me, Victor, flashed. His long, tapered fingers, the ones that caressed my leg whenever I sat beside him, picking up the phone and pressing decline. I'd seen him do the exact same thing to other callers when we were together, never thinking he'd do it to me. I dialed his number again, hoping he'd see it and realize how desperately I needed to talk to him, but he ignored me. My pain was being overtaken by anger. He must have known something was wrong. He'd said he cared about me, but if you truly cared for someone, wouldn't you at least answer her fucking call, I'd thought. I'd never been to his place because he lived with 2 other professors in faculty housing. I knew his address, though. I'd thought, tomorrow isn't good enough. Chapter 22. After Aunt Charlotte comes to get me at the Robertson bar, I take a cool shower, scrubbing off my sweat and makeup, wishing I could rinse away the day as easily and have a fresh chance with Emma. I'd planned my words so carefully. I'd anticipated that Emma would be skeptical at first. I would have been too. I still remember how I'd bristled when Sam seemed suspicious of Richard, or when my mother expressed concern that I seemed to be losing my identity. But I'd assumed Emma would at least listen to me, that I would have the opportunity to plant doubts that might prompt her to take a closer look at the man she was choosing to spend the rest of her life with. But clearly, she'd already formed a strong opinion of me, one that tells her I'm not to be trusted. Now I recognize how foolish I was to think this could end so easily. I will have to find another way to make her understand. I notice my left arm is red and slightly raw from where I've been aggressively scrubbing it. I turn off the shower and smooth lotion on my arm. Then Aunt Charlotte knocks on my bedroom door. "Up for a walk?" "Sure." I'd rather not, but it's my inadequate concession to her for the worry I've caused. So the 2 of us head over to Riverside Park. Usually, Aunt Charlotte sets a brisk pace, but today she strolls slowly. The steady, repetitive movement of my arms and legs and the soft breeze from the Hudson River help me feel more grounded. "Do you want to continue our conversation?" Aunt Charlotte asks. I think about what she requested. Please stop lying to me. I'm not going to lie to her, but before I can tell Aunt Charlotte the truth, I need to figure out what it is for myself. Yes, I reach for her hand, but I'm not ready yet. Although at the bar we only dissected a single evening of my marriage, talking with my aunt has released some of the pressure that has built up inside me. The full story is far too tangled and complex to unravel in one afternoon. For the first time, though, I have someone else's recollections to rely on other than my own, someone I can trust as I absorb the aftershocks of my life with Richard. I take Aunt Charlotte to the Italian restaurant near her apartment, and we order minestrone soup. The waiter brings us warm, crusty bread, and I drink 3 glasses of ice water, realizing I'm parched. We talk about the biography of Matisse that she is reading, and a movie I pretend to want to see. Physically, I feel a little better, and the superficial chat with my aunt distracts me. But the moment I'm back in my room, closing my blinds as dusk falls, my replacement returns. She is an uninvited guest I can never turn away. I see her at her dress fitting, twirling before a mirror, the new diamond glinting on her finger. I imagine her pouring Richard a drink and bringing it to him, kissing him as he takes it from her hand. I am pacing back and forth in the small bedroom, I realize. I walk to my desk and locate a yellow legal pad in a drawer. I bring it and a pen back to my bed and stare at the blank page. I begin to form her name, my pen lingering over the edges and curves in her letters. Emma. I have to get the words exactly right. I must make her understand. I realize I am pressing the pen into the paper so deeply that the ink has bled through the page. I don't know what to write next. I don't know how to start. If I could only figure out where my demise began, I might be able to explain it to her. Was it with my mother's mental illness, my father's death, my inability to conceive a child? I am growing more and more certain the origin lies within that October night in Florida. I can't tell Emma about that, though. The only part of my story she needs to understand is Richard's role in it. I tear away the paper and begin again with a clean one. This time I write, "Dear Emma." Then I hear his voice. For a moment, I wonder if my mind has conjured it, until I realize he's in the apartment and that Aunt Charlotte is calling my name, summoning me to Richard. I leap to my feet and glance in the mirror. The afternoon sun and walk have left me pink-cheeked, and my hair is swept into a low ponytail. I'm wearing lycra shorts and a tank top. Dark circles mark my eyes, but the soft, forgiving light is kind to my body's sharp angles. Earlier today, I dressed up for Emma, but in this moment, I look more like the Nellie my husband fell in love with than I have in years. I walk barefoot into the living room, and my body reacts instinctively, my vision tunneling until he is all I can see. He is broad-shouldered and fit, his runner's build filled out during the years we were married. Richard is one of those men who grow more attractive with age.
"Vanessa."
That deep voice, the one I still hear in my dreams all the time.
"I'd like to talk."
He turns to Aunt Charlotte.
"May we have a moment?"
Aunt Charlotte looks at me, and I nod. My mouth is dry. "Of course," she says, retreating to the kitchen.